Welcome to Shredder Fanfic. Like, subscribe, and hype video. Join members to gain early access to new videos. After the main character dies in his previous life, he gets reborn as Yhwach inside of Marvel. Inside of the Marvel multiverse, he decides to create the Quincy Empire. Who will he give his Quincy powers to? Will he give it to Spider-Man or Tony Stark?
Marvel, reborn as Yhwach, create Quincy Empire. Chapter 1, The Awakening of the Quincy King. The last thing I remembered was the blinding white of headlights and the sharp, unbearable screech of metal. The sound cut through my skull as the truck slammed into me. There was no time to react, no pain, only the feeling of being torn apart, weightless and crushed in the same instant. Then, nothing. For a moment, I thought it was over. Death complete, cold, empty. But awareness returned. My breathing came back first. A slow, steady rhythm that didn't belong to my mangled body. Then, faint whines brushing against my ears. My mind clawed its way through the fog. My eyes opened. I wasn't lying on asphalt anymore. Instead, I was on cold stone. The air smelled faintly of dust and smoke. My vision sharpened unnaturally fast. I could see every crack in the ground, every grain of dust carried on the wind. My hands rested against the surface, pale, strong, flawless. The skin was not mine. I lifted my left hand slowly. Long, regal fingers. My pulse was slow, but powerful, every beat carrying a weight I couldn't describe. My body felt different. Denser. Every movement came with precision, as though the world itself responded to me. My voice stopped me mid-word. It was deep, smooth, commanding. It wasn't my voice. It was Yhwach's. I froze. That name, the Quincy King, son of the Soul King, the progenitor of the Quincy race. The one who could share his soul, reclaim it upon death, and see every future. That Yhwach. I pressed a hand to my chest. My heartbeat resonated through something vast and ancient, like an echo moving through eternity. The moment I touched it, my surroundings shifted. Thump. Thump. Each beat sent waves of light into the air around me. Reishi, pure spiritual particles, drawn instinctively from nowhere. They formed threads, then shapes. My body remembered what my mind didn't. A Quincy cross glimmered faintly in my palm. I am Yhwach. The words left my mouth before I could even think to deny them. They were factual, absolute. But the voice speaking them carried the authority of a god. And yet, beneath it, my human mind screamed in disbelief. I took a slow breath, grounding myself. This wasn't a dream. My body was his, my voice his, my power his. The truck hadn't just killed me, it had replaced me. I stood, my cloak shifting in the breeze. The fabric was immaculate white with black lining, flowing with every subtle movement. The symbol of the Quincy cross hung at my collarbone, and my boots pressed into the stone with quiet authority. I turned, scanning the area. The world spread wide around me, a desolate rooftop overlooking a vast city skyline. Skyscrapers stretched into the horizon, cars moved like veins of light below, and billboards glowed with names I recognized from my old world. One name stood out. Stark Industries. I blinked once, eyes narrowing. So this is Marvel. The confirmation settled in quietly. I remembered the movies, the stories, the world filled with beings of immense power. Gods, monsters, heroes, mutants. A world of chaos. A world of potential. And now, a world that belonged to me. I walked forward to the edge of the rooftop. My gaze moved across the skyline as I absorbed the atmosphere. The night air buzzed faintly, electromagnetic hums from machines, faint molecular traces of radiation, and something else. Energy. Life. Matter, not spirit energy, but something that could be shaped, converted, consumed. It wasn't Rishi, but my senses could still manipulate it, force it into order. I extended a hand. Thin trails of white light formed at my fingertips, the raw beginnings of a Quincy's Rishi control. It was more sluggish here, less abundant, but workable. The bow materialized faintly, a ghost of its true form, then dissipated. The foundation was solid. A low hum filled the air as my eyes began to glow faintly red. I felt the pulse of my own soul extending outward, scanning, learning. It brushed against the presence of others nearby. Each one unique, vibrant, unrefined. A man walking 2 blocks away radiated unstable gamma radiation. Another, high above the skyline, flew through the air on jet-powered boots. A third one's energy signature burned with a godlike intensity. I smiled faintly. So the gods of this world already walk among men. The tone of my voice carried no emotion, only a quiet finality. Still, a human part of me stirred underneath the surface. This is insane. How am I supposed to survive here? The thought was fleeting. I crushed it. Emotions were noise. Yhwach's instincts overrode hesitation, replacing fear with control. My steps became confident again, each movement purposeful. I looked down at the city lights. If this world lacks balance, I will provide it. If it has gods, I will judge them. The wind picked up, catching my cloak. The sensation was sharp, grounding. I looked at my reflection in the nearby glass window of a billboard. The face staring back was regal, ancient, perfectly symmetrical. Black hair reaching my shoulders, eyes dark grey bordering on crimson when the light caught them. A king's face. The memory of death flickered again. The truck, the headlights, the moment before impact. I remembered my final human thought, a fleeting, desperate one. I wish I had power. And now, here I was. The irony was almost poetic. Very well, I murmured. Power it shall be. I turned away from the skyline and started walking across the rooftop. The world below was asleep, unaware that its new era had already begun. Every step I took left a faint ripple of Rishi in the air, imperceptible to them, but marking my presence. For hours, I explored quietly, observing. I moved from one building to another, my spiritual steps soundless. People below laughed, argued, lived meaningless lives. They were oblivious to how fragile their reality truly was. I could see it clearly, every structure held together by delicate human arrogance. It fascinated me. How they built so much and still remained so powerless. When dawn approached, I stood at the edge of an abandoned warehouse district. The light filtered weakly through broken glass. I entered one of the structures, the echo of my boots carrying softly through the hollow space. I ran my hand along a rusted pillar, leaving a trail of faint light that erased the corrosion instantly. The metal was pure again, restored by my will alone. I could feel it, the essence of my existence could unmake or perfect anything it touched. The voice in my head was quiet but absolute. This world will be mine. And yet, beneath the divine certainty, the human inside whispered back. Do you even understand what that means? You'll be hunted. By gods, by heroes, by everything this world fears. Yhwach's composure didn't crack, but my hand lingered against the pillar for a moment longer before I turned away. My reflection in a shattered pane of glass showed a faint trace of conflict in my eyes. It vanished as quickly as it appeared. I am not a man, I said quietly. I am balance. Those who stand in my way will become part of me. My voice carried through the empty warehouse, reverberating off the walls. The sound was steady, calm, absolute. Not rage, conviction. Still, I knew what needed to come next. I couldn't conquer alone. Not yet. My power could be divided, shared, and when those who received it died, it would return stronger. That was the essence of my being. the Quincy race would rise again. This world would have new heirs. I extended my hand again, and light flared at my fingertips. My Rishi gathered, forming small, luminous fragments that hovered in the air like embers. Each one pulsed faintly with my essence. I watched them drift upward and scatter, invisible to human eyes. They would seek out potential individuals with willpower strong enough to grasp at light, to resist death, to yearn for control. The seeds of New Quincy. Find them, I said softly. When they awaken, they will serve. The embers vanished into the distance, carried by unseen currents. Silence filled the warehouse again. My eyes dimmed back to grey. I lowered my hand, resting it at my side. The human inside me finally spoke again, quietly, buried under Yhwach's tone. You just doomed them, didn't you? No answer. The thought was swallowed by certainty. I walked toward the exit, boots echoing one last time before the sun fully rose. Outside, the morning light painted the city gold. Cars moved, birds scattered, life continued. I stood at the threshold and looked up. The sky was still the same bright, endless, fragile. But it belonged to me now. I will reshape this world, I said quietly. And when they fall, their power will return to me. The wind shifted, carrying the faint scent of iron and salt. I closed my eyes briefly, feeling the pull of destiny, not fate, but inevitability. The first step had been taken. And somewhere far away, a faint spark of light ignited in the soul of a man sleeping in his apartment, a seed that would soon awaken, whispering one word in his dreams. Quincy. Chapter 2, The Spark in the Metal. The world was still when the first spark found its path. Invisible currents guided the fragment of my essence across cities, through the noise of machines and the hum of electricity, until it entered a building filled with motion and precision. Stark Industries. I stood far away, above a skyscraper's edge, eyes closed. My perception expanded outward, reaching every direction. My voice, low and deliberate, carried softly into the wind. One of my seeds has found its host. The image formed clearly in my mind. A man surrounded by machines, his hands shaping technology with both arrogance and brilliance. His soul was bright, volatile, burning with innovation and guilt. The seed drifted closer, resonating with that chaos. I whispered, let us see how mankind's creator of weapons adapts to power born of the soul. Inside the basement workshop of his mansion, Tony Stark stood shirtless except for the arc reactor embedded in his chest, the faint blue glow reflecting off the smooth metal around him. The air smelled faintly of solder and coolant. Tables were scattered with parts, tools, open schematics, and empty coffee mugs. Classical music played from a nearby speaker, low, rhythmic, background to his thoughts. He adjusted the metal plating on the Mark IV armor's forearm with careful precision. His voice carried lazily as he spoke to his AI assistant. Jarvis, remind me never to mix coffee with welding again. It's like trying to caffeinate a hangover. Jarvis replied in his usual calm tone. Noted, sir. Though your last statement about switching to decaf lasted roughly 37 seconds. Tony grinned faintly. Yeah, that sounds like me. He leaned forward, tightening a connection. The hiss of heat against alloy filled the air. A faint vibration ran through the floor, subtle, unnoticed at first. Above the mansion, unseen to any camera or radar, a small sphere of light drifted through the air, a fragment of my Rishi. It descended soundlessly, phasing through the ceiling like mist and moving toward the workshop below. It pulsed once, sensing the heart that would host it. Inside, Tony adjusted a power coupling on the chest plate. Sparks flickered. Okay, we're almost there. Mark IV should handle better thermal regulation this time. No more frosting on the faceplate when I hit altitude. It's embarrassing. Noted, sir, Jarvis said. Tony wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his wrist. His hand trembled slightly from exhaustion, but he ignored it, his focus sharp. The blueprints on the holographic display shimmered as he made small adjustments. The light entered him then quietly, cleanly. For an instant, he froze. His body stiffened, the arc reactor flaring bright. Jarvis's voice echoed with concern. "Sir? Your heart rate just spiked." Tony blinked. The sensation was brief but unmistakable, like static electricity flooding through every nerve. It was gone as quickly as it came. "I'm fine," he said, his tone distracted but measured. "Just felt something weird." "Would you like me to perform a full biometric scan?" "No," he replied quickly, waving it off. "Probably just too much coffee. Keep running diagnostics on the propulsion units." He turned back to the armor, jaw tightening. But something about his hand caught his attention. His fingertips tingled faintly, a magnetic pull that didn't fade. He frowned, flexing them once. Metal shavings from the table edge shifted slightly. Tony stopped moving. His eyes followed the motion. The shavings slid across the table surface, clustering toward his hand like iron filings drawn to a magnet. His brow furrowed. "What the hell?" He pulled his hand back. The pieces stopped. He leaned in, squinting. "Jarvis, you picking that up?" "Indeed, sir. There appears to be minor electromagnetic fluctuation around your right hand." Tony muttered under his breath. "Minor fluctuation, yet? That's new." He set the metal tool down and picked up a small loose bolt between his fingers. He focused on it, half curious, half uneasy. For a moment nothing happened. Then the bolt twisted, not physically moved by his fingers, but reshaped, the threads bending smoothly like clay. He dropped it immediately. The bolt clattered across the table. His heart pounded faster. "Okay. Nope. Not possible." He glanced at his palm again, turning it over as if searching for something beneath the skin. The arc reactor glowed rhythmically against his chest, light reflecting in his eyes. "Jarvis," he said slowly, "run a magnetic field scan on me." "Running, sir." Tony paced in front of the workbench, restless energy replacing his usual casual stride. He flexed both hands, trying to reproduce the sensation. He focused again, narrowing his gaze on another small plate of metal. It lifted slightly then fell. His expression froze halfway between disbelief and fascination. "Okay, that's definitely not the coffee." "Sir," Jarvis interrupted, "your body is producing an unknown field of energy consistent with a highly controlled electromagnetic output. However, its frequency does not match any known pattern generated by the reactor." Tony's tone sharpened. "You're saying it's not the suit? Not the tech? It's me?" "That would be the logical conclusion, sir." He stared at his hand again, then flexed his fingers toward the table. A wrench rose an inch into the air, spun once, then dropped. His pulse quickened. He muttered quietly, "Did I just become Magneto?" The thought drew a short exhale of nervous laughter. He rubbed his face with both hands, frustration breaking through his calm. "No, no, that's ridiculous. Mutations don't just happen overnight." He turned back to the holographic screen, typing commands rapidly. "Run a cross-reference. Known mutations triggered by radiation, energy exposure, nanotech infection, anything." "Already compiling, sir." As data scrolled across the screen, Tony's expression remained serious. The confidence stayed, but his voice carried a restrained edge. "Let's be clear, Jarvis, if I wake up tomorrow levitating the house, we're calling Professor X." "Understood, sir." From the rooftop of a neighboring tower, I watched in silence. My perception stretched across the distance easily. Through Yhwach's eyes, Every spark of energy glowed like a constellation. The seed had taken root not in a random mortal, but in a man who embodied both creation and destruction. How fitting, I murmured. My voice carried the same steady calm it always did, yet faint satisfaction lingered beneath. Through the bond, I could sense his reaction, curiosity tempered by discipline. He approached power not with awe but with logic, dissecting it instead of worshipping it. That intrigued me. I extended my hand toward the direction of his mansion. Reishi gathered faintly at my fingertips. I could feel the thread connecting us, a thin line of energy, subtle but tangible. I closed my fist gently, reinforcing the link. Your awakening will accelerate, I said softly. Let us see how you adapt, genius of metal. My gaze drifted toward the horizon. The sun had fallen completely, leaving only the city's artificial lights. In that glow, I saw potential thousands of souls, all ripe with untapped strength. But for now, this one man would serve as the first foundation. Back in the workshop, Tony leaned over the main table, his fingers tapping impatiently against the metal surface. His face showed a rare mixture of tension and focus. He didn't like unknown variables, especially ones inside his own body. Okay, let's think this through, he muttered. If it's not radiation, not nanotech, not reactor feedback, then what? He looked down at the gauntlet he'd been adjusting earlier. The armor's metal components were perfectly aligned, seamless, almost like an extension of himself. A strange idea crossed his mind. He placed his hand over the gauntlet's open plating and focused. The metal responded instantly, shifting into place with smooth precision, faster than the servos could operate. His breath caught. He stepped back slowly, eyes fixed on the armor. Jarvis, did you do that? No, sir. You appear to have assembled the segment through an external manipulation. He ran a hand through his hair, exhaling sharply. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. But his fear was mixed with fascination. He knelt beside the armor piece, repeating the motion. The metal responded again, reshaping at his will. He laughed softly, incredulous. Okay, I can't decide if this is terrifying or really cool. He looked at his reflection in the polished metal. The blue light from the arc reactor illuminated the edges of his face. For a brief moment, his expression softened into curiosity. What are you doing to me, universe? He stood again, rolling his shoulders. All right, new plan. If I'm going crazy, might as well document it. Jarvis, start recording. Title at Unexpected Discovery, Possible Mutation or Technopathy. Recording, sir. He reached toward a nearby pile of scrap parts, bent plating, old thruster shells, stripped wiring. As he focused, the pile shivered slightly, then a small piece lifted, spinning in the air. He turned his wrist slowly. The metal followed. Sweat rolled down the side of his face. He gritted his teeth and concentrated harder. The piece bent inward, folding into a perfect sphere. All right, he said quietly. That's definitely new. Jarvis's voice carried a hint of curiosity. Would you like to run a biological analysis now, sir? Yeah. Schedule it. After I finish running the armor test. I'm not letting a little superpower stop me from getting Mark IV online. Understood. He turned back to the armor, half smiling. If I can control metal, at least it's on brand. The levity in his voice barely hid the unease in his eyes. He knew power always came with consequences. Still, the engineer in him couldn't ignore the challenge. He spent hours testing lifting tools, bending rods, melting and reforming small alloys through sheer will. By the time dawn light filtered through the glass walls, his hair was disheveled and his eyes bloodshot, but the grin hadn't left his face. When he finally stopped, he leaned on the table, exhaling heavily. Jarvis, file this under weirdest night of my life. Filed, sir. He rubbed his eyes. All right. Shower, sleep, blood work later. The AI replied politely. Shall I keep monitoring your biometrics for anomalies? Yet. Let me know if I start levitating spoons in my sleep. I watched the sunrise from the distant rooftop, the golden light reflecting across my armor's edge. My eyes followed the mansion far beyond the city, sensing the steady rhythm of the seed within its host. It had begun altering his energy structure, already assimilating, adapting, rewriting him slowly. I closed my eyes briefly. The world beneath my feet hummed faintly with Reishi. The first one has taken form, I said. A faint echo of voices from below reminded me of the life surrounding this place, ordinary mortals, unaware of what was coming. My power pulsed softly, unseen. Soon, I said quietly, he will understand. My gaze turned to the horizon once again. My expression remained composed, but there was a hint of satisfaction behind the calm. And when he does, his strength will return to me. I lowered my hand and stepped back into the shadow of the building, vanishing completely from sight as the city came alive below. Chapter 3, The Visit in the Workshop. Night blanketed the California coastline. The sea pressed against the cliffs below the Stark mansion, waves breaking in steady rhythm. Inside the underground workshop, only the hum of machines disturbed the quiet. Holographic blueprints hovered in the air. The Mark IV armor stood on its platform, gleaming under the faint light. Tony Stark stood at the center of the chaos, sleeves rolled up, the glow of the arc reactor bright against his chest. His eyes were focused, but his movements carried a trace of tension. He had been testing the strange ability again, lifting metal rods, fusing plates, and running data on himself through Jarvis. Okay, he muttered while tightening a microwelder. Either I'm a mutant or I need less espresso. Jarvis replied calmly, I have adjusted your caffeine intake recommendations twice this week, sir. Tony smirked slightly. Yeah, but then who'd build the suits, you? He placed the tool down, rubbed his eyes, and sighed. The day had stretched long, every test returned results that made less sense than the last. The readings from his body displayed shifting electromagnetic fields not generated by any device. He stood still for a moment, staring at his hands. The faint vibration beneath his skin returned, subtle but present, as if the metal around him waited for his command. Still there, he said quietly. Guess I didn't imagine it. Would you like me to continue scanning for anomalies, sir? Yeah. Keep it running. If something starts glowing that shouldn't, I want to know. He walked toward the table where the gauntlet rested. As he leaned closer, a whisper of movement passed through the room, too soft for human ears, but he felt the shift in pressure. He looked around sharply. Jarvis, did you open any vents? No, sir. All environmental systems are sealed. He turned again, scanning the room. The air had grown heavier, charged with invisible pressure. His hand automatically went toward a control panel, but before he touched it, the lights dimmed without warning. The holographic displays flickered and faded. Jarvis. System interference detected. The voice cut out. Tony froze, eyes darting across the workshop. All right. That's not funny. A low resonance filled the space, not sound, but vibration. Tools rattled softly. The Mark IV armor shifted slightly on its stand, the metal plates vibrating. The air thickened until it felt solid. Then, from the center of the room, light folded inward. It wasn't a teleportation beam or a projection, it was as if space compressed for a second and released. A tall figure materialized between the armor stands, robed in white with black lining, long dark hair flowing behind, eyes calm and unreadable. Tony's jaw tightened. He instinctively took 2 steps back. You must be new. Not a break-in method I've seen before. I looked at him quietly for a few seconds before speaking. Anthony Stark. My voice filled the room, deep and measured. Every syllable carried weight but no raised tone. I moved a step forward, cloak brushing the floor. Tony held his ground but kept his posture guarded. You've got my name. Congratulations. You planning to tell me yours, or should I keep guessing? I studied him, eyes narrowing slightly. I am Yhwach. The sound of the name lingered. He frowned faintly, repeating it once as if testing the shape. Yhwach. Doesn't ring a bell. You from the Board of Energy Regulation, or do you usually skip the doorbell part? I am not from your institutions, I said. I am from beyond them. Tony crossed his arms, his expression halfway between suspicion and curiosity. Right. Mysterious guy in robes shows up in my basement talking about being from beyond. Either this is another hallucination or I'm being haunted by a wizard. You have felt changes within yourself, I continued. Your hands shape metal, your will bends it. That was no accident. He raised an eyebrow. You know about that? I gave it to you. Tony blinked once, then gave a short dry laugh. You what? I granted you the power to command metal. It was my gift. He stared for a few seconds, then rubbed his forehead. Okay, let's back up. You're saying you walked into my house, bypassed security, shut down my AI, and now you're telling me you gave me superpowers. You hear how that sounds, right? Yes, I replied. You will understand. Tony exhaled slowly, his tone serious now. Why me? I watched his expression closely. Because you save lives. You protect without hesitation, though your methods are flawed. The world you live in is unbalanced. I offer you strength to restore it. He hesitated. For a moment the sarcasm faded, replaced by thought. He looked at his hands again. You gave me this, to help people. Yes. He studied me carefully. And what's the catch? There is none, I said evenly. I require only that you continue what you are already doing. Save people. Build. Protect. Each act of salvation strengthens what lies within you. That is all. Tony's eyes narrowed. You're telling me you gave me power out of the goodness of your heart? No deal, no fine print. I remained silent for a moment. I do not ask for worship. Only that you fulfill your nature. He tilted his head. Yeah, that's what every cosmic entity says before things blow up. He walked slowly around the table, keeping distance but not showing fear. You'll have to excuse me if I don't just take your word for it. Usually when someone gives me something this complicated, it's because they want something back later. I met his gaze. Do not mistake me for your fellow men. I gave you what you already deserved. You seek to mend what others destroy. I merely accelerated your path. He paused. The sincerity in my tone made him hesitate. He looked at the armor, then back at me. So, this ability it's permanent. It will remain as long as you live. He nodded slowly. Right. That's oddly specific. My expression didn't change. You should rest, Anthony Stark. The power will adapt to your body. You must learn to control it. He gave a quiet laugh. You sound like my father with a better vocabulary. I didn't respond. His humor slid past me without reaction. I stepped closer, he instinctively took half a step back. I stopped, maintaining a respectful distance. The glow from the arc reactor illuminated both of us. He looked up, trying to gauge what he saw: the precision of my eyes, the calm authority behind them. All right, let's say I believe you for now, Tony said finally. If this is your idea of charity work, I'll test it out. But if you're planning anything at all, I'll find a way to stop it. I inclined my head slightly. If that day comes, you will have my respect. He squinted. You've got a weird definition of reassurance. I do not intend to reassure, I said simply. I intend for you to understand. For a brief moment, silence settled again. Only the distant hum of machinery filled the air. Tony spoke first. So, what are you exactly? Alien? God? Quantum whatever. I am Yhwach, I repeated. That is sufficient. Yeah, we covered that. Doesn't tell me what box to check on the guest list. I am neither God nor mortal. I am balance. I correct what drifts too far toward chaos. Tony nodded once, unimpressed. Balance guy. Got it. Next time call ahead. He turned back to the workbench, picking up a small device. His tone shifted slightly, still sharp but less hostile. You really expect me to just accept this and move on? You will not have to accept, I said. You will see. He looked at the metal plate in front of him. It floated slightly off the table again. His hand followed the motion, subtle and controlled. He exhaled through his nose. Guess I don't have a choice. You always have a choice, I replied. He looked back at me, his expression tight but curious. And if I decided to give this power back? You cannot, I answered. It is bound to your essence. Removing it would destroy you. He grimaced. Convenient. I inclined my head once. It is necessary. He placed the metal down, rubbing his temples. Fine. You want me to save people, I'll save people. That's already on my to-do list. I studied him for several seconds before speaking again. You are restless, Anthony Stark. You carry guilt like armor. That guilt will make you strong if you channel it. He looked up sharply. You've been doing your research. I see much, I said simply. Creepy but accurate, he muttered. The tension eased slightly as curiosity overtook his caution. He pointed at me with a screwdriver. You're powerful, right? You can do all sorts of things? Teleport, make stuff float, mess with people's biology. I didn't answer immediately. I can do what is required. He grinned faintly. Great. You can start by fixing my coffee machine upstairs. The joke landed awkwardly in the heavy air, but his smirk stayed. I gave no reaction. He shrugged. Worth a shot. I turned to leave. The air around me shimmered faintly as my reishi gathered. Tony stepped forward. Wait. If this is real, if you're real, what's in it for you? You said no catch, but people like you don't just hand out gifts. I looked back at him. Every act of salvation creates balance. That balance nourishes all life, including myself. When you protect, the world stabilizes. That is enough. He frowned slightly but didn't press further. He looked thoughtful, perhaps even slightly convinced. All right, he said finally. You win this round. I'll keep doing what I do. But I'm keeping an eye on you, Yhwach. You may try, I said quietly. He pointed at the ceiling. And turn my lights back on before you leave. The lights flickered back instantly. He blinked, looking around. Okay, that's handy. I watched him return to his workbench, already reaching for his tools again, his mind diving back into the details of the armor. I turned away and stepped into the shimmering air. My form dissolved, leaving no trace. Outside, I stood on the rocky ledge overlooking the ocean, the wind cutting across my cloak. Through the connection, I felt the Quincy seed pulsing inside him stronger now, synchronizing perfectly with his body. Each use of the power drew him closer to full assimilation. He will serve well, I said quietly. The waves broke below. I looked toward the horizon where the first light of dawn began to rise. My eyes narrowed slightly. The world will soon awaken. Chapter 4, The Quiet Mind of the Monster. The morning sun had not yet climbed high when I felt it. Another ripple in the threads of power I had released into this world. It came from the north, faint but distinct. A pulse of energy awakened in the heart of a man whose soul was fractured between two wills. The power shifted violently, clashing and calming in rhythm. I stood at the edge of a plateau overlooking the Pacific, wind pushing through my hair as I closed my eyes. The reishi particles around me glowed faintly in response to my focus. I extended my perception outward, searching through the energy signatures scattered across the world. There. Gamma radiation intertwined with unstable spirit flow. The seed had reached its new vessel. I spoke softly. Another one awakens. The vision clarified instantly. I saw him sitting inside a dim laboratory, surrounded by the hum of computers and the sterile smell of metal and glass. Dr. Bruce Banner. His heartbeat was calm but cautious, each pulse carrying the weight of restraint. The energy of the Hulk, normally caged beneath the surface, now moved in harmony with his breath. He did not know it yet, but the two were aligned. Somewhere in the forests outside a small Canadian town, Banner adjusted his glasses while staring at a line of monitors. The images displayed brain scans, energy readings, and gamma charts. His face was tense but focused. The green light from the screens reflected against his eyes. He took a slow breath, measuring his pulse on a sensor attached to his wrist. 80 beats per minute, he muttered. No spike, no surge. He wrote a quick note into his tablet, then rubbed the bridge of his nose. Okay, Banner. Don't jinx it. For months he had been running from the military, hiding from cities, trying to manage the monster within. But the last few days had been different. For the first time in years, the Hulk's rage didn't feel like a beast pressing at the edges. It was still there, but quiet, almost waiting. He turned back to his instruments, adjusting a slider on the gamma regulator. A faint vibration passed through his body. His eyes widened slightly. Not again. He grabbed the edge of the desk as the sensation intensified: heat without pain, pressure without weight. His pulse quickened, but the familiar build-up of anger didn't come. Instead, he felt balance. The screens flickered briefly. His own energy stabilized again, completely in his control. He blinked several times, unsure. That shouldn't be possible. He looked at his hand. The faintest green glow pulsed beneath his skin, then faded. He whispered quietly, almost afraid to believe it. Am I controlling it? He ran to the mirror near the corner of the room. His reflection looked the same: human, tired, but calm. The last time he had felt this peace, he was a teenager. He exhaled shakily. If this is real. The thought trailed off as a faint shift in the air caught his attention. His senses, attuned after years of running, detected movement subtle, deliberate. He turned quickly, scanning the lab. No door opened. No sound of footsteps. Still, he wasn't alone anymore. I stepped forward from the far end of the room, my presence silent but absolute. The dim light reflected off my white cloak and long dark hair. My gaze rested on him without judgment. He stiffened instantly. Who are you? How did you? You have nothing to fear, Bruce Banner. He froze. Hearing his full name spoken with such calm precision made him tense further. You shouldn't know that name. I know many things, I said. Including the burden you carry. His eyes narrowed. If you're from the government, you're wasting your time. I'm not. I am not with them. He hesitated. Then who are you? I met his gaze evenly. I am Yhwach. He frowned, confused. Yhwach? Never heard of you. You will, I said. You already feel what I bring. He blinked, his breath catching. They control. The reason I'm not. He looked down at his hands. You did that? Yes. He stepped closer cautiously. You gave me this? You gave me control over him. I did. He exhaled slowly, disbelief and hope mixing in his tone. Then, thank you. His voice cracked slightly, the relief almost tangible. You have no idea what this means. I can't hurt anyone anymore. I don't have to run. I can finally stop. He froze mid-sentence. My tone remained even, but it silenced him immediately. You misunderstand, I said. The creature you call the Hulk is not your enemy. He looked stunned. Not my? You're wrong. Every time he comes out, people get hurt. Cities get destroyed. I've spent years cleaning up his mess. I took a step forward. The faint pressure of my presence filled the air. He does not seek destruction. He reacts to fear, to pain, to your rejection of him. He acts as a child who does not understand the world's hostility. Banner shook his head. A child? He's not a child, he's a force of nature. I've seen what he does when he loses control. You have seen your reflection without restraint, I corrected calmly. You have never spoken to him. He stared, unsure. You think I can talk to him? You think he'll just listen because I ask nicely? Yes, I said. Because now you can hear him. His eyes darted briefly to the floor, then back at me. What does that mean? The connection between you is no longer violent. It is balanced. You are two halves of one being. The power I granted you aligns those halves. You can reach him. If you choose to. He sank into the nearest chair, trying to process. His fingers fidgeted against his knee. If I talk to him, and he answers, then what? Then you will understand, I replied. He does not wish to harm. He wishes to exist. Banner looked down again. His voice dropped quieter. You really believe that? I do not believe, I said. I know. He stayed silent for several seconds, the hum of the monitors the only sound in the room. His expression softened slightly, still wary but curious. You speak like someone who studied him. I have studied you both. He gave a short laugh without humor. That's not comforting. It should be, I said evenly. Few have ever understood you. Fewer still have cared to. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, eyes thoughtful. If you gave me this control, then what do you want in return? Nothing, I said. Use it to protect life. That is all. He glanced up skeptically. You're telling me you gave me the ability to stop one of the most destructive forces on the planet for free? I met his gaze steadily. It is not free. It is purpose. That is different. He rubbed his face, tired but still alert. You talk like you're recruiting me for something. I am not, I said calmly. I give. You decide what to do with it. He exhaled slowly, leaning back. His shoulders relaxed slightly. All right. Let's say you're telling the truth. Let's say this power really did come from you. Then why me? Because you hold both destruction and compassion within you, I said. That balance is rare. It makes you worthy of understanding the burden. He looked at his hands again. The faint glow flickered once more under his skin, a soft green light. He flexed his fingers, mesmerized. You said I could talk to him now. Yes. He hesitated, then asked quietly, how? Close your eyes, I said. Breathe. Call his name, not in fear but in calm. Speak to him as you would to someone lost. He nodded uncertainly but obeyed. He took a deep breath, shoulders rising and falling. All right. Hulk. The word echoed softly. His body tensed slightly, his pulse rising, but no transformation came. Instead, his voice trembled as he spoke again. Can you hear me? The monitors flickered. The air around him vibrated faintly. He frowned, breathing faster. Nothings. Then a low voice resonated faintly inside his head, deep and uncertain. Banner. His eyes shot open. His lips parted, barely able to speak. He answered. I watched silently. He swallowed hard, voice shaking. Hulk? You can understand me. Hulk always here. Banner never listen. His breath hitched. I'm listening now. Hulk don't want hurt. People hurt Hulk first. He pressed a hand to his forehead, eyes glassy. I didn't know. I didn't know you could think like this. Hulk always think. Banner scared. Hulk protect. Banner exhaled unsteadily, tears threatening but restrained. I'm sorry, he whispered. I've been fighting you for so long. The voice inside him softened. Hulk no mad. Hulk tired. He looked at me slowly, disbelief and wonder crossing his features. He's calm. He's talking. You were right. I inclined my head slightly. Now you understand. He wiped his eyes quickly, embarrassed. I don't know what to say. Say nothing, I replied. Act. Live without fear of yourself. When you accept him, you both will be free. He nodded, still shaken. Thank you, Yhwach. Use this piece wisely, I said. It is rare. He smiled faintly for the first time. I'll try. I turned toward the door, though the shadows around me shifted before I reached it. Wait, he said. If what you say is true, if you can do all this, who are you really? I looked over my shoulder. A friend to those who bring balance. He stood, uncertain but sincere. Then you're welcome here anytime. I gave a slow nod. I will remember. In the next breath, I vanished. Outside, among the distant hills, I watched from afar. The seed within Banner pulsed gently, synchronized now with both sides of his soul. Through it, I could sense the echo of the Hulk's voice, simple, honest, powerful. I folded my hands behind my back, speaking softly to myself. Another has aligned. The wind carried the scent of pine and smoke. My eyes turned toward the horizon once more. Two now serve balance. The sound of birds in the distance filled the silence as I disappeared into light. Chapter 5, The Day of Balance. Smoke and light filled the sky above Manhattan. The clouds had torn open like a wound, spilling legions of Chitauri ships into the city below. Their engines howled through the streets while the people of New York ran beneath the shadow of destruction. The first explosions echoed off glass towers as Tony Stark soared upward through the chaos, his armor streaking gold and red across the smoke. Below him, Captain America deflected plasma bolts with his shield, barking orders over comms. Natasha Romanoff rolled beneath a Chitauri hovercraft, planted an explosive, and sprinted as it detonated behind her. Thor descended from the sky, lightning trailing from Mjolnir as he crushed a ship into the pavement. Through the wind and fire, I stood atop the tallest spire several blocks away, my cloak untouched by the storm. My gaze followed the battle calmly, eyes glowing faintly red as I watched the balance of this world tilt between order and chaos. A month had passed since I had given them their gifts. The seeds had matured. I extended my perception across the battlefield. Tony moved through the sky like a master sculptor commanding his craft. Every motion of the armor responded to thought, not machine code. He redirected armor plating, melted damaged sections, reshaped broken parts mid-flight. His own power guided the metal as though it were alive. Each repulsor blast burned brighter, carrying both technological precision and spiritual strength. "Banner," his voice crackled through comms, "you might want to get angry soon. We've got company." From the far side of a collapsing building, a motorcycle roared through debris. Bruce Banner jumped off before it stopped, calmly setting his bag aside. Steve Rogers turned as he saw him approach. "Now would be a good time," Steve said firmly. Banner looked up at the sky, where the Chitauri descended in waves. His hand clenched slightly. He exhaled once. "That's my secret, Cap," he said, voice steady. "I'm always in control." A tremor of energy surged through him. Gamma and Reishi intertwined, balanced perfectly. The green light flared across his body. Muscles expanded, bones reshaped, but the transformation came with no roar of rage. The Hulk stood in his place, silent for a moment, then lifted his gaze upward with calm purpose. Thor landed beside him, swinging Mjolnir. "Well fought, Banner," he said approvingly. "Thou hast tamed the beast within." Hulk gave a faint grunt that almost resembled amusement. "Hulk not beast," he said simply, his voice deep but steady. "Hulk help." Tony's voice cut in again. "Well, that's new. Big guy's got vocabulary now. I like it." Steve turned, taking command again. "All right, people. Stark, take out the ones coming from the east. Thor, keep them off the bridge. Hulk, you clear the streets. Let's move." They scattered into action. Thor's lightning arced across the sky, splitting a Chitauri cruiser in half. Iron Man rocketed upward, energy beams tearing through the enemy ranks. Hulk charged through the streets, tearing through debris, his movements guided by focus rather than fury. Each strike was measured. When a Chitauri soldier fell near civilians, he shielded them from falling rubble rather than smashing blindly. I watched him closely, my expression unreadable. "He understands now," I murmured. "He listens to himself." The Reishi connection between them pulsed through me faintly. Tony's precision, Banner's control. Two seeds of balance thriving in chaos. But then, another vibration reached me. Subtle, distant, colder than the others. It came from the heart of the invasion inside Stark Tower, near the portal. A familiar signature, twisted yet brilliant. I turned my head slightly, my voice low. "Another has awakened." Through the swirl of clouds above the tower, I saw him, Loki, the god of mischief, standing before the Tesseract's glowing energy. His staff pulsed with power, his eyes glinting with arrogance. But within that light, one of my own seeds shimmered faintly, fusing with his spirit. For a moment, his posture faltered. His expression tightened. The seed had taken root. He steadied himself, confused but drawn to the new sensation. His mind stretched outward instinctively, and the space around him blurred. Reflections of himself appeared, illusions so perfect that even the Chitauri nearby hesitated. They looked upon 10 Lokis instead of one. The true one smiled faintly. He whispered to himself, "What is this power?" I stepped through the air, materializing behind him. My arrival made no sound, yet the temperature shifted subtly. He sensed it instantly. "Who dares approach me?" He turned quickly, eyes narrowing as he saw me, tall, white-cloaked, calm, every movement deliberate. His grip on the scepter tightened. "You, who are you? You reek of power not of Asgard nor Midgard. Speak." I looked at him without expression. "You carry one of my gifts, Loki Odinson." He froze. "Your gift?" His tone carried suspicion and curiosity. You have felt the new strength within you, I said. The illusions that now obey your will with greater precision. That was my doing. He tilted his head slowly, studying me. You claim to have granted me power? To a god. I grant strength where it is needed, I said evenly. Even to those who call themselves gods. His brow furrowed, then a faint smile crept onto his lips. Interesting. You stand before the rightful king of Asgard and speak as though you were my equal. I do not seek to rule, I replied. Only to bring balance. He stepped closer, eyes gleaming. Balance? You appear during conquest, during glory, and speak of balance. He gestured to the city burning below. This is my ascension. My victory. You misunderstand your role, I said quietly. The power within you will not serve domination. It will reveal truth. He laughed sharply. Truth? I command illusions. Yes, I said. Illusions so precise they can fool even gods. You can create lies that become real to those who see them. But within those lies, truth can be found. Every illusion reveals desire, fear, and weakness. He paused, his expression flickering between arrogance and thought. You speak as if you know my desires. I do, I said calmly. You wish not to rule but to be seen. To be acknowledged. To be equal. His jaw tightened, eyes narrowing. You know nothing of me. I know enough, I replied. Even now, the power you feel was not meant for chains. It was meant for understanding. You could use it to see through falsehoods, even your own. Loki turned away, pacing, trying to steady his breathing. The portal's light cast blue across his face. He turned back suddenly, his tone sharp. And why give me this? You claim to offer power to mortals and gods alike. Why? I do not choose randomly, I said. Each of you carries the potential for balance. Stark, who builds and destroys in the same breath. Banner, who rages yet protects. And you, who lies to hide your truth. You all are part of the same design. He frowned deeply, his curiosity winning over his pride. And what design is that? The design that sustains worlds, I said. Life cannot exist in constant order or chaos. It requires both. You represent chaos given reason. He studied me for a long moment. And what does that make you? A god of gods? The question hung in the air. I met his gaze directly. No. I am what your kind would call necessity. The balance that must exist when power spreads too far. He was silent, trying to process my words. For once, Loki's smirk faltered. You gave a godlike power. Tell me, Yhwach, what are you? I am Yhwach, I said simply. He gave a slow, careful laugh. That tells me nothing. It tells you everything that matters, I replied. The tension between us lingered in silence. The tesseract's light pulsed, reflecting in both our eyes. Below us, explosions continued to echo across the city. The Avengers fought fiercely, Tony streaking through the air, Hulk smashing through Chitauri lines, Thor calling lightning that split the sky. The balance of victory shifted slowly in their favor. Loki noticed it too. His smirk returned faintly. They fight like fools, yet they persist. They fight because they must, I said. Each act of protection strengthens their essence. He tilted his head. And in the end, you gain from it, don't you? Every life saved, every battle fought, this balance feeds you somehow. My expression did not change. It sustains what I am. So you are a god, he said softly. No, I answered. I am what remains when gods are gone. He stepped closer, voice dropping. And why come to me now? If your balance thrives through them, why approach the villain? Because you are not one, I said. You play the role given to you, but beneath it lies understanding. You alone see through illusions because you have lived inside them. He hesitated, his voice quieter. And if I refused this gift? You cannot refuse what is already within you, I said. You can only decide what to do with it. He exhaled slowly, lowering his staff slightly. If you truly are what you claim, then you could destroy me right now. I could, I said. But I will not. Your path still has purpose. Loki looked down at the city again. The reflection of fire danced across his armor. You speak as if I am part of some grand design. You are, I said. Even your failure serves the balance. He turned sharply. Failure. Not yet, I said calmly. But soon, your choices will return this world to order. You will fall, and in falling, you will understand your place. He bristled, pride flashing in his eyes, but before he could respond, the building shook violently. Hulk's roar echoed from below, and the floor cracked. Loki steadied himself against a pillar. Through the broken window, Tony's voice carried over the COMM frequency. Banner, now's your shot, bring the party to him. The Hulk leapt upward, smashing through a swarm of Chitauri, landing just below the tower. Loki looked down, frowning. I glanced once more at the destruction below. The balance restores itself, I said quietly. He turned to me again, his voice uncertain for the first time. What happens now? Now you play your part, I replied. He stepped forward as if to question further, but before the words left his mouth, I vanished, dissolving into Rishi that scattered with the wind. He stood alone, the echo of my presence still heavy in the air. His reflection multiplied around him, dozens of copies staring back. For the first time, he wasn't sure which one was real. He whispered to himself, Yhwach. Outside, I reappeared on a distant rooftop as the battle raged on. My gaze followed the flow of Rishi through the city, the hero's unity, the villain's confusion, the world trembling between extremes. 3 seeds now pulsed across the battlefield, shining faintly in the web of energy that only I could see. Tony's light burned steady gold. Banner's glowed calm green. Loki's flickered blue and white, unstable but promising. I spoke quietly to the wind. 3 pieces of the balance are set. Thunder cracked in the distance. The portal above Stark Tower began to collapse as Tony redirected the missile into it. The explosion lit the sky. I closed my eyes briefly. This world takes its first step. The city's tremors faded. The invasion ended. The balance held. Chapter 6, The Soldier's Resolve. Morning returned to New York under a heavy silence. The invasion's smoke had thinned, leaving behind a city scarred but breathing again. Cranes and rescue teams worked through the wreckage, their machinery echoing faintly through the streets. On the far edge of Central Park, where grass met broken concrete, Steve Rogers stood alone. His uniform was torn at the sleeve, dust still clung to the white star on his chest. He turned a loose piece of rubble in his hand, eyes distant as he looked toward the skyline. The battle had ended less than 24 hours ago, yet sleep had never come. Every scream, every explosion replayed in his head. Victory didn't quiet his thoughts, it only left room for reflection. He tossed the chunk of stone aside, exhaled slowly, and began his morning routine: push UPS, pull UPS, short sprints across the uneven ground. His movements were precise and disciplined, but his mind drifted. He had fought aliens now, side by side with gods and geniuses. Despite everything, he still felt human, strong, yes, but human. He stopped mid-push-up, sweat glistening against his forearms. The wound near his shoulder had sealed faster than expected. He flexed experimentally. The pain was gone. He frowned. Guess the serum's still doing its job, he muttered under his breath. He rose to his feet, grabbing a chunk of fallen concrete roughly the size of a motorcycle. He strained, lifting it high above his head to test his endurance. It rose easier than before, far easier. He stared at it, confusion flickering across his face. That's new. He dropped it gently. The ground cracked slightly from the weight. His brow furrowed. All right, let's see what's going on here. He took a larger piece, this time a slab of pavement half a car length, and dug his fingers beneath it. The ground resisted, then gave way. The slab lifted cleanly, dust sliding off its surface as he straightened his posture. No trembling in the arms. No strain in the shoulders. His voice came out low, almost disbelieving. That's impossible. He looked at his hands. They trembled not from fatigue, but from realization. His heart beat faster. How? A faint hum vibrated in the air around him, soft at first, then growing steadier. He turned sharply. There was no one nearby, only the morning breeze brushing through the trees. Yet something unseen pressed against the edges of his awareness, a warmth pulsing faintly through his chest. He took a step backward, instinctively alert. Who's there? I was already watching from above, standing on the remains of a half-destroyed statue, my cloak stirring faintly in the breeze. The seed inside him had awakened earlier than expected. Its reishi thread burned brighter with each heartbeat. I descended soundlessly, the air shifting as my feet touched the ground behind him. Captain Rogers. Steve turned instantly, hand reaching for his shield out of reflex. When he saw me tall, calm, white-robed, he didn't lower his guard. You again? He asked sharply. We met before. No, I said. But I have watched you. His stance tightened. You with S.H.I.E.L.D. I am with no one, I replied. He studied me cautiously. You just appear out of thin air and expect me to believe that. You believe what your eyes tell you, I said. And your eyes can see truth now. He frowned, confused. What's that supposed to mean? The strength you feel, the increase beyond your limits, it comes from me. He took a slow step forward. You gave me this. Yes. He glanced down at his hands again, flexing them experimentally. Why? You fought to protect, I said. You stood between chaos and life without hesitation. That is balance. And balance must be rewarded. His tone hardened. You're saying you can just hand out power like this? That's not how it works. It is how I work, I replied evenly. He watched my expression carefully, looking for deception and finding none. You talk like the others, he said finally. Stark mentioned someone. A man in white who gave him something. That is correct, I said. He lowered the shield slightly but didn't relax. So this is some kind of plan. You give people power and then what? You take it back later. I met his gaze. I give only what is deserved. What is reclaimed is merely returned to its source. He exhaled sharply through his nose. That's not much of an answer. It is the only one required, I said. He stared at me, jaw tight. All right. Let's say I believe you for a second. This power, it feels different from the serum. What is it? Your body channels energy that others cannot perceive, I said. You draw strength from the air itself, from the essence of life around you. The serum made you a symbol. This makes you real. He absorbed the words silently, looking down at his hands again. He clenched them once, feeling the faint pulse of reishi flow through his veins. The sensation wasn't painful, only empowering. He looked up again, voice quieter. And what do you want me to do with it? Continue what you already do, I said. Protect. lead, inspire. The world watches you. Your actions shape its course. Use this strength to preserve that course. He nodded slowly, still cautious. You sound like Fury when he's trying to motivate the team. I am not Fury, I said calmly. I do not manipulate. I simply correct. He gave a faint half-smile. That sounds like manipulation with extra steps. I didn't answer. The silence that followed was long but not tense. Birds moved through the damaged trees nearby, sunlight caught on the fragments of his shield leaning against a bench. Finally, Steve broke the quiet. You said others got this too. Tony, Banner, maybe even Loki. Why us? Because you represent pieces of balance this world lacks, I said. Stark embodies creation and arrogance. Banner embodies destruction and restraint. You embody conviction. He shook his head. I'm just a soldier trying to do the right thing. That is why you were chosen, I replied. He didn't respond immediately. He looked toward the horizon where the skyline shimmered under morning light. His voice came out softer, almost reflective. If this power helps me protect people, I'll use it. But I won't let it control me. That is precisely why it will serve you well, I said. He picked up his shield again, testing its weight. His arm moved faster than usual, the air cracked slightly as he swung it forward. He blinked, surprised. Feels lighter. It is not lighter, I said. You have become stronger. He threw the shield across the clearing. It struck a broken lamp post, ricocheted off 2 stone fragments, and returned. He caught it effortlessly, his eyes widening. That shouldn't be possible. I've never been able to pull that off with this distance. The limits you knew no longer exist, I said. He looked at me carefully. That kind of power, it changes people. It reveals them, I corrected. He stood silently, thinking. The morning breeze moved through the leaves, carrying faint sounds of reconstruction from the city beyond. He adjusted the strap on his shield, then looked back at me. You don't talk like a man. You talk like something beyond one, I finished for him. He nodded once. Yet. Something like that. I stepped closer, the ground beneath me shifting slightly with each slow step. I am Yhwach. The world may know that name one day, but not yet. He took a breath, steadying himself. Yhwach, he repeated. All right. If you gave me this strength, I'll use it to help rebuild. But if I find out it hurts people, if it's some kind of trick, I'll stop you myself. My gaze didn't waver. If you can, Captain Rogers, I would welcome the attempt. His eyes narrowed slightly, trying to decide if I was mocking him. He saw none of that in my tone, only certainty. You've got an interesting sense of humor. I have no humor, I said. He gave a short exhale that might have been a laugh. Could have fooled me. I turned slightly, looking toward the rising sun. The others will soon discover what you have. When that time comes, your leadership will determine how they act. You think I can keep them in line? I know you will try, I said. He looked thoughtful again. We're not a team yet. Just people thrown together to stop an invasion. That will change, I said. And when it does, you will be their center. He frowned faintly. That sounds like you're predicting the future. I see what must be, I said simply. He shook his head. You talk like a fortune teller with a god complex. Perhaps, I replied. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then he straightened his posture, his soldier's composure returning. All right, Yhwach. If this is real, if this is what it sounds like, then I'm grateful. But I don't take orders from strangers. I have not given you any, I said. Only truth. He nodded once, accepting that answer for now. Then I guess we're done here. Yes, I said. For now. He turned to leave, picking up his jacket and slipping it over his shoulders. As he started down the path toward the street, he called back over his shoulder. You said you've been watching us. Just don't watch too close. I did not respond. I only watched him walk away, the Rishi around him stabilizing into a faint, steady aura. His steps were firm, each one stronger than before. When he disappeared beyond the trees, I looked down at my hand, feeling the pulse of energy from his seed merge with the network I had spread across this world. 4, I said quietly. The word vanished into the wind. The city stirred to life again. Helicopters passed overhead, rescue teams shouting orders from below. Among them, the Avengers gathered for debriefing at Stark Tower, unaware that each of them now carried a spark of my essence. I turned away from the sunrise, vanishing once more into the unseen air. Chapter 7, The Boy and the King. The world around me had grown small. The humans rebuilt their cities, celebrated their heroes, and returned to the rhythm of ordinary life. For them, the invasion had ended. For me, it marked only the beginning. I stood in the empty air between worlds, Rishi forming beneath my feet like crystallized light. The sky above was white, no sun, no clouds, only endless clarity. The ground below was the same, smooth and luminous. Columns of pure energy extended infinitely, creating a horizon without shadow. This was my domain. My creation. A dimension apart from all universes, woven from my own essence. It existed outside time, untouched by space or gravity. A sanctuary, a throne, a battlefield if needed. I called it Weltdreinheit, the world of purity. I extended my hand slowly. The Rishi responded, expanding outward in precise geometric patterns. A circular platform formed, its edges glowing faintly blue. Each particle moved where I willed it. The balance of this world must be maintained, I said quietly. And this realm will be the forge for those who must learn. Then I felt it, another awakening. Subtle, small, flickering like a candle flame compared to the steady light of Stark or Rogers. Yet it was pure, uncorrupted, new. A young spirit touched by two forces at once, science and destiny. My eyes narrowed. Another one. The seed had found a new host. I reached outward with my perception, tracing its presence. It was in Queens. A small, quiet neighborhood filled with narrow buildings and worn brick walls. I saw him clearly, a boy no older than 16, walking home under the streetlights, holding his hand where a spider had bitten him. His body trembled, overwhelmed by changes. He stumbled through an alleyway, eyes unfocused, unaware of what truly stirred inside him. I raised my hand, and space bent to my will. The light around him shifted. His surroundings dissolved into white. In the next instant, he stood on my platform, the human city replaced by infinite brightness. He blinked rapidly, his bag dropping to the floor. What the hell? He spun around, hands out, looking for a way out. Okay, this is not Queens. Definitely not Queens. Did I die? Am I dead? Oh my god, Aunt May's gonna kill me if I'm dead. I watched silently. He turned, noticing me for the first time. His eyes widened. Hi. Wow. You're tall. Are you an angel? No, you look way too serious to be an angel. Wait, did the spider bite make me hallucinate? Is this, like, a fever dream? I didn't move. My gaze stayed fixed on him. He hesitated, lowering his voice slightly. Right. Okay. You're real. You're just, staring at me. I finally spoke. Peter Parker. He froze. You know my name? Yes. He took a cautious step backward. All right. I'm guessing you're not with the school nurse. I am not. He rubbed his forehead. Cool, cool. I was just, heading home, maybe developing some weird allergic reaction, and now I'm in heaven with Dracula's lawyer. I am Yhwach, I said. He blinked. You, watch. Yhwach, I repeated, my tone firm but even. Right. Yhwach. Okay. That's not weird at all. So, Yhwach, where am I? You are in a place beyond your world, I said. A realm of Rishi, created for those who carry my essence. He squinted. Rishi? Like rice? No, that's not it. Okay, okay. Essence. That sounds mystical. Wait, carry your essence? That sounds weird, man. You have received a fragment of my power, I said simply. It awakened when the spider bit you. He froze. Wait, the spider? You gave me that spider? Was that you? Oh my god, am I part spider now because of you? Can you even do that? Do you do spider stuff? Because if I start making webs out of my hands, I'm gonna freak out. No, I said. The spider was separate. The power within you is mine. He looked down at his hands. Separate? So. I got, like, two power things going on? The bite and your, essence. Yes. Oh boy. He paced back and forth rapidly, muttering to himself. Okay, okay, that's fine. Totally fine. Just two powers. No big deal. I can handle this. Probably. Maybe. I can't even pass algebra, but sure, superpowers, why not? I said nothing. He turned to me again. So you gave me this, what do I do with it? Do I have laser eyes? Do I float? Can I talk to spiders? Wait, no, that one's the other thing. Maybe. He continued without pause. Do I get a cape? Do I need a cape? You don't have a cape, but you've got that whole robe thing going, which is kinda cool actually. Very wizard. Why? Do I get robes? I can't wear white though, ketchup stains. I remained perfectly still. His words spilled out without end, each one faster than the last. Maybe this is like that mutant thing. Oh wait, you're not a mutant, are you? You're too calm for that. Are you an alien? You're not from Asgard, right? You don't look like Thor. Wait, are you like a god? You sound like a god. Did a god give me power? Oh man, does this mean I have to pray now? Do you take prayers? I'm not really good at that, but I can try. He finally stopped for breath, looking at me expectantly. I looked down at him, silent. He blinked. You're not gonna answer, hey? No, I said. He sighed loudly. Right. Cool. Silent type. Great. That's fine. He rubbed the back of his neck, glancing around the white expanse. So, what exactly do I do now? You will learn, I said. The power within you is unstable. You must learn to control it. He frowned. Control it? Like, meditation and stuff. Discipline, I said. Focus. Understanding. He nodded slowly. Okay, yeah. I can do that. I think. He paused. So, what does it do? Your power. My power. Whatever. Your body channels Rishi, the building blocks of this dimension. It strengthens your body, enhances your senses, and allows you to manipulate spiritual matter. He tilted his head. So, like telekinesis but spooky. In simple terms, I said. He smiled slightly. Okay, that's actually kinda awesome. Wait, does that mean I can fly? You may, if you master it, I said. He grinned. Alright. That's the first good news I've had all week. I extended a hand. Show me what you can do. He pointed to himself. Me? Now? You mean, like, right now? Yes. He glanced around nervously. Okay, sure. No pressure. Totally not intimidating at all being judged by a 6-foot guy with glowing eyes in a blank space dimension. I said nothing. He exhaled, raising his hand. All right. Focus. Power. Spider. Rishi. Whatever this is. He clenched his fist. Nothing happened. He tried again, squinting hard. Come on, do something. Still nothing. He looked at me sheepishly. This usually works in the movies. I watched without expression. You lack focus. Yeah, well, focus is hard when I'm pretty sure my blood is half spider juice and half magic dust. I stepped closer. The air around us shifted slightly, the Rishi responding to my presence. Breathe. Feel the air move. Every particle around you obeys your command. It is part of you. He hesitated, then nodded. He closed his eyes, inhaling slowly. The glow in the air pulsed faintly. His hand twitched, then steadied. A faint strand of Rishi formed between his fingers, shimmering like a thin line of light. He opened his eyes wide. Did I just? Oh my god, I did that. The strand flickered, then vanished as his concentration broke. I nodded once. Good. Again. He took another breath, trying to repeat the motion. The strand appeared again, stronger this time. His face lit up with excitement. This is insane. Wait until Ned hears about this. No, I can't tell Ned. Or Aunt May. Oh man, what do I even tell Aunt May? Hey, Aunt May, I got bit by a spider and now a dude named Yhwach gave me magic. She's gonna faint. He kept rambling as he tried again. Each time, the strand grew more stable. His movements were clumsy but earnest. I stood in silence, watching. His enthusiasm was unpolished but genuine, something rare among those I had given strength. After several minutes, he finally stopped, breathing heavily. Okay, I think I'm getting it. Kind of. I nodded. Enough for now. He looked at me. So what happens next? You're gonna train me more? Because I should probably get home soon. School tomorrow. Homework. Oh god, I left my backpack somewhere. You didn't, vaporize it, did you? It remains where you left it, I said. He sighed in relief. Good. That's my only backpack. He paused, glancing at me curiously. So, Yhwach, are you like a mentor now? Do I call you sir or your highness or something? You may call me Yhwach. He grinned nervously. Cool. Sir Yhwach. Got it. I gave a brief exhale through my nose, barely a sound, but enough for him to notice. He smiled faintly. Was that a laugh? I think you laughed. I did not, I said. You totally did. I ignored him, turning my gaze upward. Your potential is great, Peter Parker. Use it wisely. He nodded, though he clearly didn't understand the weight of my words. I'll try. The Rishi around us shifted again. The light grew brighter. He shielded his eyes. Whoa, what's happening? You are returning, I said. Wait, already? I didn't even get to ask. The words cut off as he vanished, leaving only silence. I stood alone again in the endless white. The echoes of his energy lingered faintly, pulsing with youthful uncertainty. I folded my hands behind my back. 5 now. The realm quieted. The pillars dimmed. Outside, in Queens, a confused teenager woke up in an alleyway clutching his bag, wondering if he'd dreamed the entire thing. But the Rishi inside him said otherwise. Chapter 8, The Spider's Lesson. The white expanse shimmered faintly, light pulsing across endless space. The silence was perfect, unbroken, until the faint ripple of Rishi disturbed the air and a shape began to materialize. Peter appeared in the center of the platform, still wearing the same hoodie and jeans as the day before. His backpack hit the ground beside him. He looked around in surprise. Okay, so this is officially not a dream. I'm back. Awesome. Wait, are you here already? I stood behind him, watching quietly. My cloak moved slightly with the subtle flow of energy that governed this place. You are persistent, I said. He turned quickly. Whoa. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to just, teleport in again, but it kinda happened. I think. 1 second I was eating cereal, next thing I'm in white space again. My aunt's gonna flip when she realizes I vanished mid-breakfast. You were drawn here by the Rishi connection, I said. It reacts to thought. You desired understanding. He scratched the back of his head. Yeah, that sounds about right. I've got a few questions. Well, a lot of questions. Actually, probably too many. Like, yesterday you said something about controlling energy, and I was thinking, how does that even? Stop, I said firmly. He froze immediately. Enough questions, I continued. You will learn through practice, not words. Show me what you have achieved. He blinked. Oh. Sure. Practice. Right. I can do that. He crouched slightly, focusing. His fingers twitched as he tried to summon Rishi again. Thin strands of light appeared briefly, then faded. He frowned, muttering to himself. Come on, work. It worked yesterday. I said nothing, only watching. He tried again, brow furrowing with determination. A faint pulse rippled outward. The strands formed more clearly, tracing lines across the air before dispersing. He sighed in frustration. Okay, so maybe I slept wrong. That's a thing, right? Rishi jet lag. I finally spoke. You are distracted. He looked up at me, confused. Distracted? I'm literally focusing on not exploding, how is that distracted? You think of everything but the task, I said. Control comes from silence. He sighed. Right, silence. Got it. He took a breath, closed his eyes, and this time stayed still. The energy stabilized. Thin lines formed again, weaving together above his palm. He opened his eyes carefully. Hey, I think it's working. I nodded once. Better. He smiled, clearly pleased. Okay, this is good progress. I can do Rishi string stuff now. So what next? You already possess certain abilities, I said. You have enhanced strength, speed, and senses from the spider. He nodded. Yeah, I've noticed. I kind of broke my door handle this morning, so that's fun. Show me, I said. He blinked. Show you? Yes. He hesitated for a second, then shrugged. All right. Don't blame me if I wreck your fancy white floor. He flexed his fingers, crouched low, and leapt upward, The air burst beneath his feet, and he soared several meters high before landing smoothly. The surface rippled slightly where he touched down but held firm. He grinned, rubbing his hands together. Not bad, right? I've also got this weird tingly sense thing now, like when something's about to hit me, my brain yells at me before it happens. I guess that's the spider thing. I gave a faint nod. The spider-gifted instinct. But my seed strengthened it. He tilted his head. So, it's like spider sense plus. In a manner of speaking, I said. Now tell me, what did I give you? He froze. That's a good question. I don't actually know. I exhaled quietly, a long, controlled breath. You do not know? He flinched slightly. Wait, did I mess up? Am I supposed to know? Because if there was homework, I totally didn't get the assignment. No, I said, shaking my head faintly. You have done nothing wrong. But you have yet to understand yourself. He relaxed a little, still nervous. Okay, good. For a second there, I thought I was in trouble with, like, a cosmic principle or something. I ignored the comment. Listen carefully, I said. The spider gave you attributes of its nature: strength, agility, the ability to climb walls, and heightened senses. My power enhances and completes those traits. He blinked. Completes them? How? You can now become the spider. His mouth dropped slightly. Become the spider? Like, literally? Transform? Yes. He looked down at his hands, then back up. You're serious? I am. He rubbed his face with both hands. Wow, okay. That's not what I expected. So I can just turn into a giant spider now? Like some kind of horror movie. You may alter your form partially or fully, I said. The Rishi allows you to manifest the spider's traits at will. He stared at me, still processing. That's insane. But also, kinda awesome. Wait, does that mean I can make webs too? Yes. You can produce them naturally. His eyes widened. Oh man, that's perfect. I was literally thinking about designing web shooters because I didn't have any way to wait. Hold on. He paused, looking thoughtful. If I can do that now, does that mean the spider bite didn't really matter? I didn't answer immediately. He frowned. Because, like, everything, the spider gave me super strength, wall crawling, senses. You kinda replaced all that. So, was the bite pointless? I let out a slow sigh. Perhaps. But it amplified what I gave you. Without it, your body might not have accepted the power. He nodded slowly, absorbing that. So I got bitten for something after all. Guess that's better than nothing. He rubbed his arm lightly where the bite had been. Still, could have done without the whole passing out in an alley thing. You have endured worse, I said calmly. He looked up with a small grin. You don't sound like someone who's been bitten by a spider before. I have not, I said. Yeah, figured. He laughed quietly. I said nothing further, merely observing him as he tested his new understanding. He raised his hand again, focused, and this time a strand of web-like Rishi shot forward from his wrist, attaching to the ground a few meters away. He blinked at it in disbelief. That's real. That's actually real. He tugged on it experimentally. This stuff is strong. Like, seriously strong. I read once that spider silk is stronger than steel if it were thick enough, so if this is, like, super spider silk made of magic energy, it's gotta be crazy strong. It is, I said simply. He nodded, clearly impressed. Okay, that's amazing. I could swing on this. I mean, maybe not yet, but eventually. Oh man, this is the coolest thing ever. He began to ramble again, pacing as he spoke. I can make webs, I can climb walls, I can do the Rishi thing. Do I also shoot lasers? No, probably not. That'd be overkill. Though lasers would be kinda nice for bad guys with guns. Wait, can I make webs conductive? Like, electrified webs? Or maybe. I cut him off with a glance. Enough. He stopped mid-sentence, realizing he'd been talking non-stop again. Right. Sorry. Got carried away. It's just, this is a lot. I understand, I said. He nodded awkwardly. So, do you want me to transform? Because I don't really know how to do that. Close your eyes, I instructed. Focus on what you are. On the connection between human and spider. Will it into form. He did as told. His breathing steadied, his body tense but focused. Faint lines of Rishi began to trace across his arms and shoulders. His skin shimmered briefly, patterns like a spider's web forming across it. His fingers lengthened slightly, nails hardening into fine points. He opened one eye nervously. Am I doing it right? Yes, I said. Continue. He took another breath, and the transformation advanced. For a moment, his features shifted, eyes glowing faintly, muscles tightening. Then he stopped suddenly, startled by his reflection on the polished surface below. Whoa! That's actually kinda cool. Creepy, but cool. He flexed his hands, observing the claws retract. So I can turn this on and off whenever I want? Yes. He nodded, clearly fascinated. All right, I think I'm getting it. I can work with this. Maybe I can use it for patrols, or wait, do I even patrol? I'm not really a hero yet. Do I need a costume? Should I make one? Probably should. People freak out if you just show up looking like a spider. I exhaled lightly through my nose, a faint trace of impatience. Your appearance is irrelevant. What matters is control. He nodded quickly. Right, control. Got it. I folded my arms. You have learned enough for today. He tilted his head. Already? But I just got here. You will return when the Rishi calls you again, I said. He sighed but smiled. All right. Thanks for, not vaporizing me when I talk too much. I looked down at him evenly. It is difficult to vaporize something that does not stop moving its mouth long enough to aim. He blinked, unsure if that was an insult. Wait, was that a joke? No. He grinned. It was totally a joke. It was not. He laughed quietly to himself, shaking his head. You're impossible. Return home, Peter Parker, I said. Use what you have learned wisely. The air shimmered again. The light around him brightened as the Rishi prepared to send him back. He raised a hand as he began to fade. Hey, Yhwach. I inclined my head slightly. Thanks. For, all of this. Even if I talk too much. I nodded once. You will learn silence in time. His grin widened. Yeah, probably not. Then he vanished. The White Realm quieted once again. I stood alone in the center, the faint echoes of his laughter still lingering in the air. I folded my hands behind my back. 6, I said softly. The dimension returned to stillness. Chapter 9, The Meeting of Mortals. The endless white of my realm stirred faintly. The Rishi pillars glowed with low light, forming geometric paths that stretched outward like frozen rivers. The silence was absolute until I raised my hand and spoke quietly. Come. 3 distinct energies answered. The first appeared in a ripple of mechanical sparks, red and gold metal refracting the light as Tony Stark materialized, armor active and repulsors humming. He turned in a slow circle, the HUD flickering over his faceplate. Okay, either I've had way too much coffee or I just got abducted by a glowstick convention. The second form took shape beside him, steady and calm. Steve Rogers stood upright, shield already raised in reflex before he recognized there was no danger. His expression stayed serious as he surveyed the strange horizon. Banner. Steve's tone carried that soldier's edge, quick and controlled. The third energy pulse flared green, then dimmed back to human form. Bruce Banner appeared crouched on one knee, breathing once before straightening his glasses. "I didn't do that," he said immediately, hands raised. Tony turned toward him. "You sure? Because this looks exactly like a Banner experiment gone wrong." "Not me this time," Bruce replied flatly. Steve looked around once more. "Where are we?" I stepped forward from the brightness beyond them. The floor under my feet solidified with each step. "You stand in a realm beyond your world. I brought you here." They all turned sharply toward my voice. Tony's faceplate retracted with a hiss, his expression skeptical but alert. "And you would be?" "I am Yhwach." Banner frowned slightly. "You're the one who—" "Yes," I said. Steve's eyes narrowed, recognition flickering. "You're the one that spoke to us, helped us." Tony folded his arms. "Helped is one word. Kidnapped might fit too." "You are not harmed," I said. "And you are here for understanding." Tony smirked faintly. "Right. And you couldn't just send a calendar invite." "You would not have come," I replied evenly. He pointed. "Fair point." Steve stepped forward slightly, his tone calm but firm. "Why bring us here?" "To see how you coexist," I said. "Each of you bears a part of the same power." Banner looked down briefly. "The energy what you gave us. You're saying it's connected?" "Yes." Tony glanced at him, then at me again. "So we're some kind of cosmic science project." "You are balance," I said. Steve's brow furrowed. "Balance of what?" "Of what is to come," I said simply. They exchanged looks. Tony shook his head. "You talk in riddles. You know that." I said nothing. Banner rubbed his temple. "Okay, look, this isn't a lab, and I'm guessing that line doesn't have a multiple choice answer, so maybe just—" Before he could finish, the air rippled again. Another energy signature appeared abruptly, smaller but vibrant. Peter Parker materialized mid-step, tripping over his own feet as his backpack fell to the ground. "Whoa!" He caught himself awkwardly, then looked up and froze. His eyes widened as he realized who stood in front of him. "Oh my God," he whispered. "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." His voice jumped an octave. "You're Iron Man. And Captain America. And Dr. Banner, sir. This is insane." Tony blinked. "Okay, who's the kid?" Peter stammered. I'm Peter. Peter Parker. Big fan. Huge fan. I mean, obviously I literally have a poster of you, Mr. Stark. Well, not like a creepy one, just the armor, not you personally. That'd be weird." "Oh man, I'm talking too much." Tony gave him a sideways look. "You think?" Peter nodded quickly. "Right. Sorry. This is just wow. You guys are all here. Together. And also wait, where is here exactly?" Steve offered a small smile, patient but cautious. "We were hoping to figure that out ourselves." Peter turned and finally noticed me. His excitement faltered into confusion. "Oh, right. You're the Yhwach guy, right? The power thing. Yes, I said. He raised a hand like a student in class. Quick question, why are we all here? Because if this is, like, detention for superheroes, I didn't even do anything yet. Tony pointed at him. Yet being the key word. Banner sighed. Tony. What? Steve rubbed the bridge of his nose. Focus. I watched their interaction silently for several seconds before speaking. You are all connected through my essence. I brought you together to understand that connection. Tony raised a brow. You keep saying essence like it's some kind of perfume. Maybe give us the plain English version. You share the same foundation of power, I said. Each of you manifests it differently. Together, you form balance. Peter raised his hand again. So, like, we're teammates now? Because that would be so cool. Wait, is this, like, the Avengers 2.0 thing? Do we get jackets? Tony turned to him, dry. Kid, breathe. He inhaled sharply, trying to calm down. Right. Breathing. Got it. Steve looked at me again. You've been giving people power. Why? To correct imbalance, I said. The energy of this world shifts too quickly between destruction and creation. You represent stability. Banner crossed his arms. And you just decided that for us. Yes. Tony muttered under his breath, control issues, I see where Stark Industries could relate. I ignored him. Your cooperation is essential. Observe each other. Understand your roles. Tony tilted his head. And if we say no? Then you will still be connected, I said. Refusal changes nothing. Peter blinked. So this is, like, mandatory teamwork? Got it. Steve studied me closely. You've got an odd way of bringing people together. It is efficient, I said. Tony chuckled. Sure. Kidnapping sufficient now. Peter looked between them nervously. Maybe don't make the glowing white dimension guy mad? Just saying. I turned my gaze to him. He is not wrong. Tony looked mildly impressed. Did he just side with the kid? Banner muttered, I think he did. Peter looked like he might melt under the attention. Oh man, this is surreal. I'm talking to Iron Man and Captain America in person. Mr. Rogers, sir, it's such an honor. You're, like, my favorite Avenger. I mean, you and Iron Man both equal favorites. No offense. Steve smiled faintly. None taken, son. Tony smirked. Equal favorites, hey? I'll take the win. Peter blinked. Wait, do you guys, like, hang out outside of saving the world? Because that'd be. Kid, Tony interrupted, there's a time and place. Let the tall guy finish the cosmic PowerPoint first. I let them speak, noting their patterns: Tony's sarcasm, Steve's steady calm, Banner's restraint, Peter's unfiltered energy. The mixture created equilibrium naturally. You see, I said finally. Without command, you align yourselves. That is the beginning of balance. Steve nodded slowly. So this was a test. Yes. Tony sighed, hands on hips. And we passed? Great. Can we go home now? Not yet, I said. Peter perked up. Wait, do we get to train together? Because that would be. Silence, I said. He froze immediately. Right. Quiet. Sorry. I turned toward him fully. You have grown stronger, Peter Parker. You understand more of what you are. He rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. I guess. Still kind of figuring it out. Tony leaned closer to Steve. Is he always this jumpy? Steve replied quietly, he's young. Give him time. Peter's head snapped up. I can hear you, you know. Tony smirked. Super hearing too? Great. I raised a hand, halting their bickering. Enough. The air grew still. The white floor pulsed faintly with light beneath them. All of you carry my energy differently, I said. Tony, you shape metal. Banner, you command your other self. Rogers, you embody strength beyond mortal limits. Peter, you merge human and spider. Banner adjusted his glasses. You make it sound like an experiment again. It is evolution, I said. Tony folded his arms. You're not exactly winning me over with that terminology. Peter glanced around curiously. So, if we're all, like, connected through this energy, does that mean we can, I don't know, team up? Combine powers? Like fusion stuff? Tony rolled his eyes. Kid, this isn't a cartoon. Banner looked thoughtful. Actually, depending on the nature of the energy resonance. Don't encourage him, Tony interrupted. Steve chuckled softly under his breath. You two sound like you've done this before. Peter grinned. You're all awesome. I can't believe this is happening. He started again before anyone could stop him. So, Iron Man, how does the armor even work up close? Is it like nanotech yet or are we still on servo motors? And Captain America, your shield it's vibranium, right? I read somewhere it absorbs vibrations through molecular. Kid, Tony said, breathe again. Sorry, Peter said quickly. Steve gave him a patient look. You remind me of someone I used to train. Was he this talkative? Tony asked. Steve smiled faintly. Not at first. Peter looked between them, trying not to fidget. Okay, sorry. This is amazing. I'll stop talking now. Maybe. Banner sighed quietly. He's harmless, Tony. I didn't say he wasn't, Tony said. Just loud. I watched them all. The way they fell into rhythm naturally, despite differences, was exactly what I wanted to see. Enough for today, I said finally. You will return to your world. Tony raised a hand. Hold up. Before you send us home, you mind explaining what the long-term plan is? Because you've been cryptic since day one. There is no plan, I said. There is preparation. Preparation for what? Steve asked. For balance to shift again, I replied. Banner frowned slightly. Meaning? You will know when the world does, I said. Tony muttered, great. Vague and ominous. Classic. Peter looked between us. So, are we gonna meet again? Yes, I said. He smiled brightly. Cool. Tony sighed. Kid, your bar for cool is way too low. Peter shrugged. Hey, I just met my heroes and a god like being in the same day. That's pretty high on the cool scale. I raised a hand. The light around them began to distort, signaling their return. Steve gave a respectful nod. Until next time, Yhwach. Banner adjusted his glasses again. Try not to drop us in the middle of nowhere next time. Tony smirked. Speak for yourself. I kinda liked the minimalist design. Peter waved frantically. Bye. Thanks for the lesson thing, Yhwach. Also, bye Iron Man, bye Cap, bye Dr. Banner, this was awesome. And then they were gone. The realm quieted again. The white floor gleamed faintly as I stood alone once more. Their voices faded from the air, replaced by stillness. "They will understand soon," I said quietly. The light dimmed slightly, and the space around me stabilized into silence. Chapter 10 The Boy Among Giants. Morning sunlight spread across Queens, bouncing off rows of apartment windows. Peter Parker sat at his small kitchen table, half awake, chewing cereal and trying not to think about the fact that he'd vanished into another dimension twice this week. His phone buzzed beside the bowl. Unknown number. He frowned. "Hello." A woman's calm, precise voice answered. "Peter Parker." Yeah. This is Agent Maria Hill, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division." He blinked. "That's a lot of words." "We call it S.H.I.E.L.D., she continued. "You've been requested to come with us for a meeting. We'll send a car. Be ready in 10 minutes. Click. The line went dead. Peter stared at the phone, spoon halfway to his mouth. "Okay, either I just got drafted into the CIA or I'm in huge trouble." Outside, a black SUV waited at the curb. Agent Hill stepped out in a dark suit, joined by a shorter man with a mild smile, Phil Coulson. They greeted Aunt May politely, showed credentials, and within minutes Peter found himself in the back seat, backpack on his lap, heart pounding. Coulson glanced at him through the mirror. "Relax, kid. You're not under arrest." "That's usually what people say before an interrogation," Peter muttered. Hill ignored the comment, scrolling through a tablet. "Director Fury wants an evaluation. Captain Rogers mentioned your name." "Steve?" Peter blurted. "He told you about me." "He told Fury about an enhanced individual he thought we should meet," Hill said evenly. "That would be you." Peter leaned back, mumbling to himself. "Captain America knows who I am. I can die happy." Coulson smiled faintly. "Try not to die at all." The drive ended at a secluded hangar on the outskirts of the city. Inside, a temporary command center buzzed with technicians and monitors. Peter's eyes widened as he stepped through the doors. S.H.I.E.L.D. logos everywhere, agents moving with practiced precision. "Whoa," he whispered. "It's like a sci-fi movie." Hill led him toward a glass-walled briefing room. Through it, he saw them waiting: Tony Stark, arms crossed, Steve Rogers, standing tall, Bruce Banner, quietly reading data on a screen. Two unfamiliar figures stood near the window: a woman with red hair, posture precise, and a man leaning casually against the wall twirling a small arrow between his fingers. Peter nearly tripped over his own feet. "Oh my God!" Hill opened the door. "Gentlemen, your guest." All eyes turned toward him. Peter froze, suddenly very aware of his rumpled hoodie and sneakers. Tony broke the silence first. "Kid from the White Dimension." Knew that face looked familiar. Steve smiled slightly. "Welcome, Peter." Banner nodded politely. "Good to see you again." Peter's voice caught. "Hi. Wow. Hi. I can't believe I'm here." You're all here." Tony raised an eyebrow. "You always talk this fast." "Only when I'm nervous, which is always," Peter said in a rush. "Hi, Dr. Banner, huge fan of your work on gamma radiation." "Captain America, sir, you're amazing." "Mr. Stark, your suits, oh my God." "Breathe," Tony cut in. "Right." He inhaled deeply. "Okay. Breathing." The red-haired woman stepped forward. "Natasha Romanoff," she said simply. Peter shook her hand carefully. Hi Ms. Romanoff. You were the one in Stark Tower, right? The one who took down like 20 aliens at once." She smiled faintly. "Something like that." The man with the bow offered his hand next. Clint Barton. Peter shook it eagerly. Hawkeye. You're awesome. I saw the footage of you shooting arrows while falling off a building. That was insane. Clint grinned. Glad someone noticed. Tony gestured to an empty chair. All right, fanboy, take a seat before you pass out. Peter obeyed instantly, trying not to fidget. His eyes darted around, soaking everything in. So, this is like an Avengers meeting. Steve answered evenly. Something like that. Nick Fury wanted us to meet the person I mentioned. Right on cue, a holographic projector flickered on at the center of the table. Nick Fury's face appeared, stern as ever. Parker. Peter straightened. Yes, sir. Captain Rogers tells me you've been involved in some unusual events. Care to explain? Peter looked around at the others for help. Define unusual. Tony sighed. He means the glowing guy who keeps dragging us to another dimension. Fury's one good eye narrowed. The what? Steve folded his arms. His name's Yhwach. He's the one who gave us those abilities. He's not hostile, but he's powerful. Fury stared at the screen a long moment. And this kid's connected to him. Banner nodded. Seems that way. He got pulled into the same dimension. Different energy signature, but same source. Fury exhaled slowly. Great. Another wild card. All right, Parker. Tell me what he's done for you. Peter swallowed hard. Gave me powers? I mean, I already had some kind of long story, but he, upgraded them. Tony leaned toward him. Kid, start at the beginning. Peter nodded rapidly. Right. So, okay, there was this field trip, radioactive spider, bite, fainting, usual stuff. Then one day I wake up glowing, and next thing I know I'm talking to this tall white-haired guy who tells me I can control Rishi, which I still don't totally get, and now I can kinda make webs out of light and do spider things but better. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Spider things? Yeah. Wall climbing, sense stuff, super strength. Oh, and now I can sort of transform, but I don't like doing that because it's creepy. Clint gave a low whistle. That's new. Banner looked thoughtful. He's combining biological mutation with spiritual energy. Fascinating. Tony grinned. You'd love to run tests, hey? Maybe, Banner admitted. If the kid agrees. Peter panicked slightly. Tests? Like needles and blood and no thank you. Steve chuckled quietly. Easy, son. No one's forcing you. Fury's image flickered slightly. Whatever this Yhwach is, I want intel. Stark, Banner, Rogers, you three said you've met him. Describe him. Tony leaned back. Tall, long hair, talks like a Shakespearean AI. Big on balance and teamwork. Banner added, he knows too much about us. Feels ancient, not alien. He's calm. Always calm. Steve nodded. And he means what he says. He's not our enemy. Not yet. Fury's gaze hardened. Not yet. Keep me updated. I want eyes on this guy. Romanoff, Barton, you'll monitor Parker. If anything unusual happens, report immediately. Natasha nodded. Understood. Clint gave a mock salute. Babysitting duty, got it. Dismissed, Fury said, and the hologram vanished. The room fell quiet. Peter sat stiffly, unsure whether to move. Tony was the first to break the silence. Well, kid, looks like you're part of the extended family now. Congratulations, you've officially been Fury approved. Peter's eyes widened. Wait, seriously? Like, Avengers adjacent? Steve smiled faintly. Something like that. Banner gave a friendly nod. You'll fit in fine. Natasha studied him a moment. You seem young. I'm 16, he admitted. Clint whistled softly. 16 and already climbing walls. I was still trying to hit targets that didn't move. Peter grinned awkwardly. Yeah, I do homework between patrols. Tony chuckled. Cute. Let's keep him alive long enough to graduate. Banner turned to Tony. You're enjoying this too much. Come on, Bruce, he's a walking STEM project. How can I not? Steve shook his head but couldn't hide the small smile tugging at his mouth. You two are going to corrupt him. Peter laughed nervously. Too late, probably. High above the clouds, beyond perception of mortals, I watched. The Reishi currents flowing from each of them intertwined faintly. Tony's sharp metallic pattern, Steve's steady pulse, Banner's dual frequency, and Peter's erratic but growing light. I felt their conversation ripple through energy threads, every emotion translating into vibrations. The balance held. But when Fury's words turned toward surveillance and control, a flicker of irritation touched my thoughts. They feared what they did not understand. I extended perception deeper, watching Peter's aura brighten when he spoke of the spider. His spirit expanded each time he felt acceptance. The boy's energy stabilized. That was enough. For now. Back in the hangar, Tony had started explaining the basics of the armor to Peter, who hung on every word. So the Mark 7 uses a modular servo system. Responsive to Neuralink control, well, mostly responsive. Sometimes it decides to crash. Peter's eyes gleamed. That's incredible. If you optimized the magnetic actuators with Reishi conduction, you could probably triple the response time. Tony paused mid-sentence. You just say Reishi conduction. Yeah, Peter said, excited. It reacts faster than electricity if you sync it right. I tested it by accident. Tony stared for a beat, then looked at Banner. Okay, the kid's officially smarter than half my R&D team. Banner smiled slightly. Told you. Steve crossed his arms. Don't get carried away, Stark. Tony smirked. Relax, Cap. I'm just brainstorming. Natasha leaned closer to Clint. He's already planning new armor. Clint murmured, and the kids grounded for life. Peter, oblivious, kept talking. Also, if you used Reishi flow through the suit's joints, you could. Tony interrupted, impressed. Kid, we're going to talk later. I mean it. Steve stepped in gently. Let's keep today simple. Peter, how are you handling your powers? Peter hesitated. Pretty good, I guess. Still learning. Yhwach said something about balance, but I don't really get it. Banner adjusted his glasses. Balance usually means control. Keeping both halves steady. Yeah, Peter said quietly. I guess I have two halves now. Steve gave a small nod. Then learn to make them work together. It's what we all had to do. The boy looked encouraged. Thanks, sir. Tony stretched his arms. Well, this was fun, but unless Fury's planning another lecture, I say we get lunch. Natasha smirked. You just want to show off your building again. Guilty, Tony admitted. They filed toward the exit, laughter soft but genuine. As they passed the threshold, a faint shift in the air brushed against their senses, a whisper only they could feel. I spoke quietly, my voice echoing through their minds. Continue as you are. The balance grows stronger. Peter stopped mid-step, looking around. Did anyone else hear that? Banner nodded slowly. Yeah, Steve's gaze lifted toward the ceiling. He's watching. Tony exhaled. Figures. The guy's got no concept of privacy. I said nothing more. Observation was enough. When they returned to the surface, the world resumed its rhythm machines, chatter, the hum of human life. Yet beneath it all, my power flowed through them, quiet and unseen. The soldier, the scientist, the genius, and the boy all moving pieces in the same equilibrium. Chapter 11 The First Web. Morning light spilled through the upper windows of Stark Tower's main lab. Rows of tools lined the workbenches, mechanical arms hung from the ceiling, and half-assembled Iron Man suits gleamed under bright panels. Tony Stark stood in front of a holographic projection of a humanoid figure covered in red and blue wire frames. "All right, kid," he said, tapping the screen. "You want to go swing around saving cats from trees? You're gonna need something that won't get you flattened by a bus." Peter Parker stood a few feet away, fidgeting, still half in disbelief that he was even there. "This is insane. You're actually building me a suit." Tony smirked. "Building us a suit? You've got the brains, I've got the toys. Team effort." Banner sat nearby, tablet in hand. "Just keep it safe, Tony. He's still 16. "Relax, Big Green," Tony replied. "We're not strapping nukes to him." Peter raised a hand nervously. Mr. Stark? The web shooters, I've been working on them in my room. I think I figured out a polymer strong enough, but it needs pressure regulation or it'll clog." Tony turned toward him, interest immediately sharpening his tone. "You built functional web shooters in your room?" "Yeah," Peter said quickly. "Well, mostly functional. I had to use a mini compressor from an old paintball gun." Tony whistled. "Kid, that's impressive. Show me." Peter opened his backpack, pulling out 2 rough metal bracelets with tubing and a trigger switch. Tony took one, examining the design closely. "You did this without proper tools?" "I had a soldering iron and a lot of free time," Peter said shyly. Tony looked up, genuine approval in his eyes. "You're wasted in high school." Steve Rogers, standing near the doorway, folded his arms. "He should finish school first." "Sure," Tony said, waving him off. "Right after he helps me revolutionize tensile materials." Banner smiled faintly. "He reminds you of you." Tony shrugged. "Except he's polite." Peter blinked. "Wait, what?" "Nothing, kid." Tony returned to the hologram. "All right, we're gonna refine this. You handle the web formula, I'll integrate a deployment system into the suit. Friday, start a new file project Arachnid." The AI's calm voice replied, "File created, sir." Peter's eyes sparkled. "That's so cool." Steve stepped forward, looking at the design. "What about protection? If he's going into fights, he'll need armor." Tony nodded. "Carbon fiber weave with Reishi reinforcement courtesy of our mysterious benefactor." Banner frowned slightly. "You mean Yhwach?" Tony glanced up toward the ceiling. "Yeah. You watching, Glow Man?" Above them, unseen, I listened. Their voices carried through Reishi vibrations like ripples on still water. The boy's excitement pulsed bright and chaotic. Stark's mind glowed like molten metal, sharp, ever-moving. Balance formed naturally between them. Hours passed. The lab filled with the sound of mechanical arms welding microplates and Peter's constant chatter. "So, the webbing formula needs about 3000 psi to launch cleanly," he said, typing into a console. "But if we channel Reishi through the valve housing, we can cut that in half." Tony peered over his shoulder. "You're seriously running calculus in your head?" Yeah." Tony grinned. "I'm adopting you." Banner chuckled. You said that about 3 interns last year. Yeah, but this one actually works. Steve leaned against a railing, watching the exchange with faint amusement. He's got heart. Reminds me of a kid I knew before the war, always tinkering. Peter looked up. Really? Steve smiled. He built a bike from spare parts. It broke down every day, but he never quit fixing it. Tony snapped his fingers. See? Determination and brains. That's what we need. He handed Peter a small screwdriver. Here. Finish the wrist mounts. Make them yours. Peter took it carefully. Thanks, Mr. Stark. Tony smirked. Call me Tony when we're not in front of the press. Mr. Stark makes me feel old. Peter grinned. Okay. Tony. Better. Banner adjusted a lens toward the table. He's learning fast. Tony nodded without looking away from the hologram. Give it a week, he'll start correcting my math. Peter muttered, already did, actually. Tony blinked. What? You used 7.2 for the servo ratio earlier, it should have been 6.8 if you want balanced torque. Banner laughed quietly. Steve smiled. Tony stared at the kid for a second, then burst out laughing. All right, you win. You're hired. By late afternoon the prototype stood finished on the platform, sleek, flexible, red and blue with subtle hex pattern texture. The spider emblem spread cleanly across the chest, a mixture of Stark's precision and Peter's own sketches. Peter stepped forward slowly, awe on his face. It's perfect. Tony crossed his arms. Looks good, but how's it feel? Try it on. Peter hesitated, then nodded. Minutes later he emerged from the changing bay, the suit fitting perfectly. The mask hung loose around his neck. Wow! It's light. Reishi threads, Banner explained. Stronger than Kevlar, weighs less than cotton. Steve walked a slow circle around him. Mobility's good. No exposed joints. Tony tapped his wrist console. Built-in HUD, comms, environmental seals. You've got 15 different web shot modes, but don't press the wrong one unless you want to glue yourself to a wall. Peter laughed nervously. I'll try not to. Banner smiled. He's ready to test it. Tony pointed toward the panoramic windows. Let's go for a drive. Figuratively. That night, New York shimmered below them as Tony's armor and a small Stark drone escorted Peter to the rooftops near Brooklyn. The city lights stretched endlessly, reflections bouncing off glass towers. Peter stood at the edge of a building, mask pulled down, hands trembling with excitement. Okay, here we go. Tony's voice came through the earpiece. You've got safety nets active. If you fall, the drone catches you. Try not to make me use it. Peter exhaled, raised his wrist, and fired. A web line shot out cleanly, catching a billboard frame across the street. He tugged, testing the tension solid. He stepped back, ran forward, and leapt. Wind roared in his ears. The web line stretched, then swung him forward in a wide arc. He laughed loud, genuine, full of wonder. This is amazing. Tony's chuckle echoed in the COMM. You sound like I did on my first flight. Peter swung again, smoother this time. I can't believe it actually works. Banner's voice joined in from the lab feed. Keep an eye on the stress readings. Don't overstrain the anchor points. Right. Peter flipped mid-air, landing perfectly on a nearby rooftop. Suit's perfect. Vision's crystal clear. How do I stop smiling? Don't, Tony said. That's the point. Steve's voice came softly over the shared channel. Remember, kid power means responsibility. Don't forget that. Peter nodded even though they couldn't see him. I won't. From far above, within the unseen dimension that overlapped their world, I watched. The boy's Rishi pattern glowed steady for the first time, his energy no longer scattered, but synchronized with purpose. Stark's aura shone nearby, confident yet protective. The balance between mentor and student formed naturally. He swung again, faster this time. A faint disturbance in the wind signaled a falling piece of scaffolding from a nearby construction site. Without hesitation, Peter fired 2 webs, catching the beam midair and anchoring it before it could strike the street. Pedestrians below looked up, cheering faintly. Peter hung upside down for a moment, staring at the saved civilians. Did you see that? Tony's voice was warm. Yeah, kid. We saw it. Banner added, good reaction time. Steve smiled faintly on the monitor feed. Looks like we've got ourselves another hero. Peter blushed under the mask. Thanks. Do I get paid for this? Tony laughed. Not a chance. Hours later, back in the lab, Peter stood still while robotic arms detached pieces of the suit for inspection. Tony circled him with a tablet. You did good out there. Minimal damage, perfect reaction speeds. Peter smiled tiredly. It felt right. Like that's what I'm supposed to do. Steve nodded approvingly. That's the right attitude. Tony set the tablet down, tone softening. Listen, kid. You've got something special. Not just the spider thing or the magic man upgrade. You've got the brain for this. You remind me of me before I got cynical. Banner smirked. That was a long time ago. Tony ignored him. I'm serious. You ever need a lab, mentorship, guidance, you come here. We'll keep you safe. Peter's expression brightened. Really? Yeah, Tony said. And maybe don't blow up my prototypes. I'll try, Peter said, grinning. Tony shook his head but smiled. He's gonna surpass me one day. Banner nodded. I think he might. Steve folded his arms. Then teach him well. I watched from the edge of perception, my voice low enough that only the Rishi itself heard it. The cycle continues. Creation and guidance. The seed grows stronger. Their energies intertwined again, mentor and student, steel and silk, intellect and instinct. It was balance in motion. Chapter 12 The Twins of Sokovia. The wind over the Balkans carried the cold bite of late winter. In the mountain valley below, lights flickered from a fortress half buried in rock and snow. Hydra banners hung stiff in the air, and armed guards moved along the walls in mechanical rhythm. I appeared beyond their perimeter, silent. The Rishi of this world responded to my presence, spreading outward in invisible waves. Inside the fortress, 2 lights pulsed faintly, unstable but bright. The seeds had taken root. Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff. They were still bound by Hydra's experiments, their bodies altered by the scepter's energy. Both unconscious on metal tables, surrounded by men in lab coats and soldiers with rifles. The first guard who noticed me raised his weapon. Identify. He never finished. The air folded, and his rifle crumbled into dust. The rest shouted, but the sound died before reaching my ears. Rishi condensed around my hand, a single motion erased their presence. The corridor fell quiet except for the hum of fluorescent lights. I walked forward, boots echoing softly against concrete. Doors opened on their own. Inside the chamber, Baron Strucker turned sharply from the console. Who are you? He demanded. I stopped a few paces away. Your organization ends here. He sneered. You think one man can end Hydra? Yes. He reached for the alarm. I looked at him once. The control panel shattered, sparks bursting. Struck her stumbled backward, fear cutting through his arrogance. You, what are you? I raised my hand. Irrelevant. A flash of white light, and he fell. The machines dimmed to silence. The twins stirred on their tables. Pietro moved first, eyes blinking open, confusion turning to panic. He tore free of the restraints with unnatural speed, landing between me and his sister. Stay back, he shouted in accented English. Wanda woke next, gasping. Energy flickered red between her fingers, weak but volatile. Pietro, what's happening? Someone's here, he said, glaring at me. Another one of them. I regarded them quietly. No. Hydra is gone. They looked around the dead guards, the shattered equipment, the smoke curling from burned consoles. Pietro frowned. You did this? Yes. Wanda's voice trembled. Why? They sought to use you, I said. I ended that. She stared, unsure whether to trust. And now you will use us? No. Pietro moved protectively closer to her. Then what do you want? I met his gaze. To offer freedom. And guidance. He hesitated, eyes flicking toward Wanda. She whispered something in Sokovian. He answered back quickly. Then, in English, we don't know you. You will, I said. They followed cautiously as I led them through the ruined halls. The smell of smoke and metal filled the air. Outside, snow fell gently over the courtyard. Wanda hugged herself, shivering. They said we were special, she murmured. But they treated us like experiments. You are special, I said. But they saw only weapons. Pietro's jaw tightened. And you see what? More weapons. Potential, I answered. He scoffed. Sounds the same. No, I said. I do not force obedience. I give direction. What you become is your choice. They exchanged uncertain looks. Wanda's eyes lingered on the fortress behind us, where flames now rose slowly from the shattered labs. Where will we go? Anywhere you wish, I said. But if you stay, I will teach you to control what you have been given. Pietro frowned. You talk like a teacher. I am many things. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded once. If she stays, I stay. Wanda touched his arm. Pietro. He shook his head. We're together. Always. I turned away, facing the distant mountains. Then come. We walked until Hydra's outpost vanished behind us. I shaped the air before us, opening a path through the Rishi Vale. Light folded inward, and a new space formed: white stone, quiet air, the pocket dimension that belonged only to me. The twins stopped in shock. Where are we? Pietro asked. My world, I said. Wanda stepped forward slowly. It feels calm. Her aura shimmered faint red around her, mingling with the ambient light. She exhaled. For the first time, it doesn't hurt. The chaos within you is power unshaped, I said. Here, it cannot overwhelm you. Pietro looked around, restless energy vibrating through his stance. So what now? You make us your soldiers. No, I said. Your guardianship is mine by choice, not command. I will teach you to live. He frowned, still wary. Why us? I looked between them. Because the seeds of my power chose you. They sensed your will to protect, even through suffering. Wanda tilted her head. Seeds. The energy that dwells in you now, I explained. It will grow as you grow. It will not consume you unless you lose yourself. She nodded slowly, absorbing the words. And you can control it. Yes. Her eyes searched mine. Can you teach me? I can. Pietro exhaled sharply. If it helps her, fine. But I don't need training. Everyone needs control, I said. He crossed his arms. I already have control. I stepped forward slightly. Then run. He blinked, uncertain. What? Run, I repeated. He hesitated, then vanished in a blur of motion. The reishi around him distorted as he accelerated. He circled the perimeter, faster and faster, until the air hummed with friction. I raised one finger. The entire realm adjusted, freezing the motion instantly. Pietro stumbled mid-stride, momentum gone. He fell forward, caught himself, and looked around in disbelief. What did you do? I removed your path, I said. Speed without understanding is chaos. He scowled, standing again. You stopped me like it was nothing. Yes. Wanda looked worried. Please don't fight him. I have no reason to, I said. He will learn through failure. Pietro clenched his fists, then sighed. Fine. What do you want me to do? Again, I said. But this time, feel the flow beneath your steps. Let the reishi guide your balance. He tried once more, slower now. The motion smoothed, the ground no longer cracked beneath him. He came to a stop, surprised at his own control. Wanda smiled softly. You did it. He shrugged, pretending not to be pleased. Guess so. I turned to her. Your turn. She stepped forward nervously. I don't even know where to start. You already do, I said. Close your eyes. She obeyed. Red light glowed around her palms. The unstable surges from before steadied into soft waves. I extended my hand, and reishi formed a faint pattern around her, harmonizing with her energy. Focus not on destruction, I said quietly, but on creation. Her fingers traced the air, crimson threads shaped themselves into a small sphere, delicate and precise. Her eyes opened slowly. I did it, she whispered. Pietro grinned. You actually did. Her smile trembled half relief, half disbelief. I can control it. Yes, I said. And in time, you will surpass this easily. She looked up at me. Why help us? Because the world will one day fear what you are, I answered. You must be strong enough to decide what you will be. Pietro frowned. And if we decide to leave? Then you leave, I said simply. He blinked, surprised by the lack of resistance. You're serious? I do not cage what I cultivate, I said. Wanda smiled faintly. Then, we will stay. For now. Time passed differently here. Hours felt like moments. The twins sat near the white platform where energy streamed upward like mist. Pietro tossed a small piece of reishi between his hands, Wanda practiced forming shapes in the air. I watched silently. They spoke quietly in their language, laughter faint but real for the first time in years. When Wanda caught me observing, she asked, Are we your students? Yes. She nodded thoughtfully. Then, what do we call you? I considered a moment. Yhwach will suffice. She repeated it carefully. Yhwach. Pietro tilted his head. Strange name. It is old, I said. He smirked. Figures. Wanda elbowed him lightly. Don't be rude. I'm not, he said, laughing. Just honest. I allowed the faintest smile. Honesty is acceptable. They both looked surprised. Wanda laughed quietly. You smile. Occasionally. Later, when they rested, I stood apart, watching the Rishi currents twist above them. Their energy signatures pulsed in sync, a rare harmony born from shared pain. In them I saw raw potential, the boy with motion faster than thought, the girl whose will could reshape reality. Together they would anchor the balance yet to come. But for now, they were only children who had survived cruelty. They needed peace, and I could grant it. In the mortal world, Hydra's base burned through the night. Reports of the destruction spread across encrypted channels. SHIELD analysts whispered about an unknown entity erasing an entire Hydra cell. None could trace it back to me. I turned my attention away from their world and back to the quiet laughter of the twins. Wanda looked up suddenly. Will we see the others again? The ones like us? In time, I said. Peter, she asked. You spoke his name while we trained. Yes. He is younger than you. Bright. Brave. She smiled faintly. I'd like to meet him. You will. Pietro stretched, leaning back on his elbows. If they're anything like you, it's going to be weird. Probably, Wanda said. I inclined my head slightly. Rest. Tomorrow, training continues. They nodded, exhaustion finally overtaking adrenaline. Within minutes they slept, side by side on the white floor, peaceful for the first time in years. I turned away, eyes closing briefly. The realm dimmed to night. Chapter 13 The Confrontation at Stark Tower. The next morning, clouds hung low over Manhattan. The tower that bore Stark's name gleamed against them, the hum of reactors resonating through every floor. Inside the main lab, Tony worked at a bench scattered with open tools and half-built drones. Banner sat on the couch behind him, tablet in hand, monitoring power readouts. Steve entered quietly, the doors sliding open. Fury's been asking about you again. Tony didn't look up. Tell him I'm inventing the future. He can leave a message. Peter's on his way up, Steve said. He said you asked him to run tests on the web fluid. Yep. We're improving elasticity. Tony adjusted a lens. If we triple tensile strength, he'll be able to stop a car without dislocating his shoulder. Banner smiled faintly. You're enjoying being a mentor. Tony shrugged. Kid's sharp. Makes it easy. The elevator chimed. Peter stepped out, backpack slung over one shoulder, hair still wind messy from the subway. Morning. Sorry, train delays, totally not my fault. Tony gestured at a stool. You're right on time, kid. Load your samples into slot 3. Peter set his bag down, opening small vials of white web fluid. I tweaked the chemical cross-linkers. Should hold better under heat. Steve leaned closer. How'd school go? Good, Peter said quickly. Got an A in chemistry. The teacher said my report was too advanced, though. She thinks I plagiarized it from a college paper. Tony grinned. You didn't, right? Peter grinned back. Nope. Banner laughed quietly. Typical. The sound of the lab felt alive, normal, busy, steady. Then everything changed. A pulse spread through the building, invisible but heavy. Tony froze mid-movement. What was that? Banner looked up sharply. Energy spike outside. Before anyone could react, the glass walls shimmered, and light bent inward. A doorway of Rishi opened silently, folding space until it became a passage. From it, two figures stepped through. Wanda Maximoff, her eyes alert, tension radiating from every movement. Beside her, Pietro blurred into visibility, silver streak in his hair catching the light. Peter's eyes widened. Whoa! Steve moved instinctively between them and the others. Identify yourselves. Wanda's gaze fixed immediately on Tony. Her hands glowed faintly crimson. "That's him," she said quietly, accent thick. Pietro's tone hardened. "The one who built the weapons." Tony straightened, recognizing the hostility. "Okay, hold on, what weapons?" "The ones that destroyed our home," Wanda said, voice shaking. "Stark Industries shells. They killed our parents." Peter froze, eyes darting between them. Steve's expression darkened. "Tony." "I know," Tony said, quiet for once. "I stopped that line years ago." "Too late," Pietro snapped. Blue electricity danced around his arms. "You stopped after we lost everything." Banner stepped forward carefully. "Wait, let's not start this here." Wanda raised her hand slightly, crimson energy swirling tighter. "You deserve to feel what we felt." Tony's armor segments activated automatically, chest plating sliding into place. "Not the best way to start introductions, kids." "Do not call us that," Wanda hissed. Pietro vanished in a flash of movement. The next instant, Tony's HUD flared as a gust of air hit him. Pietro had slammed into the side of the armor at supersonic speed. Tony skidded back, stabilizers firing. "Whoa!" Peter yelped, jumping aside. Steve shouted, "Stop!" Pietro circled again, blindingly fast. Tony fired a repulsor burst, the blast hit empty air, the sonic wake knocking papers off tables. Banner moved toward the control panel. "Tony, if he hits you again at that speed." "I've got it." Tony cut him off. Wanda lifted both hands, eyes glowing red. The tools and metal plates around the room rose into the air. Peter ducked behind a workbench as they spun like shrapnel caught in a storm. Steve reached her first, shield raised. "Wanda, stop." Her voice trembled. "You defend him." "He's not who he was," Steve said firmly. "I've seen him change." She hesitated, but only for a second. The air snapped as her energy flared again. And then everything froze. The red light dimmed to embers. The flying metal hung motionless in the air. Pietro halted mid-stride, eyes wide. A calm voice filled the space. "Enough." I stepped through the remaining shimmer of the portal, cloak trailing across the floor. The Rishi in the air bowed toward me, silencing the room. Wanda turned sharply, breath catching. "Yhwach." "Yes," I said. Tony lowered his armor plates slowly, scanning me with the HUD. "Okay, new record." "I didn't even see you appear." "Because I did not wish to be seen," I replied. Pietro struggled against the invisible stillness holding him. "Let me go." "Be silent," I said quietly. The motion of the room resumed, but the pressure of my presence pinned him where he stood. Wanda's anger flickered into confusion. "You said you would help us. Why protect him?" "I protect balance," I said. "Vengeance will not bring you your peace." Tony looked between us, brow furrowing. "So you're the mysterious power source again. The kid's yours." "They are under my guidance," I said. Steve relaxed his stance slightly, though his eyes stayed cautious. "Then maybe explain why they came in ready to fight." Wanda's voice cracked. "Because of him. Because every night we remember his name written on the bombs." Tony's jaw tightened. He took a step closer, voice low. "I can't erase that. But I stopped it the moment I could. Everything I've done since then has been trying to make up for it." She stared at him, uncertain, anger and doubt colliding in her eyes. I stepped forward, placing a hand lightly on her shoulder. "You see his truth, even if you do not wish to." Her breath trembled. "He doesn't deserve forgiveness." "Forgiveness is not for him," I said. "It is for your own peace." Pietro's struggle lessened, the air stilled completely. Wanda's red aura faded. Tony's armor retracted. For the record, I didn't know you existed until 5 minutes ago. But if I could change what happened back then, I would. She looked down, fists shaking. Pietro appeared beside her in an instant, arm around her shoulders, protective. Come, Wanda. I turned my gaze to him. You will not leave in anger. He glared. You can't stop us. I can, I said. The challenge in his eyes faded when he felt the pressure again, heavy but not cruel. Wanda touched his arm. Pietro. Stop. He looked at her, then nodded reluctantly. Steve exhaled. Let's all sit down before something explodes. Tony gestured toward the table. Yeah. Let's have a nice civil talk after the attempted murder. Sounds great. Peter, still near the corner, whispered, this is way above my pay grade. Banner gave a quiet sigh. You'll get used to it. They gathered around the main conference table. Wanda and Pietro sat together, wary, silent. Tony stayed standing, arms crossed but less hostile now. Steve leaned against the wall, calm and observant. Banner kept near the monitors. Peter lingered beside him, curious but nervous. I remained at the center, the quiet anchor of the room. Tony broke the silence first. So, mind explaining who exactly you are, tall, dark, and omnipotent? I am Yhwach, I said. My power connects you all. The seeds I placed within you grow stronger each day. Tony gestured toward the twins. Including the pair that tried to redecorate my lab with my face. They are new to this world, I said. Their pain blinds them. Wanda looked down. Pietro clenched his jaw. Steve spoke gently. Then maybe they need understanding, not judgment. Tony glanced at him. You volunteering for group therapy? Steve ignored the jab. They've been through worse than any of us can imagine. Wanda's voice softened slightly. We wanted justice. Tony answered quietly. Then you should want the right kind. I know what it's like to build weapons and see them used by people who shouldn't have had them. He paused. You lost your family because of my name. I can't fix that. But I can make sure no one else ends up like you. Her expression wavered. The anger faded a little, replaced by uncertainty. You mean that? I don't waste time lying, Tony said. Bad for brand image. Pietro looked at him carefully. You're serious? Tony nodded. Always. Banner added quietly, he's telling the truth. Wanda finally met Tony's eyes. Then we will watch you. If you break that promise, we will stop you. Tony smiled faintly. Fair deal. Steve looked at me. What happens now? They will remain here for a time, I said. Learn. Understand. Banner glanced up. With us? Yes, I said. You will all learn from each other. Tony raised a hand. Hold on, they tried to kill me 30 minutes ago. And you still stand, I said calmly. Banner smirked. He's got you there. Tony sighed. Fine. But I'm locking up anything explosive. Peter finally stepped closer, breaking the tension with his typical energy. So, hi. I'm Peter. Spider-Man. Or Spider-Kid. Still workshopping the name. Wanda blinked, surprised by his tone. You are, young. 16, Peter said proudly. And I guess we're kinda co-workers now. Pietro tilted his head. You have powers too. Peter grinned. Yeah. Spider bite. Long story. Wanda's lips curved slightly. Strange. Peter shrugged. Strange is normal here. Tony chuckled. He's not wrong. Steve stepped forward. Then it's settled. They stay. We teach. We keep the peace. I inclined my head. Correct. Wanda looked up at me. Why do you care so much about balance? I met her gaze evenly. Because without it, worlds fall. She nodded slowly. Then we will learn. Pietro sighed. Guess we're Avengers now. Tony smirked. Apprentices at best. Banner smiled faintly. Welcome to the madhouse. Hours later, after the tower had quieted, I stood by the glass overlooking the city. The reflection of the group behind me, Wanda talking softly with Peter, Tony arguing with Banner about lab access, Steve observing quietly, painted the beginning of something stable. The energy lines between them shimmered faintly. They would learn to work together, even through resentment. That was enough. Chapter 14 The Remnants Strike. The city was quiet in the early morning. Traffic noise was low, the air over Manhattan steady and calm. From the top of Stark Tower, I looked down on the streets below, my senses spread across every corner of the island. The Rishi threads that connected my chosen pulsed nearby. Tony's energy signature was sharp and bright inside his lab. Steve's presence was steady and firm one floor down in the training section. Banner's dual pattern shifted gently. Wanda and Pietro's energy still carried a raw edge, but it was no longer wild. Peter's pattern flickered with restless strength. Beyond them, far from the tower, something else moved. Faint Hydra signatures. Old symbols. The remnants that had survived the destruction of Sokovia were active. They moved in armored trucks and unmarked vehicles toward the city, their intent clear. They come for what they lost, I said quietly. I did not intervene yet. This would be the first time the group faced a coordinated threat together. Their reaction would show how far they had come. On the main training floor, Steve Rogers stood in front of a reinforced wall, shield on his arm. Clint sat on a crate nearby, tying a new head on an arrow. Natasha leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, watching. Wanda stood several meters away, eyes focused on a practice target. Red energy swirled around her fingers, then shot forward in a controlled burst that struck the center. The force dented the reinforced surface but did not shatter it. Steve nodded. Better. Your aim is improving. Wanda exhaled slowly. I still feel it pull in different directions. That is why we keep practicing, Steve said. You are getting steadier every day. Pietro paced near the edge of the room, impatience clear in every movement. She is ready for more than targets. Natasha glanced at him. Careful. When you rush control, you make mistakes. He scoffed. I do not make mistakes. Clint smirked. Says the guy who tried to punch Iron Man's suit with his bare hands. Pietro looked away, annoyed. That was different. The doors opened. Peter stepped in, still in civilian clothes, carrying a small case. Hey! Tony sent me down. He said it was team bonding time and then told me not to touch anything that glows. Clint nodded toward Wanda's hands. That rules this side of the room out. Peter looked at Wanda and Pietro, then smiled nervously. Hi. Again. I'm Peter. Wanda gave him a small nod. We remember. Pietro folded his arms. Spider Boy. Peter rubbed the back of his neck. It's Spider-Man. Still working on the branding, though. Steve motioned him closer. You have your suit. Yeah, Peter said. Tony's tweaking the web shooters again. He told me to try not to embarrass him in front of the superpower twins. Wanda's lips curved a little at that. He talks a lot. Peter laughed quietly. So people keep telling me. Natasha pushed off the pillar. We're running reaction drills. Close quarters, mixed movement. You three will stay near me and Steve. Pietro frowned. I do not need protection. This is not protection, Natasha said. It is formation. Steve looked at him. We work better when everyone knows where everyone else is. That includes you. Pietro met his gaze for a moment, then nodded once. Fine. Steve's earpiece buzzed. He tapped it. Roger's here. Hill's voice came through, calm but urgent. We're picking up unusual mobilization on satellite. Multiple vehicles inbound toward the city from 3 separate highways. SHIELD tags connect them to known Hydra shell companies. Steve's expression hardened. How close? 10 minutes from Manhattan, Hill said. Director Fury wants you ready. Understood, Steve said. He turned to the others. We have company. Clint stood immediately. Hydra. Looks that way, Steve said. They are moving toward the city fast. Natasha's eyes narrowed. Coming here. Steve looked toward the ceiling. Could be. Peter swallowed. Hydra. The same group that experimented on you too. Wanda's hands clenched. Red light flickered at her fingertips. Yes. Pietro stepped closer to her. Then they will not leave again. Steve spoke calmly. We handle this as a team. Tony, Banner, and I will meet them first. Natasha, Clint, you cover from range. Peter, you stay flexible. Wanda, Pietro, you stay close to us. Pietro tensed. They are ours. They are a threat to the city, Steve said. That makes them everyone's problem. Wanda looked between them, breathing slowly. We will fight with you. Steve nodded once. Good. In the lab above, Tony had already called up a holographic map. Banner stood next to him, reading the data streams. 3 convoys, Tony said. Heavy armor, modified engines, something strange in the energy readings. They are not just trucks. Banner zoomed in on one of the signatures. There. That frequency. They have some kind of experimental tech. Could be stolen Chitauri components. Tony frowned. Hydra with alien tech. Great. That's never gone wrong before. Friday's voice came through the speakers. Sir, their projected route puts them near Midtown in 8 minutes. Alert the tower, Tony said. And push a warning to the nearest SHIELD units. Already done, Friday replied. Tony stepped onto the armor platform. Pieces of the suit moved into place around him, locking into a familiar shape. The faceplate closed. Banner, you staying in or out? Banner hesitated. If things go bad, you may need the other guy. Tony nodded. Then stay ready. Steve's voice came over the COMM line. We are on our way to the roof. Got it, Cap, Tony said. I will get eyes on them. He blasted out through the roof hatch, engines blazing, rising into the air above the tower. From my higher perspective, I watched his red and gold shape cut through the sky toward the incoming convoy. On the streets leading into Manhattan, 3 lines of black armored trucks sped forward. The front vehicles had reinforced grilles, the ones in the middle carried unknown cargo. Hydra agents sat in each compartment, weapons in hand. The insignia was hidden, but the intent was not. One of them spoke into a secure radio. We reach the city and draw them out. The targets will either come to us or show their location. Retrieve the twins if possible. If not, eliminate. Tony descended in front of them, hovering above the street. Morning, boys. You are a long way from a legal delivery route. The lead driver swore and slammed on the accelerator. The truck surged forward. Tony fired a focused repulsor beam, hitting the front axle. The vehicle flipped and skidded sideways, blocking the lane. The trucks behind tried to brake and scatter. Some swerved toward side streets. Others sped up, trying to push through. Tony moved quickly, targeting the engines, disabling them one by one. Friday, flag local law enforcement. Tell them to stay back. These are not regular gun runners. Noted, sir, Friday replied. From the tower roof, Steve, Natasha, Clint, Peter, Wanda, and Pietro stepped out into the wind. Steve looked over the edge. They're 3 blocks out. Natasha checked her pistols. We go in from the side. Keep them away from civilians. Clint secured a quiver to his back. Already got a few arrowheads that want to meet Hydra again. Peter tugged his mask down. Ready when you are. Pietro bounced on his heels, energy building. About time something happened. Wanda's expression was calm but hard. We end this quickly. Steve looked at them all. Move. They jumped. Peter swung out first, webbing the side of a nearby building and arcing forward. Clint fired a grappling arrow and zipped after him. Natasha descended on a cable line. Steve leaped, landing on a lower rooftop with a heavy thud. Wanda floated down on a controlled wave of energy. Pietro vanished in a streak of silver. I watched them drop toward the street, their movements now aligned. The Hydra agents poured out of the disabled vehicles, forming defensive lines. Some wore standard gear. Others wore crude exoskeletons with glowing joints. A few carried heavy weapons with Chitauri cores. One of them pointed upward. Avengers. Steve hit the ground shield first, sliding into cover behind a low concrete barrier. Natasha and Clint landed on either side of him, weapons ready. Peter swung down and landed on a street light, upside down for a moment before dropping to the pavement. Pietro appeared in front of a Hydra soldier, fist already driving into his chest. The man flew back into the side of a truck. Wanda walked forward slowly, crimson energy gathering at her sides. Tony hovered overhead. Looks like the gang is all here. Steve called out, Tony, get those heavy weapons offline. Clint, take the high ground. Natasha, cover Wanda. Peter, control the stragglers. Pietro, do not go too far ahead. Pietro gave a quick grin. Too late. He blurred into motion, disarming 3 soldiers in a single streak, guns clattering across the road. He moved to the next cluster, knocking them off their feet. Natasha followed close enough to make sure fallen weapons were kicked away for good. Watch your corners, she called. Hydra likes surprise toys. Clint climbed a fire escape with practiced ease, taking position on a balcony. He knocked a specialized arrow and fired at a soldier raising a Chitauri-powered rifle. The arrow detonated in a burst of EMP, shorting the weapon out. Peter webbed one of the glowing rifles and yanked it from an agent's hands. No alien rifles for you, thanks. He fired another web, pinning the man to a light pole. Wanda raised her hands. Hydra agents moving in her direction lifted off their feet, held in midair by red force. She rotated her palms and dropped them all into a cluster near a disabled truck, leaving them dazed but alive. One of the exo-suited operatives charged Steve with a heavy punch. Steve blocked with the shield, the suit's servos screeched under the impact. Steve pivoted and knocked the helmet off with a clean strike. Tony targeted the remaining vehicles, firing controlled blasts that disabled engines without detonating fuel. Most of their rides are out of commission. But there is something else in that center truck. I am getting strange readings. Banner's voice came through from the tower, watching the feed. Whatever it is unstable. Be careful if they try to deploy it. I extended my senses. Inside the central truck, a sealed container hummed with energy. Hydra had tried to wield Rishi indirectly through stolen technology. It was crude, but not harmless. One of the operatives yelled, "Activate the core. If we cannot retrieve the twins, we will bring the city down with them." He sprinted toward the truck. Pietro saw him and moved, but debris from a damaged vehicle blocked the clear route. He had to detour, losing precious seconds. Wanda's eyes widened. She felt the energy from the core now, its pulse interfering with her own. "It is wrong," she said. "Like the experiments." Steve shouted, "Wanda, stop him." She pushed both hands forward. Red energy surged across the street, wrapping around the truck and the operative at once. The metal groaned. The man screamed as he tried to hit the activation panel. Peter swung in, firing a web that stuck his hand to his chest. "Maybe don't press that." Tony dropped lower. "I will contain the device. Everyone else clear that area." He landed on the truck, ripping the back doors open. The core inside glowed an unstable purple-blue, wires and stolen parts feeding it. Tony sealed a containment field around it, tightening the energy shell. Banner muttered over the line, "If that thing blows inside the city, we are going to have a crater." "I am working on it," Tony said. "Friday, reroute power to containment." "Already rerouting," she answered. Hydra operatives saw their last chance slipping away. Some dropped their weapons and tried to flee. Others pressed forward in a final rush. Steve raised his shield. "Hold the line." Pietro blurred through the ranks, striking knees and elbows, dropping men before they reached firing positions. Clint's arrows found disarming shots, hitting rifles and grenades. Natasha moved like a precise line, taking down anyone who slipped through. Wanda anchored herself in the center. Her hands glowed again, and a scarlet barrier formed in front of the group, absorbing stray shots. Peter swung above them, tying up anyone who tried to break away. "You guys really do this a lot," he called. Tony stabilized the core. The glow dimmed to a safer level under the containment. "Device neutralized. Hydra's party trick is off the table." Steve gave a short nod. "Then we finish this." The rest was clean. Hydra was not prepared for a fully coordinated team. Within minutes, the street was clear. Vehicles smoked. Operatives lay disarmed, some unconscious, others groaning. SHIELD vehicles arrived at the edges of the cordon zone. Hill stepped out, surveying the scene. "You kept the damage contained. That could have been worse." Tony landed, armor retracting. "You are welcome." Hill nodded toward the bound operatives. "We will take them into custody. Maybe they know how many more cells are out there." Steve looked at Wanda and Pietro. "You two did well." Wanda still watched the central truck, face serious. "They will not stop chasing us." Pietro placed a hand on her shoulder. "Let them come. We are not helpless anymore." Peter dropped down beside them, pulling off his mask. "For what it is worth, you did great. Way better than my first night out." Wanda's expression softened slightly. "Thank you." "I appeared a short distance away, where only they noticed at first. The Rishi around me made my presence clear." Steve turned. Tony, Wanda, Pietro, Peter, Natasha, Clint all followed his gaze. "You watched," Wanda said. "Yes," I replied. Tony folded his arms. "Let me guess. This was another test." "It was a necessary event," I said. "Hydra would have come regardless." Steve studied me. "But you chose not to interfere." "You did not need me," I said. "That was the point." Banner, watching from the tower, spoke over the COMM. "They handled it. No uncontrolled surges, no friendly casualties. Wanda looked up at me. Their device. It felt similar to what they used on us. They attempted to reach what I control, I said. They failed. Clint glanced at the captured operatives. We will see what Fury can pull out of them. Tony shook his head. Hydra never stays dead long enough. I let my gaze pass over each of them. Today, you held together. That matters. Peter frowned slightly. Are there going to be more attacks like this? I answered plainly. As long as Hydra exists, they will not stop. They all accepted that without comment. They already knew. Hill gave simple orders to her agents. The prisoners were loaded into transport vans. The damaged vehicles were marked for removal. The civilians who had watched from a distance began to drift away under the guidance of local police. The Avengers and those aligned with them stood in the center of the cleared street, the remains of the battle around them. The balance had held. Chapter 15 The Hidden Hand. The Hydra convoy was gone from the street. The bodies, the trucks, the stolen technology, all removed. Only faint traces of their energy remained. SHIELD transports carried the captured operatives to a secure facility far from the city. I followed through the Reishi threads they could not see. Their fear and anger left a clear trail. Deep underground, concrete and steel formed a block of rooms with no windows. Cameras watched every corner. Electronic locks lined the halls. SHIELD called it a black site. To me it was another temporary structure. In one of the interrogation rooms, a Hydra lieutenant sat at a metal table, wrists cuffed. His face was bruised from the fight, but his posture stayed stiff. The overhead light shone straight down on him, leaving clear lines on his features. The door opened. Nick Fury entered, coat slightly open, expression hard. Maria Hill followed, a tablet in her hands. Fury sat down opposite the prisoner. He did not speak at first. He watched the man for several seconds, calm. Hill stood at his side, silent. The Hydra lieutenant shifted in his seat. "You won the battle," he said. "That is all." Fury's voice was even. "You brought heavy weaponry into my city. You pointed them at my people. This is more than a battle." The man stared back. "We served a purpose." Hill tapped her tablet. "Name, Carl Weiss. Former security consultant, disappeared from public record 5 years ago. Recruited into Hydra's inner logistics. You led that convoy." Weiss kept his eyes on Fury. "You can say what you like. Hydra does not fall because you picked up a few men." Fury leaned forward. "You rolled into New York with experimental tech and a group of modified soldiers. You shouted about retrieving assets. You are going to tell me who you work for and who gave the order?" Weiss smiled faintly. "Cut off one head." Hill spoke quietly. "We heard that line before." Fury kept his gaze steady. "You can keep your slogan. I want names." Weiss did not answer. In the observation room behind the one-way glass, Steve, Natasha, and Banner watched. A camera feed showed the prisoner from above. Natasha folded her arms. "He is trained to hold out." Steve nodded. "He will not sell out his command easy." Banner stared at the screen. "He believes what he is saying. That makes it worse." I stood away from them, unseen at their backs. Only the Reishi in the room reacted to me. None of them turned. None of them had my sight yet. Hill's voice came over the intercom into the observation room. "If this does not work, we can try a softer approach." Natasha glanced at Steve. "You mean me?" Steve nodded. "You know the type." Back inside, Fury spoke again. "You came after 2 specific people. Wanda and Pietro Maximoff. Why them?" Weiss's expression darkened. They were ours. They are not yours, Fury said. They are free. Weiss shook his head. No one leaves Hydra. The twins were chosen by the program. They were tested. They survived. They belong to the directive. Hill's eyes narrowed. The directive. Weiss said nothing. Fury leaned back slightly. You are not talking about Strucker, are you? Weiss snorted. Strucker is only one director. The directive reaches further. Hill asked, who does the directive answer to? Weiss kept his jaw set. You will not reach him. Fury watched him a moment longer. Then he stood. We will see. He left the room with Hill. The door closed behind them with a solid click. In the hallway, Hill looked at him. He is dodging. The directive could be anything from a code name to a committee. Fury's eye hardened. Whatever it is, they are hunting people connected to that energy. He did not say my name. He did not know it. But he knew the pattern. That was enough for now. A second prisoner sat in a nearby room. This one was younger, one of the enhanced operatives. His exosuit had been removed, leaving only pale skin and bruises. Electrodes monitored his vitals. Natasha entered his room alone, a file in hand. She set it on the table and sat across from him. He avoided her eyes. His fingers tapped a nervous pattern against the metal surface. She watched his hands for a moment. You pushed your abilities too far out there. Your nervous system is not handling the stress very well. He did not answer. She opened the file. Johann Keller. Subject of Internal Hydra Enhancement Project. Signed away his name for a cause that barely knows he exists. His jaw tightened. You think you know Hydra? I know enough, she said. You were told you were serving a higher purpose. That your body belonged to the New Age. That sound about right? He glared. I volunteered. I believe you, she said. I also believe they did not tell you the full cost. He looked away. Natasha leaned back, calm. You were given a partial enhancement. Not stable. It hurts when you use it, doesn't it? He did not answer, but his hands clenched. She continued. Hydra rarely finishes what they start. They get what they want, leave the rest behind. Now you are here, and your directive has no idea you sit in this room. They will not come for you. They will write you off. He looked back at her sharply. You are lying. She met his glare without flinching. Am I? They sent you to recover 2 assets. That failed. They triggered a device that could have leveled a city block. You were next to it. If Stark had not contained it, you would be dead with the rest. His fingers stopped tapping. She spoke more quietly. Tell me who gave the order. Not the slogans. The person. He stared at her, breathing slightly faster. I reached my perception toward him. The seedless energy in his body was rough and unstructured, but his thoughts were not completely closed. When she said left behind, something broke loose. He muttered, we served the directive. The directive serves the hand. Natasha's eyes narrowed. The hand. He nodded, eyes unfocused as he remembered. We never saw him. Only orders. Only messages. Only symbols, burned into the wall. A circle with 3 marks. We reported to Strucker, but Strucker reported to the hand. Natasha listened carefully. Did you ever hear his real name? Keller hesitated. They called him the shepherd sometimes. The one who gathers the gifted. She glanced at the glass. Steve and Banner watched, focused. Fury had re-entered the observation room as well. Banner frowned. The shepherd, he said. That is specific. Steve folded his arms. Someone at the top of Hydra focusing on enhanced individuals. Fury's gaze did not leave the screen. And he is hunting anyone connected to that special energy. Banner glanced toward me without realizing it. Yhwach's power. Steve followed his gaze for an instant. His eyes passed through me, unfocused, then back to the screen. And now Hydra wants it. In the room, Natasha pressed gently. You said gathering the gifted. How many? Keller swallowed. Dozens. Maybe more. We heard rumors. People like the twins. People who survived experiments. People who showed strange abilities on their own. Where? She asked. He shook his head. We never knew. Only that those who were taken disappeared. Files burned. Cut links. No one asked where they went. Natasha's tone stayed level. You can help stop more people from ending up like that. Give me everything you remember. He looked at her, tired. Do you think it matters? Hydra does not end in rooms like this. She held his gaze. Maybe not. But it weakens. He exhaled slowly. His shoulders dropped. The directive has access to lists. Monitors. There is a branch that tracks unusual events. Energy spikes. Changes in behavior. The convoy in New York was not random. We had coordinates. Natasha asked, coordinates from what? From a pattern, Keller said. The same energy that erased our base in Sokovia. The same that appeared later in New York. The Shepherd demanded all assets connected to that pattern. Natasha paused. You mean the energy around Wanda, Pietro, Stark, Rogers, Banner, and the boy? Keller nodded once. Yes. They were all flagged. Natasha closed the file. You did well. He looked at her with confusion. You will still lock me away. Yes, she said. But not forgotten. She stood and left the room. In the corridor outside, she met Fury, Hill, Steve, and Banner. Fury spoke first. The hand. The Shepherd. One more ghost in Hydra's chain. Hill scrolled through her tablet. No record of a Hydra codename matching that. It is either new or buried deep. Steve stared at the floor briefly, then raised his head. Whoever they are targeting our people. Banner exhaled. Anyone with that energy signature. Yhwach's seeds. Hill looked at him. That means the Avengers, the twins, and Peter. And maybe others, Banner added. Anyone Yhwach has touched that we do not even know about yet. Fury's voice stayed flat. We find this Shepherd before he finds the rest of them. Hill nodded. I will cross-check every file we have on Hydra's high-level operations, especially those connected to Strucker and allied labs. Fury looked to Steve. Rogers, you keep your team close. Until we know more, no one goes solo unless they have to. Steve agreed. Understood. Banner looked at me again without seeing. We should talk to him. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Yhwach. Yes, Banner said. He hears everything anyway. Might as well bring him into the open. Fury gave a short nod. Let him come. If he is going to move pieces on my board, he is going to do it where I can see him. I considered that for a moment. Then I stepped forward. The lights in the corridor flickered once, then steadied. The air shifted. The Reishi thickened and shaped itself around me. I appeared at the far end of the hall, cloak falling still. All five turned. Their bodies tensed out of habit, though no one reached for a weapon. Steve's stance softened first. You were listening. Yes, I said. Fury looked at me with his one eye, expression controlled. You have a habit of dropping in when you want. I answer when it matters, I replied. Natasha watched my face carefully. Did you know about this shepherd? No, I said. Hydra grows many heads. Some hide even from my sight. Banner stepped forward slightly. But you knew they were after your seeds. I knew they would be drawn to power they do not understand, I said. Hydra always has. Hill's voice was steady. They are targeting people you empowered. That makes this your problem too. I accepted that with a small nod. It is already my concern. Fury spoke. We have a name. The Shepherd. The Hand. Someone directing Hydra to hunt enhanced individuals connected to your energy. You have more reach than we do. Find him. I held his gaze. You give commands with no authority over me. He did not back down. I do not care what you call it. I am responsible for the people on my side of that glass. You are inside my facility now. The least you can do is meet us halfway. There was no threat in his voice. Only responsibility. For a brief moment, I felt the strain of the threads that tied these people together. They were not my soldiers, but they had stepped onto my path. You ask for information, I said. I can provide what your eyes cannot see. Banner listened intently. Then start with this. Can you trace that pattern they have been following? The one that led them to Sokovia and New York. Yes, I said. Because it is my own. Hill asked, can you block it? Not fully, I said. The seeds emit energy by their nature. But I can cloud it. I can make it harder to follow. Steve nodded once. Then do that. Make it harder for Hydra to track everyone. I shifted my focus outward for a moment. The energy lines stretching from each seed Tony's, Steve's, Banner's, Wanda's, Peter's pulled faint traceries through the world. Hydra's crude sensors had tried to lock onto those paths. I can blur their trail, I said. But that will not stop Hydra from trying other methods. They know you exist now. Natasha's tone stayed pragmatic. We knew that would happen once we stepped onto the street. Fury glanced at the interrogation room doors. We will extract everything we can from these prisoners. But the shepherd will move fast now that he knows he lost an entire convoy. I considered the higher pattern. Someone inside Hydra had prioritized the gathering of enhanced. They had noted the connection between my power and existing mutation. They had already moved on Sokovia. They had now tested New York. Steve looked at me. Will you help us find him? Yes, I said. He hunts what is mine. That I do not allow. Hill typed a note into her tablet. Then we share information both ways. Anything we learn about this directive or shepherd goes to you. Anything you discover that could help prevent another attack goes to us. That is acceptable, I said. Fury nodded. Then we are on the same side for now. For now is enough, I answered. Hours later, when the corridor was empty again, I moved through the walls to the rooms where the prisoners slept or pretended to sleep. Weiss lay on his bunk, eyes closed, hands folded. His mind turned over old slogans and orders. Keller stared at the ceiling of his cell, eyes open, fingers still. He no longer tapped anything. I reached out with my perception, not touching, only listening. Fragments of past briefings surfaced. A voice in a dark room, unseen. Instructions given through speakers and projections. A symbol on the wall, a circle with 3 straight lines descending. Orders that mentioned those marked by the Quincy pattern. Orders to retrieve, capture, or destroy. The shepherd existed. He knew enough to be dangerous. His hand extended through Hydra, gathering my seeds or their echoes. I withdrew from the cells and returned my focus to the tower in New York, where my chosen moved through their evening. Tony worked in his lab. Steve reviewed mission reports. Banner examined energy readouts. Wanda and Pietro sat in a quiet corner, speaking softly in their first language. Peter did homework at a table, head bent over his notebook. Their patterns felt calmer now. They did not yet know the details of the interrogations. That would come later. For now, they rested. That was necessary. I folded my arms behind my back and stood in the unseen air between worlds, watching. The hidden hand behind Hydra had revealed enough of itself. That would be its weakness. Chapter 16 The Shepherd's Name. The black site was quiet. Concrete walls, steel doors, fluorescent lights that hummed softly. No windows. No clocks. Only the controlled environment of a place built to hold people who could not be held anywhere else. Keller sat at the metal table in his cell, hands resting in front of him. His wrists wore simple restraints. They were not meant to stop his old abilities. Those were already weakened by exhaustion and drugs. They were there to remind him of his situation. He stared at the opposite wall, eyes unfocused. In the corridor outside, 2 guards stood at their posts. Their movements were steady, alert, trained. They had no idea what he had done before this. To them, he was just another dangerous prisoner. Far above, the world went on. In the space between, I watched. I felt the faint residue of Keller's electric power in his nervous system. It flared and dimmed in slow waves, struggling to maintain itself. I listened silently. Footsteps approached down the hall. Measured, firm, familiar. Nick Fury stopped outside the door. Maria Hill stood beside him. Natasha Romanoff was farther down the corridor, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, listening. Fury looked through the observation slit for a moment, watching Keller's posture. How long has he been awake? Hill checked the tablet in her hands. Almost 2 hours. He slept in short intervals. No incidents. Fury nodded once. I will take this round. Hill glanced past him. You want her inside too? Fury's eye moved briefly toward Natasha. Not yet. If he locks up, she can try again. Natasha met his look and gave a small nod. I will listen. Fury keyed the lock. The door opened with a heavy click. He stepped inside and closed it behind him. The room fell into a contained silence. Keller did not move at first. His gaze stayed on the wall. You sleep well? Fury asked. Keller turned his head slowly. His eyes were dull, but he was still alert. It is quieter here than in the barracks. Fury pulled out the chair opposite him and sat. I am glad you are comfortable. Keller gave a faint shrug. Comfort is not part of this. Fury rested his hands on the table. No files, no folders. Just him. You talked a little earlier. Your spy woman is persistent, Keller said. She knows how to push. She is good at her job, Fury said. You helped her more than you think. Keller looked down at his hands. I told her what she already knew. Hydra does not stop. You caught one convoy. There are others. You gave us more than that, Fury said. You gave us a title. The Shepherd. And a chain. The directive. Keller's jaw tightened. You already pulled that from the other one. Weiss only respects the slogans. I am not asking about Weiss, Fury said. I am asking about you. Keller laughed once, a short sound. You do not care about me. You care about who I worked for. You are wrong, Fury said. I care about both. One to stop, one to understand. Keller raised his eyes again. You want to understand Hydra? I want to understand how far it has crawled, Fury answered. And how high? Keller stayed silent. Fury watched him calmly. You signed up for Hydra because they promised purpose. You stayed because they gave you a place. You followed orders because they told you it was for the future. Now you sit in this room, and they have not come for you. Keller's fingers curled slightly. They will not risk more assets on a lost unit. So you know you are alone, Fury said. I always was, Keller replied. They sat in silence for a few seconds. Fury leaned forward a fraction. You want this to mean something? Then tell me who gave your orders. Not the lower link. The top. Keller looked into his eye. You think it will change anything? It will change how we fight, Fury said. Keller exhaled, almost a sigh. You will still lose. Fury did not react. Maybe. But you can help make it harder for them to move. Keller stared at the table's surface. His voice was quieter. You will lock me away after I talk. Yes, Fury said. You are not walking out of here. Keller nodded once. Then why should I help you? Fury answered without pause. Because you know what they do to people who fail. You know what they do to people who age out. At least here, you stay alive. You get food. A bed. You breathe. You are not an experiment anymore. Keller's throat worked as he swallowed. Fury continued. You do not owe me anything. But you know those twins and that kid you tried to take. You saw them fight you and your unit. You know they are not Hydra. You can help keep them from being dragged back into that. Keller's eyes flickered. He remembered the street. Wanda's red light pushing him back. Pietro's speed. The way Peter pulled civilians out of the crossfire. The way the Avengers took hits meant for each other. You are using them as leverage, Keller said. I am using what matters, Fury replied. Silence again. In the observation room, Hill watched the live feed on the monitor. Natasha stood at her side now, arms folded, eyes on Keller's face. He is close, Natasha said quietly. Hill nodded. He is already thinking about what Hydra will do to him if they ever get him back. Natasha's expression remained neutral. He knows they will not. Hill glanced at her. Because of us. Because Hydra discards what it cannot use, Natasha said. In the cell, Fury shifted his hands slightly. You said there is a person at the top. The shepherd. Your words, not mine. He gives the directive orders. He picks the targets. He sent you after the Maximoffs and the kid. Keller's shoulders lowered a little. Yes. He is not just a Hydra field commander, Fury said. He has access to things normal Hydra cells do not. He knew about energies we do not have a name for yet. He has reach. Keller let out a short breath. He has everything. Fury's gaze did not move. So who is he? Keller stayed silent for a long time. His lips pressed together. His eyes once more on his hands. Fury did not interrupt. He let the minutes pass. Finally, Keller spoke in a low voice. You already know him. Fury's jaw tightened slightly. We are done with riddles. It is not a riddle, Keller said. He lifted his head. His eyes were clearer now, tired but steady. You know his face. You know his voice. You have worked under his orders. We all have. Fury's stare sharpened. You are saying he is in S.H.I.E.L.D. Keller nodded once. Higher. In the observation room, Hill's grip on the tablet tightened. Natasha's eyes narrowed. Fury's tone cooled. Start talking. Keller looked at him directly. You want the shepherd's name? You want the man behind the directive? Fine. He paused only for a moment. Alexander Pierce. The name landed like a weight. Fury's eye did not blink. In the observation room, Hill let out a quiet breath. No. Natasha's expression did not change much, but something in her eyes turned hard. It fits. Hill looked at her sharply. He is the head of the council. Fury's superior. He controls half our authorization codes. Which makes him perfect, Natasha said. No one looks at the hand on the seal. Inside the cell, Fury still sat across from Keller. Say that again, he said calmly. Keller did not flinch. Alexander Pierce. He is the shepherd. He leads the directive. He directs Strucker's operations and the others. He approves the lists. He orders the captures. He has done so for years. Fury's fingers pressed harder on the table. How do you know? Keller answered without hesitation. Hydra celebrates him in private. We heard his name in guarded briefings. Not often. Always with care. He speaks through secure lines. He sends orders through multiple channels. But his title is clear. He is the one who guides Hydra from above. The directive is his creation. The shepherd is his role. Fury's stare did not soften. You could be lying. Keller's mouth twisted. What do I gain by lying now? You already know someone high is leaking information. You already know an inner head exists. You wanted a name. That is the name. Fury's chest rose and fell slowly. You are telling me the man who sits on the World Security Council is Hydra? Keller shook his head slightly. No. I am telling you the man who sits on the World Security Council is Hydra's hand. Fury stared at him a second longer, then stood. Keller watched him go. You will not be able to move on him openly, he said quietly. He has eyes everywhere. Ears everywhere. He will see you coming. Fury stopped at the door. He did not turn. That is my problem. He keyed the lock. The door opened. He stepped out. The door closed behind him with a solid final sound. Keller was alone again. He let his head drop slightly. His shoulders sank further. His hands were still. In the observation room, Fury entered with contained anger. Hill straightened. Natasha watched him. Steve had come in while the interrogation continued. He stood near the back wall, shield on the chair beside him, eyes on the monitor. Banner was there now as well, called in as soon as Keller started talking. He looked from the screen to Fury. Fury stopped in the middle of the room. For a moment, no one spoke. Hill broke the silence. Director, he could be trying to destabilize us. Fury's voice was low but controlled. It adds up. Natasha nodded once. Pierce has the reach Keller described. Only a handful of people can move assets the way the directive does. Steve frowned. You have worked with him for years. Yes, Fury said. I have. Banner looked uneasy. If Pierce is Hydra, that means our entire structure is compromised. Everything we do, he can see. Hill checked her tablet, fingers moving quickly. He sits at the top of the council. He accesses every major SHIELD system. If he is Hydra, he has had access to every file on the Avengers. Every incident. Every energy reading. Steve picked up his shield. His grip tightened slightly on the handle. He would know about the Tesseract. The scepter. All the tech. Banner added, and about Yhwach's energy pattern. If he is the one sending Hydra after anyone with that signature, that aligns with our prisoner's information. Fury rubbed his forehead briefly, then lowered his hand. We do not say that name in any report. Not Pierce, not Shepard. Not yet. Hill looked at him. You want to sit on this? I want to confirm it, Fury said. Pierce is not some field agent. If we move without proof, he will turn this on us. He has enough influence to shut down this site and bury us. Natasha asked, You think he can do that? Fury met her eyes. I know he can. Steve stepped forward. You have doubts, but you believe Keller. I believe he believes it, Fury said. And I have seen enough corruption in this world to know the top is never clean. The timing fits. Strucker vanished off the radar with council help. Hydra cells stayed too well funded. Project lists changed overnight. This is not new. Hill spoke carefully. Then what do we do? Fury looked at the screen one more time. Keller lay on his bunk now, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. We keep this inside, Fury said. No written record. No digital trace. This stays in this room. No one mentions Pierce's name and Hydra's name in the same breath where a mic can hear it. Hill nodded. Understood. Natasha asked, What about the team? They know something is wrong, Fury said. We tell them what they need. We do not panic them. Not yet. Steve's jaw clenched. They deserve to know who is hunting them. Fury looked at him. They will. When I am sure. When I have something solid enough to move on. Right now, we have the word of a Hydra operative under pressure. Pierce can call that unreliable. He can spin it. I have seen men like him do it. Banner crossed his arms. You plan to play along for now. I plan to watch him while he thinks I am blind, Fury said. And I plan to use every advantage we have until he makes a mistake. Natasha glanced briefly to the side. We are not alone here. They all felt it at the same time. The air shifted. The Rishi thickened. I let my presence become visible near the corner of the room. Steve's hand moved reflexively toward his shield. He stopped when he recognized me. Banner stiffened then relaxed slightly. Hill stayed still. Fury turned fully. You heard all of that, Fury said. Yes, I replied. You know who he named, Fury said. Yes, I said again. Hill watched my face. You knew someone was behind the directive. Did you know it was him? No, I said. My awareness spreads through energy, not through human politics. Pierce hid his hand well. Banner asked quietly, Can you confirm this? I can confirm his influence through Hydra cells, I said. Their Rishi trails bend toward the same unseen center. The pattern is consistent. It now matches the authority your structure gives to Pierce. Steve frowned. So he is Hydra. The head of it. He is one head, I said. A significant one. Fury's voice stayed level. If Pierce is leading the directive that hunts your seeds, then he is your enemy too. Yes, I said. He targets what is mine. That is not acceptable. Hill spoke, practical and direct. Can you shield the Avengers from him? From his tracking? I have already begun to cloud their signal, I said. Hydra will find it harder to lock onto them. But Pierce has access to more than energy signatures. He has access to your files. Your cameras. Your people. Steve nodded slowly. We cannot solve that with power alone. Correct, I said. Fury looked at the others. From this point on, we assume the top of SHIELD is compromised. We treat Pierce as a potential hostile until proven otherwise. We use secure lines only when we have to. We keep sensitive conversations off the grid. Hill said, we will need private channels. encrypted. Personal. Natasha added, and we watch for leaks. Any operation we run that involves Pierce's clearance becomes a test. Banner exhaled. You are talking about a shadow war inside our own organization. Fury answered, I am talking about reality. He turned back to me. You said Pierce hunts your seeds. Hydra wants to capture or kill anyone marked by your power. That includes Wanda, Pietro, Peter, Stark, Rogers, Banner, and anyone else you have touched. Yes, I said. Fury's expression was firm. Then we are aligned on this. We protect them. We find proof. We put Pierce in a position where he cannot move without revealing himself. I inclined my head. I accept this alignment. Steve looked at me. We will need more from you than observation. You will have it, I said. Natasha spoke one more time. If Pierce realizes you are against him, he will adapt fast. He already knows I exist, I said. Whether he understands what I am is another matter. But he will feel my interference in his plans. That is enough. Fury stepped closer to the glass. He watched Keller through it. The prisoner did not move. He lay still on the bunk, eyes open. Pierce will not expect you, Fury said. No, I replied. He expects only men he can control. Later, Steve, Natasha, and Banner left the black site, heading back toward the transport that would take them to the tower. Hill stayed with Fury, going over logistics quietly. Orders were drafted in vague language. New secure channels were set up under innocuous labels. None of them contained Pierce's name. None of them mentioned the shepherd. In the cell block, Keller closed his eyes. In his mind, slogans rose and faded. Old loyalty clashed with the reality of his situation. He knew Hydra would not come for him. That knowledge sat heavy in his chest. Above them all, my awareness spread through the building, then upward, returning to the cluster of energy that was the Avengers at Stark Tower. This war under the surface was not mine by origin. But it now touched all of my chosen. That was enough to pull me into it fully. The name Alexander Pierce now sat in the center of that knot. Chapter 17 The Council's Shadow. From high above Washington, D.C., the city looked ordered. Streets crossed in measured lines. Government buildings sat in rows of white and glass. People moved between them in steady patterns. On the top floor of a secure SHIELD complex, Alexander Pierce stood at a tall window and watched the city with a calm expression. His suit was neat, his tie straight. Nothing in his appearance suggested urgency. Inside, his phone vibrated once in his pocket. He took it out and glanced at the screen. The sender was not labeled by name, only by a string of numbers and letters that meant nothing to anyone without the right key. He read the short message. Convoy lost. Assets captured. Subject Keller compromised. His jaw tightened for half a second. Then his face returned to its usual calm. He typed a brief reply with his thumb. Understood. Hold all further movement until instructed. He locked the phone and slipped it back into his pocket. I watched from the air around him, perception anchored to the reishi that lingered in his office. His energy signature was smooth and controlled, practiced through years of public life. Beneath that, faint but present, lay the marks of Hydra. They wound through his pattern like old scars. The door a few meters behind him opened. A SHIELD aide stepped in quickly, holding a tablet. Secretary Pierce, he said. The council has requested a brief update on the New York fallout. Pierce turned from the window. His expression was steady, polite. Send them my standard briefing note. Structural damage contained. Casualty numbers controlled. Public narrative maintained. Yes, sir, the aide said. and Director Fury has flagged 2 items as classified for direct council review only. Hydra remnants and anomalous energy phenomena. Pierce's eyes sharpened slightly. He used that phrase. Yes, sir. Those exact words. Pierce nodded. Schedule a call with him in 1 hour. Secure line. I will speak to him personally. The aide nodded. Understood. Pierce raised a hand. One more thing. I want a list of every prisoner he moved off book after the New York incident. No summaries. Full locations, charges, and unit leaders. The aide hesitated. Those may be under his direct lock. Pierce gave a small, polite smile. Then request access under council oversight. Use the wording I signed for such cases. He cannot refuse without explanation. Yes, sir, the aide said again. I will bring it as soon as it is compiled. Good, Pierce said. You are dismissed. The aide left. The door closed. Pierce stood alone again. He moved to his desk, sat, and unlocked his terminal. His fingers moved across the keyboard, opening a string of encrypted files. To any observer inside S.H.I.E.L.Ds system, it looked like routine review of council-level material. Behind that, other windows opened. Not on the main screen, but in a secondary, hidden layer. Hydra channels. Directives. Reports. He opened the last Hydra file received from the lost convoy. Mission log. Commander, Weiss. Enhanced support units, list of names. Target objective, retrieve Subject M, Maximoff, Subject P, Maximoff, and any connected energy anomalies. He scrolled further. Final line, convoy engaged in New York by Avengers. Unknown energy entity interference suspected. Multiple operatives captured alive. Pierce's mouth flattened slightly. Careless, he muttered quietly. He tapped a key and opened another encrypted file. This one contained a record of Keller's last internal evaluation. Stable loyalty. Moderate initiative. Capable of handling pressure. That evaluation was now worthless. I watched him read, his eyes narrowing only slightly as he processed the information. There was no panic in him. Only adjustment. He closed the file. He opened a new message in the hidden channel. 2. Directive Oversight. From, HandNode Alpha. Subject, Asset Containment. Status, Convoy Failure and Partial Capture confirmed. Assume interrogation of surviving operatives. Exposure risk moderate. Orders. Freeze all directive surface operations linked to New York incident. Reroute surveillance resources from open tracking to passive pattern monitoring. Activate fallback protocols on all project data related to enhanced targets and anomalous energy. Prepare contingency relocation for high-value Hydra personnel currently embedded in SHIELD structures. Awaiting updated field intelligence from internal channels. He sent the message. It left no trace in the visible SHIELD network. He leaned back in his chair, eyes on the ceiling for a moment. In that brief pause, thoughts moved behind his controlled expression. Keller talked. How much, he did not know yet. Fury was no fool. He would not ignore that kind of confession. The timing fit too well. Pierce's phone vibrated again. Another coded message. Different origin channel. Subject F displays altered behavior. Increased secure traffic. Possible suspicion. F. Fury. Pierce exhaled slowly. I listened. He typed back. Monitor only. Do not engage. Report all changes in clearance patterns and access requests. He set the phone down, screen face down. Footsteps approached the office again. A knock at the door. "Come in," Pierce said. The door opened. A man in a dark tactical uniform entered. Brock Rumlow. His expression was neutral, his posture relaxed but ready. "Sir," Rumlow said. "You asked to see me?" "Yes," Pierce replied. "Close the door." Rumlow did. He walked closer to the desk, hands resting lightly at his sides. He looked like any other STRIKE team leader, efficient and professional. Pierce studied him for a moment. "You watched the New York engagement footage?" "Yes," Rumlow said. "I saw the convoy go down. Hydra units were outmatched." "You saw more than that," Pierce said. "You saw the Avengers move." Rumlow nodded once. "They function well as a group. Rogers leads as expected. Stark's suits have improved since his last public deployment. Romanoff and Barton maintain containment and precision. Banner stayed out." "The others," Pierce said. "The new ones." Rumlow's eyes sharpened. "The twins and the kid." Pierce's tone stayed calm. "Your impression?" Rumlow answered without hesitation. "The Maximoff girl is dangerous. Strong telekinetic field, energy manipulation. Control is still forming. The boy is fast. Very fast. Crude technique but effective. The younger one with the mask has agility and enhanced strength. He uses webs. I assume Stark helped with his gear." Pierce nodded. "The directive's assessment aligns." Rumlow looked faintly surprised. "You are acknowledging that link openly now?" Pierce met his gaze. "I do not need to hide from you." Rumlow accepted that with a slight dip of his head. "What do you need from me?" Pierce steepled his fingers. "Fury has a black site running Hydra prisoners. He moved the captured convoy there. I need to know how much his people have learned." Rumlow frowned slightly. "You know he will keep that off most books." "Yes," Pierce said. "But he still relies on SHIELD transport, SHIELD guards, SHIELD support. Find me those." Quietly. "No visible link to your team. Use intermediaries. Administrative staff. Logistics officers. People who think they are just doing their job." Rumlow considered. "You want separate reports from SHIELD and Hydra?" "Yes," Pierce said. "If they match too closely, I know how far his suspicion has gone." Rumlow nodded. "I can do that." Pierce added, "Do not attempt any extraction. Do not move on the site." "Not yet. We are not ready for that." Rumlow's mouth twitched, almost a smirk. "You are worried about Fury." "I respect him," Pierce said. "That is different." Rumlow gave a short nod. "Understood, sir." Pierce looked at him for a long moment. "And Rumlow?" "Yes, sir. There will be a time when I need STRIKE to move without any official record," Pierce said. "When that happens, you will answer directly to me, not to Fury." Rumlow's expression did not change. "I already do." "Good," Pierce said. "You are dismissed." Rumlow turned and left the office. The door closed again. I watched Pierce's energy signature shift as he returned to his work. He pulled up a different set of files. These were legitimate, recorded under his SHIELD authority. Reports from Fury, after-action summaries from New York, council meeting minutes. He read through them carefully, watching for phrasing, for emphasis, for things left out. In one report, Fury had marked a segment as restricted to council eyes only. It referenced anomalous energy involvement in the defeat of the invading forces. It did not mention me by name. It did not mention the seeds. It was vague. Pierce's fingers tapped the desk once. Fury chose his words carefully. In another file, an internal SHIELD analysis flagged new abilities in Tony Stark's armor, unexplained power surges around Banner's readings, unusual signatures around Roger's physical output, and unexplained surrounding fields when the twins and Peter fought. The analyst had written, these may be related to the same unknown energy that has been intermittent since prior to the Chitauri incursion. Pierce typed a short note. Reassign this analyst to non-critical review position. Rotate them out of frontline data. No explanation. He sent the note to an internal routing system. It would look like standard personnel reshuffling. He opened another internal map, this one a representation of SHIELD monitoring grids. Multiple satellites and ground units fed energy readings into a central system. Pierce toggled a hidden filter. The grid shifted. Lines of subtle energy appeared. These lines matched my seeds. Tony in New York. Steve in the tower. Banner. Wanda. Pietro. Peter. The faint trace of others I had touched less directly. Pierce watched them. You are not a coincidence, he said quietly. I heard him. He did not know that. He enlarged the grid around New York. The cluster at Stark Tower glowed slightly brighter. He zoomed in on the tower. We sent one convoy, he said. You broke it. You moved faster than anticipated. He tapped another command. The sensitivity of the grid reduced. The cluster dimmed. Less detail, less precision. I felt the change through the Reishi threads, like a hand choosing to blur an image. He was trying to hide his own tracking from view, even as he kept it for himself. He adjusted another control, masking certain activities behind standard background noise files. Any casual SHIELD technician looking at the readings now would see only generic data. He saved the configurations under a normal-sounding label, a maintenance file relating to satellite calibration. He leaned back again, considering his options. A few minutes later, his secure line beeped once. Connect, Pierce said. The screen on his desk lit up with the SHIELD emblem, then shifted to Fury's face. The director's expression was neutral. Alexander, Fury said. Nick, Pierce replied with a mild smile. I hear New York is costing us more paperwork than repairs. Fury gave a brief nod. Incidents like that usually do. Pierce watched him carefully. I read your preliminary reports. Hydra remnants and unusual energy patterns. You flagged them. That caught my attention. Fury's eye held steady. You wanted transparency from me. You have it. Pierce tilted his head slightly. Transparency is a strong word. You like to hold your cards close. Only when people try to read my hand before they earn it, Fury said. On my side of perception, I watched the subtle shifts in their faces. The pauses. The small tightness around the eyes. They knew each other well. Both had long practice in half-truths. Pierce said, I want to ensure that any future threats of that scale are handled quickly. The Council needs to know whether we are facing more of these incidents. We are, Fury said simply. Hydra cells are still active. They are adapting. And that energy you mentioned is not going away. Pierce raised an eyebrow. You are rather calm about that. I do not see the point in panic, Fury said. I see a point in preparation. Pierce nodded. Then prepare me. What exactly did you capture from that last Hydra group? I read about the tech. What about the people? Fury's pause was brief but noticeable. We have several prisoners in a secure location. They are being interrogated. Location? Pierce asked. Classified, Fury said. You do realize I can request that information with Council authority, Pierce replied. His tone stayed light. You can, Fury said. And I can classify it under operational necessity until certain things are confirmed. Pierce's eyes held his. You do not trust me with that sight. Fury did not smile. You sit above SHIELD, Alexander. You sit with people who make decisions based on politics and pressure and what looks good on a screen. This is not that kind of situation. Pierce replied, this is exactly that kind of situation. If Hydra has adapted to target individuals with unusual power, that is not something you handle alone. There are things I handle alone until I am sure who is on which side, Fury said quietly. Pierce's expression stayed controlled. You are suggesting there is a leak. I am suggesting Hydra did not find certain targets by luck, Fury answered. That is enough reason for me to double-check my walls. Pierce's jaw tightened for a moment. If you have evidence of someone feeding Hydra information from inside our structure, you bring it to me. When I can put it in front of you without someone pulling the plug on my operation mid-sentence, I will, Fury said. Pierce regarded him. Careful, Nick. You are starting to sound paranoid. Fury gave a short breath that might have been a humorless laugh. Experience taught me that paranoia keeps people alive. Sometimes it turns allies into enemies, Pierce countered. Only when allies give it fuel, Fury said. They looked at each other through the screen for several long seconds. Then Pierce's expression softened slightly. Fine. Keep your sight. For now. But if those prisoners have information that can prevent another convoy, another attack, I expect you to share it. SHIELD cannot afford internal divisions. I agree, Fury said. Which is why I am making sure we do not have them. The call ended. The screen went dark. Pierce sat in the silence of his office, eyes on his own reflection in the blank screen. His fingers tapped once on the desk. He knows something, he said quietly. I stayed silent. He opened another hidden channel. This one used a different cipher. It connected not to a field commander, but to a small circle of Hydra handlers embedded in global positions. His fingers moved quickly. 2. Inner circle nodes. From, hand. Director Fury has taken active steps to isolate certain operations and personnel from Council oversight. This suggests partial awareness of internal alignment. Effective immediately. Cease all overt attempts to access his off-book sites. Do not request locations or lists directly. Focus instead on peripheral data, transport logs, personnel reassignments, unusual resource usage. Collect patterns. Begin subtle tests on mid-level SHIELD handlers. Push minor false leads and track response. Identify who Fury trusts most. Do not mention the term directive in any written or spoken channel. Verbal code is now limited to pre-approved signals only. He sent the message. He then opened a different file, one SHIELD used for routine staffing. He selected a handful of names. Low-level technicians. Analysts. Logisticians. To each he assigned small transfer orders. Nothing dramatic. A shift from one unit to another. A reassignment from a satellite tracking task to a logistics oversight slot. A move from a public-facing department to a less visible one. He wrote simple justifications. Performance. Rotation. Skill alignment. To anyone inside SHIELD, it would look like housekeeping. To Hydra, it was repositioning pieces. Move the eyes where I need them, he said. His phone buzzed again. This time it was a standard SHIELD line. A notification. Council session in 2 hours. Topic: Post-New York defense posture. Pierce clicked it away. He stood and walked back to the window. From there, he could see the distant shape of other buildings tied to his network. Agencies. Councils. committees. If you think you can hide them from me forever, Nick, he said quietly, you are underestimating what I built here. He believed that. I listened. He did not know that his own energy patterns now belonged to my awareness as much as those he hunted. Every time he moved a piece, the Rishi around him recorded it. He turned from the window and went back to his desk. He began preparing the words he would use with the council. They would be calm, measured, reassuring. He would speak of unity, preparedness, and stability. He would present Hydra as an external threat. He would praise Fury's work. He would tilt the narrative just enough to keep eyes where he wanted them. That was how he fought. Not with blasts or suits or visible power, but with small shifts. Quiet orders. Moved lines and files. He was not wrong to consider himself dangerous. By the time the sun began to lower outside, his initial moves were already in play. In a SHIELD logistics office 3 floors down, a clerk received a transfer order for an analyst who had flagged strange energy spikes. The analyst sighed, confused but obedient. He packed his things and moved to a desk where he would look at general equipment inventories instead of deep energy data. In a transport hub, a driver found his schedule altered so that his routes no longer intersected black sites. He did not question it. He marked his new orders and moved on. In a satellite monitoring cluster, an operator noticed a new calibration file loaded into the system. It changed some readings on low-priority bands, but the explanation said compensation for post-event interference. He accepted the change and continued his shift. All of these small adjustments made it harder for Fury's people to see some patterns and easier for Pierce's watchers to track others. He did not know that I watched those ripples as clearly as I had watched the battle in New York. This was his counterattack. At midnight, when the building's offices were mostly dark, Pierce remained in his. He closed his last visible file and shut the terminal down. Then he picked up his jacket from the back of his chair and slipped it on. He reached for his phone, checked it one more time, and placed it in his pocket. He moved toward the door. Before he could touch the handle, the air in front of it shifted. Not in a dramatic way. It simply thickened. The Rishi compressed, responding to my decision. Pierce stopped. His hand hovered over empty space. He looked up slowly. He could not see me, not yet. His eyes narrowed slightly. Is this you? I did not answer aloud. I let a small pulse of Rishi pass through the room instead, just enough to brush against his senses. He felt it. His breath caught, only for an instant. The anomaly, he said quietly. You really do exist. He smiled then. It did not reach his eyes. Good, he said. Now I know I am not chasing a ghost. He opened the door. This time, the air did not resist. He stepped out into the hallway and walked away, measured steps echoing lightly on the floor. I remained behind, in the empty room, the Rishi settling again. Pierce had reacted as expected. No fear. Adjustment. Recognition. He knew now that something unseen opposed him. He did not know its full shape. That gap was where I would work. Chapter 18 The Closed Room. The sky over New York was overcast. Clouds sat low, pressing a grey layer over the city. From the top floors of Stark Tower, the streets looked narrow and far away. Inside, on one of the secure levels, a conference room waited. The glass walls were opaque, privacy mode engaged. A long table stood in the center. Chairs lined both sides. I spread my perception through the tower, tracing each familiar presence. Tony was in his lab, moving between consoles with a cup of coffee in his hand. His energy burned sharp and restless. Steve was in the training area, steady and focused as he worked a punching bag in measured rhythm. Banner sat in a small side lab, looking at readings on Wanda and Pietro's last training session, his aura calm but concerned. Natasha and Clint were on a balcony lower down, talking in low voices while watching the city. They both moved with relaxed posture but ready eyes. Wanda and Pietro were together in a lounge near the center of the tower. Wanda had a book open in front of her, but her eyes were not on the words. Pietro leaned back on the couch, one leg bouncing, fingers tapping. Peter sat at a table near them with a laptop open, schoolwork on the screen. His fingers moved quickly. His mind wandered often. I sensed the incoming jet before the tower's sensors announced it. The SHIELD Quinjet approached Stark's platform with familiar signature. Nick Fury had come. The tower's AI notified Tony. Director Fury is inbound, sir. Tony looked up from his work, set the coffee aside, and sighed quietly. Here we go again. He tapped his earpiece. Everyone, our favorite one-eyed boss is dropping by. Try to look serious. Steve wiped sweat from his forehead with a towel, straightened his posture, and headed for the elevator. Natasha and Clint exchanged a short glance. He sounds annoyed, Clint said. He always sounds annoyed when Fury visits, Natasha replied. They turned and went inside. Wanda closed her book. He is here again, she said quietly. Pietro frowned. The director. Peter looked up from his laptop. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Wanda did not answer. She stood and smoothed her clothes. Banner closed his tablet and headed toward the central floor. I shifted my presence toward the conference room. The chairs would soon be filled. The Quinjet landed. The platform locked. The tower doors opened. Fury stepped into the hallway, coat moving slightly with his stride. Maria Hill walked beside him, tablet in hand, expression calm. Tony waited near the entrance, arms loosely crossed. Nick. Maria. The last time you came here in person, aliens were falling out of the sky. Should I be worried? Fury met his gaze. If I came every time there was reason to be worried, I would live here. Tony shrugged. You can rent the floor above us. I will give you a discount. Hill gave a brief look around the hall. You gathered the others. On their way, Tony said. Conference room is set up. No cameras besides mine. No recordings unless I say so. Fury nodded. Good. They walked together down the corridor. Hill's fingers moved over the tablet, confirming security status. The tower's internal systems registered the room as sealed. Steve was already there when they arrived, standing near the table with his shield on his back. Natasha and Clint entered a moment later. Banner followed, straightening his collar. Wanda and Pietro came together. Peter slipped in last and closed the door behind him. The glass walls turned opaque with a soft sound. The outside world disappeared. Only the people inside remained. Tony moved to the head of the table but did not sit. All right. We are all here. What is the emergency? Fury did not sit yet either. He looked around the room, making eye contact with each person. Steve met his gaze with steady calm. Natasha's eyes were sharp. Clint's were alert but relaxed. Banner watched with a trace of tension. Wanda and Pietro both held themselves stiffly. Peter's eyes moved between everyone, a little wide. Hill stayed near the door, tablet lowered, listening. Fury spoke. I am not going to waste your time. This does not leave this room. Tony's expression shifted slightly, sarcasm fading under attention. That specific, hey? Yes, Fury said. You do not write this down. You do not put it in mission logs. You do not mention it on any channel that touches SHIELD systems. Steve frowned. That serious? Fury nodded once. Hydra is not just in bunkers and convoys. Hydra is inside structures we work with. High up. Clint exhaled softly. So we were right about leaks. Natasha's jaw tightened. You have confirmation. We have enough to move our assumptions, Fury said. During interrogation, one of the enhanced Hydra operatives talked. He gave us more than slogans. He gave us details. He said they have someone at the top, someone who runs a program, the directive, to hunt and gather people like you. Wanda's eyes narrowed slightly. People like us. Yes, Fury said. Enhanced. People touched by certain energy. People off the normal charts. According to him, the directive sends orders to Strucker and other cells. It tracks new events and sends teams like the convoy you fought. Pietro's hands curled into fists. He sends them after us. Yes, Fury said. Peter spoke up quietly. So Hydra has a boss who likes targeting superpowered people. That is, not great. Tony looked at Fury. And this boss is inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's expression stayed controlled. Inside the larger structure. Above it. On the council level. Someone with authority that extends over most of our operations. Steve's eyes sharpened. You believe that? I take it seriously, Fury said. Hydra has survived a long time by digging into places exactly like ours. Natasha asked, did you get a name? Fury did not look away. We got a name. But I am not putting that name in your mouths yet. Not until I verify it myself. Tony snorted once. You are afraid one of us will say it somewhere that gets recorded. I am cautious, Fury said. This is bigger than one raid. If I name someone at that level and I am wrong, or if word leaks, he will use it to cut us off at the knees. Clint leaned back slightly in his chair. So we treat it like it is true without saying who it is. That is the idea, Fury said. Banner's voice was measured. You think this person has been feeding information to Hydra for years? Yes, Fury said. On and off. Enough to keep certain projects alive. Enough to move tech into the wrong hands. Enough to help them find people like the twins and Peter and anyone else who falls into that energy pattern. Wanda glanced at Hill's tablet. He knows about us already. Yes, Fury said. The convoy targeting you was not guesswork. It was based on data. That data had to come from somewhere inside our own nets. Pietro's jaw clenched. He could send more at any time. He could, Fury said. Which is why we are having this conversation. I watched them all from a place near the wall, unseen. Their energy signatures shifted as they absorbed the news. Tony's pattern spiked, sharp with anger. Steve steadied, growing denser. Natasha's grew slightly colder. Clint's tightened. Banner's wavered before settling. Wanda and Pietro's flared. Peter's flickered. Steve asked, what do you want from us? Fury finally sat. He rested his hands on the table. I want you to assume that anything you do through SHIELD channels might reach Hydra if we are not careful. That includes mission briefings, equipment requisitions, satellite calls, everything. Tony moved to his own seat, sitting slowly. You are saying every time we ask you for support, your mystery mole might get a copy. Potentially, Fury said. We have sealed what we can. We are creating new channels outside the standard structure. But we cannot assume complete safety anywhere the usual systems are involved. Natasha looked at him closely. So from now on, anything important is either face-to-face or run through your new lines. Yes, Fury said. Or through Stark's private systems when necessary. Tony raised an eyebrow. My firewalls are insulted that they are a backup option. Fury gave a faint look that might have passed for amusement. Your firewalls still talk to some of our satellites. This has to be controlled. Hill lifted her tablet slightly. We are building a separate layer. Minimal access, physical keys, offline backups. Only a few people will know it exists. Clint asked, who are those people? Me, Fury said. Hill. Romanoff. Rogers. Stark. Banner. Barton. The twins. The kid. And Yhwach, whether we like it or not. Peter blinked. I am on that list? I am still doing algebra. Tony said dryly, congratulations, you have been promoted to high-value target and secret channel member. Peter shifted in his chair, nervous but a little proud. That sounds terrifying and kind of cool. Steve focused on Hill. What about the rest of S.H.I.E.L.D? We keep them busy with normal operations, Hill said. We feed them enough to keep structures functioning. We do not put anything tied to this directive or the seed pattern into common systems. Pietro frowned. You are saying most of the organization will be blind. For their safety as much as yours, Fury said. The more people know, the more targets the directive has to hit. Wanda's gaze moved to me for a brief moment, though she could not see me. She was sensitive to the energy in the room. She knew I was there. She looked back at Fury. What about him? She asked quietly. Fury followed her glance, even though his eye did not see me either. He answered anyway. He hears enough without us telling him. We might as well make use of that. Tony looked toward the ceiling. You listening, tall, pale, and glowing? Yes, I said. My voice filled the room evenly. No echo. Only presence. Peter jumped slightly. Still not going to get used to that. Clint looked around once. He is just there, hey. Natasha did not look surprised. She had felt this before. What do you think? She asked, directing it to me. I stepped inward, letting my form become visible at the far end of the table. Cloak still, gaze calm. The energy in the room bent gently around me. Tony exhaled. Next time, door. We use doors in this tower. I arrive where I need to, I said. Fury watched me without flinching. We have someone high up using your energy pattern as a hunting dog. You clouded their readings. He is adjusting on his end. We need to stay ahead of him. Yes, I said. Pierce has begun moving pieces. Wanda's head turned sharply. Pierce. Fury's attention snapped fully to me. You are going to say his name in here? Yes, I said. You already suspect. I confirm. Steve's expression hardened. Alexander Pierce. Tony leaned back slowly. Counsel Pierce. That Pierce. The one you work under. Fury's face stayed still, but his hand closed slightly around the edge of the table. We do not put that in any file. We are not writing, I said. We are speaking. Natasha's eyes narrowed. You traced his moves? Yes, I said. He adjusted satellite readings. He reassigned analysts. He shifted transport routes. All in response to your black site and the loss of his convoy. The pattern leads to him. Hill's jaw tightened. You are certain? Yes, I said. Fury inhaled once, steady. Then the name stays in this room. Nowhere else. Not over comms. Not in missions. If I hear one of you say it into a microphone, I will shut down every line you have. Tony nodded slowly. So we know. But we act like we do not. We act like we are suspicious of a leak, Fury said. We act like we are testing the system. We act like we are constantly one step behind. Meanwhile, we collect proof as quietly as possible. Steve frowned. You want to wait? I want to hit him once, when it counts, Fury said. Not swing at shadows and miss. Banner rubbed the back of his neck. In the meantime, he keeps running Hydra from the top. Yes, Fury said. But now he does it under pressure. He knows something is off. He knows someone is pushing back. That makes him move more. Moving people leave trails. Natasha nodded slowly. We use his adjustments against him. Fury looked at her. Exactly. Pietro's voice was tight. He ordered the experiments. He told Strucker to keep going. Most likely, Fury said. Wanda's hands half closed. Red light flickered around her fingers, then faded as she forced herself to calm. He sits in an office and decides things like that. Yes, I said. He believes he holds the map of this world. Steve watched Wanda's hands, then looked at Fury. If he is that important, we cannot take him lightly. We are not, Fury said. That is why I am here in person. Tony tapped a finger on the table. Let us talk practical. What changes for us tomorrow? Fury turned to him. From now on, when we plan missions connected to Hydra, enhanced targets, or that energy pattern, we do it either in person or through the new secure channels Hill is building. No standard SHIELD logs. No open briefings. No wide distribution lists. Hill added, we will use coded language even in those. Nothing that ties Pierce by name to Hydra until we have him locked down. Clint asked, what about support? Air cover, extraction, backup teams. You get what we can provide, Fury said. Sometimes that will mean less than you are used to. You will rely more on each other and less on the wider apparatus. That is not ideal, but it is safer than sending your locations through compromised pipes. Peter raised a hand slightly. So, we work like a small unit inside the larger thing. Yes, Fury said. You are a team inside a machine that might be cracked. You do not lean on the cracked parts. Tony nodded once. You should have just said that. I would have understood in one sentence. Fury shot him a flat look. You are not the only one in the room, Stark. Banner asked, what about other enhanced individuals? If Pierce is hunting your seeds, he might have files on people we do not know yet. We are looking into that, Hill said. Any unusual event flagged in our systems could have been redirected to his projects. We are combing through what we can without triggering alarms. Wanda looked at me. Can you feel others like us? Yes, I said. Where my seeds have taken root. And sometimes where similar energy patterns rise on their own. Then he might be hunting them too, she said. Yes, I replied. Steve's jaw set. We cannot leave them to Hydra. Fury nodded slowly. Agreed. But we have to pick our moves. We cannot save anyone if we are wiped out on the first shot. Natasha's voice was calm. We pick targets that matter. Places we can hit without exposing that we know about Pierce. Tony pointed at me. You can see where he is pointing Hydra. We can intercept without revealing we know where it came from. Yes, I said. If I follow his orders through their effect, not their origin. Fury leaned back slightly in his chair. That is the line we walk. We fight his plans without making him realize we know he is behind them. Not yet. Pietro shook his head slowly. This is a lot of pretending. Welcome to espionage, Clint said. Peter spoke again, hesitantly. What about me? I am not officially on any SHIELD roster. That helps, right? It does, Hill said. Your name is not on any enhanced index we know of. As far as the world is concerned, you are just a smart kid from Queens. Peter looked down at his hands, then up again. So we keep it that way. Tony nodded. You stay out of their databases as much as possible. Your connection goes through me. That gives us one variable they cannot easily track. Banner added, but your power signature is still out there. Hydra's sensors might have seen you when you fought them. Peter swallowed. Great. I looked at him. You are young. That makes you adaptable. You will adjust. He managed a small, uneasy smile. Thanks. I think. Fury stood. The chair legs scraped lightly against the floor. That is enough for now. You know the basics. From this point on, assume eyes where there should not be any. Ears where there should not be any. Watch every channel you use. Steve nodded. We have done that before in other wars. This one is the same in that respect, Fury said. Different tools, same concept. Natasha stood as well. I will help Hill build the internal shell. I know where to hide things. Hill gave a short nod. I already have a list of nodes we can trust. Clint pushed his chair back. I will review any SHIELD calls that look off. Rumors, small changes, strange deployments. They might show us where Pierce is nudging things. Banner stayed seated a moment longer, thinking. I will keep watching the energy side. If Pierce adjusts the readings again, I will see it. Wanda and Pietro exchanged a quiet look. Pietro said, we will not be taken again. Wanda nodded. If you need us, we will fight. Tony looked around the table. So we keep doing what we do, just more paranoid. That is one way to put it, Fury said. He moved to the door. Hill followed. Fury paused with his hand on the control. He looked back at me. You have your own reasons to go after Pierce. Fine. But while you are in my world, we coordinate. No surprise moves at that level without telling me first. Yes, I said. We will align our strikes. He gave a short nod and opened the door. The glass walls shifted from opaque to clear. The city returned to view. He and Hill left the room. The others stayed where they were for a few more moments. Tony let out a quiet breath. Well. That was cheerful. Clint snorted softly. Could have been worse. Natasha looked at Steve. You all right with this? Steve's expression was firm. I have been in chains of command with rotten links before. This is not new. We adapt. Banner stood. I will get back to the lab. I want to check the new readings again. Peter pushed his chair back. I should probably finish my homework before we start fighting Secret Council Hydra again. Wanda gave a faint smile at that. Your priorities are strange. Peter smiled back. Someone has to keep the GPA up. Pietro shook his head. You talk too much. Tony clapped his hands once. All right, people. Meeting over. We keep our mouths shut and our eyes open. And nobody says Pierce's name near a microphone. Ever. They filed out slowly, splitting toward their own parts of the tower. I watched them go, their energy patterns adjusting around this new knowledge. The room emptied. The city outside continued its movement, unaware of the lines just drawn inside the tower. Chapter 19 The Joint Operation. In Washington, the morning light sat flat on the glass of the SHIELD building. Alexander Pierce sat at his desk, jacket off, shirt sleeves neat, a cup of coffee cooling beside a terminal filled with open files. The door to his office closed with a soft sound. Brock Rumlow stood in front of the desk. His hands rested loosely at his sides. He waited without speaking. Pierce finished reading the last line on the screen. Then he looked up. S.T.R.I.K.E is ready? Pierce asked. Rumlow nodded. They always are. Pierce leaned back slightly. Good. The Council wants a show of cooperation after New York. A visible reminder that SHIELD and the Avengers play on the same field. Rumlow's expression did not change. You want us to run with them? Yes, Pierce said. An officially sanctioned joint exercise. Urban combat simulation. Mixed unit response. Fury cannot refuse without looking uncooperative. Rumlow understood. And unofficially. Pierce's voice stayed even. Unofficially, we need data. We need to know how fast the Avengers respond. Which channels Fury uses to mobilize them. How they move when they think they are just training. Rumlow nodded slowly. You want a map? I want information, Pierce said. If Fury is hiding assets and operations, this gives us a way to test what is still under his command. Your team will run the scenario. Live rounds for you. Simulated for them, unless events require else. Rumlow's brow lifted slightly. You expecting trouble from our side? Pierce shook his head. Not today. This is observation. No accidents. No casualties. You are there to learn, not to strike. Understood. Yes, sir, Rumlow said. Pierce opened a file and turned the monitor slightly. It showed a satellite image of an abandoned industrial block on the outskirts of New York. Old warehouses, empty lots, fenced yards. This will be your playground, Pierce said. We seed it with training drones, modified to simulate hostiles. You bring STRIKE and coordinate with whatever roster Fury sends. You log everything. Response times, callouts, formation changes. You send those logs through the channels we discussed. Rumlow studied the image. And if Yhwach interferes again? Pierce watched him. Then we confirm he reacts even to routine exercises. That tells us something too. Rumlow gave a short nod. How hard do you want us to push them? Hard enough to make them work together, Pierce said. Not hard enough to reveal we are measuring them. Rumlow understood. I will keep it clean. Pierce nodded once. Go. Rumlow turned and left the office. I watched him go, the reishi around his form moving in tight patterns. Loyal to his commander. Confident in his team. Unaware of the larger shape pressing against his world. Pierce turned back to his screen and opened a secure message. To Director Fury. From Secretary Alexander Pierce. Subject, Joint Field Readiness Exercise. The Council believes a coordinated training operation between S.H.I.E.L.D.SSTRIKE team and the Avengers will help reassure our partners after New York. Location, Controlled Industrial Sector outside city limits. Objective, Simulate urban hostile engagement with mixed units. I recommend your primary roster attend. Visibility will be minimal, but the benefits to coordination could be significant. He sent it through the official channel, the one Fury expected. Then he opened another, hidden one, and set the filters to capture every line of response, every route of communication Fury would use to accept or adjust the operation. In Stark Tower, the request reached Fury's terminal. He sat in a smaller office space he used inside the building, Hill standing beside him. The message looked routine, written in the language of council oversight and coordination. Hill read it twice. He wants a joint exercise with S.T.R.I.K.E. Fury's expression stayed neutral. Of course he does. Public peace. Private sniff test. We can say no, Hill said. No, Fury said. We cannot. Not without drawing more attention than we already have. Hill's lips pressed together. Then we go. We go, Fury said. But we go on our terms. He forwarded the basic details to Tony's system with a short note. Joint exercise. Strike present. Assume observation. Treat as real without causing headlines. He stood. Get everyone in the briefing room. Hill nodded and left to do it. I spread myself through the tower again, watching as the call moved through the network. Tony read the message in his lab. His eyes narrowed slightly. He wants us to play nice with Rumlow. He tapped his earpiece. Roll call, people. Fury wants us to go play training day with Strike upstairs. Conference room, 5 minutes. Try not to look too excited. Steve heard it in the training room. He wiped down the equipment and headed for the elevator, mind already moving to formation possibilities. Natasha and Clint received the alert on their devices. They exchanged a short look. Natasha spoke first. Rumlow. Clint nodded. This should be fun. Banner set his tablet aside and closed a file. He did not like Strike, but he did not argue. Wanda and Pietro heard the announcement over the internal speakers. Pietro frowned. They want us to run with Fury's soldiers. Wanda closed her book again. We can watch them. Peter looked up from his laptop. S.T.R.I.K.E. Those are the guys with the cool black gear, right? And kind of a bad attitude. Pietro gave a faint snort. That sounds accurate. They all made their way to the conference room. I gathered my perception there first. The glass went opaque again. The team sat around the table much as before. Tony rested his elbows on the surface. Our friend on the council wants us to do coordination exercises with his paramilitary guys. You all know what that means. Clint nodded. They want to watch us work. Natasha's tone was flat. They want to measure us. Steve folded his hands. We can use it to measure them too. Fury stood at the head of the table. Hill remained against the wall, tablet ready. This came from Pierce, Fury said. Council language. Concern about readiness. All the usual lines. Officially, this is about teaching Strike how to move around you. Unofficially, this is Pierce's way of testing our channels and responses. Banner frowned. You are sure he is behind Strike too? S.T.R.I.K.E follows orders from both of us, Fury said. On paper. In reality, I know where Rumlow's loyalty leans. Natasha nodded slightly. I have seen his file. And his eyes. Tony sighed. So what is the play? We say no and make Pierce wonder? Or we say yes and pretend we do not see the leash? We say yes and watch what he watches, Fury said. We assume every move we make out there will end up on his desk. That means we control what he sees. Peter raised a hand partway. How do we do that? We kind of just go and punch things. Tony looked at him. We go and punch things in a very specific way. Steve elaborated. We do not show everything. We hold back certain tactics. We do not reveal our limits. We run a clean operation, but we treat it as if the enemy is studying us. Pietro frowned. So we fight while pretending we are worse than we are. Not worse, Natasha said. Different. Less complete. We give them enough to think they understand us. We keep the rest for when it matters. Wanda's eyes were calm. And if they try something more than training? Then we respond like it is real, Fury said. I will have eyes on their communications. If Rumlow steps out of line, we adjust fast. I chose that moment to let my presence be felt at the edge of the room. I did not fully manifest. I allowed my voice to carry. You will not be alone in watching, I said. Banner glanced toward the corner where the air thickened slightly. You are going to monitor them. Yes, I said. Pierce wants to measure your responses. He will not see everything he wants. Tony smiled faintly. Nice to have the invisible supervisor on our side. Fury focused on the practical. You move in 2 hours. Gear up. This is classified as a controlled exercise. No press. No public. But assume there are eyes on the feeds you cannot see. Steve nodded. We will be ready. Fury and Hill left the room. The rest began to disperse to prepare. Wanda and Pietro paused at the doorway. She asked quietly, should we go all out? I answered, no. You will hold back certain abilities. Enough to look competent. Not enough to give them a full picture. When the time comes, surprise is your ally. Pietro muttered, I do not like being studied. None of you are used to it yet, I said. You will adapt. They left to change. The industrial sector Pierce had chosen lay on the edge of the river, a cluster of old warehouses and storage yards. Rust stained the metal doors. Windows were broken or boarded. Fences leaned. The streets around it were mostly empty. SHIELD had cleared the civilians hours earlier under the cover of maintenance work. Drones had been placed on rooftops and inside buildings, programmed to simulate hostile fire. STRIKE arrived first in an unmarked transport. Rumlow stepped out with his team, each in dark tactical gear with SHIELD badges. Their helmets hung at their sides for now. Rumlow surveyed the field. Nice playground, he said to one of his men. The man grinned. Better than a range. Rumlow looked up as the Quinjet came in. It landed nearby. The ramp lowered. Steve stepped out first, suit on, shield at his arm. Tony followed, already in his armor, helmet open. Natasha and Clint came next, in their familiar uniforms. Banner walked behind them, plain clothes, eyes taking everything in. Wanda and Pietro descended after, dressed for movement. Peter came last, already in his suit, mask pulled up. Rumlow walked to meet them. Captain, he said. Good to see you again. Steve gave a short nod. Rumlow. Tony looked over the STRIKE unit. You brought the whole fan club. Rumlow smirked slightly. We like to train with full teams. Natasha's gaze moved over the men, noting equipment, posture, weapons. You armed for real combat? Rumlow answered easily, live rounds on our side, non-lethal mapping fire on yours. That was the agreement. Steve glanced toward the observer's platform set up on a nearby rooftop. Fury and Hill stood there, watching from above. SHIELD technicians monitored consoles, tracking data. Fury wanted to see how we move together, Rumlow said. We run it as a joint OP. Simulated hostiles, civilians in danger, tight timeline. Tony's visor slid down, then up again, checking his HUD. You have a scenario or you just going to wing it? Rumlow handed Steve a small pad. Basic layout. Hostile faction has taken a group of scientists hostage in the central warehouse. Possible explosives. Unknown number of enemies. Your people come in from the east. Mine from the west. We converge, clear, and extract. Steve scanned the details, then passed the pad to Natasha. Clint looked at the buildings. How many drones? Enough, Rumlow said. He was not lying. But I felt the extra devices as well. Hidden sensors on the corners of rooftops. Additional recording units in alleyways. Not just training drones. Mapping tools. Pierce wanted to record. Tony spoke to Steve quietly over the local channel. We have extra eyes out there. Not ours. I see them, Steve answered. We move like we planned. Wanda watched Strike closely. Pietro shifted his weight from foot to foot, scanning for exits and angles. Peter whispered near Wanda, "These guys all look like they came out of a catalog." She almost smiled. A very serious catalog. Steve addressed both groups. We treat this as a real mission. We keep communication clear. We do not show everything. We do not let pride get in the way of safety. Rumlow nodded. Agreed. Fury's voice came over the general channel. This is a controlled exercise. But if anyone treats it like a game, I end it myself. You move on my go. Steve replied, understood. I spread my perception over the entire block, into each building, along each alley. I noted the positions of every drone, every sensor SHIELD placed, every extra piece Hydra had slipped into the setup. Small tracking chips on STRIKE gear. Data relays hidden in utility boxes. I made small adjustments. Not enough to break the system. Enough to cloud certain lines. Enough to scramble Pierce's attempt to get a full picture. From a control center far away, Pierce sat in front of a wall of monitors, some official SHIELD feeds, some his own taps. He saw the teams assembling. He saw field maps, heart rate readings, basic telemetry. He did not see every detail he expected. Some data came through slightly delayed. Some bands had more interference than they should. He frowned a little. We will fix that later. Move, Fury said through the COMM. The exercise began. The Avengers split into their roles without needing much talk. Steve, Natasha, and Wanda took the lead on the ground from the east. Clint moved to high ground on a nearby rooftop. Tony flew overhead, acting as a mobile sensor and heavy support. Peter swung between lamp posts and walls, staying close to Steve's flank. Pietro moved faster, acting as a scout, but kept within sight when he could. Banner stayed back as a reserve, watching from a vantage point with a clear view of the sector. STRIKE moved from the west. Their formation was tight. Rumlow at the center, 2 men forward, 2 back, 1 with a support pack, 1 carrying a heavier weapon. I watched the difference in movements. The Avengers moved with individual style that blended into a whole. STRIKE moved like a trained unit, efficient and precise. Simulated hostiles activated. Drones popped up from behind cover, firing colored training rounds. Sensors and suits registered hits. Tony's HUD lit up. Contacts on the northeast roof. 2 drones. Taking them. He fired controlled repulsor beams, knocking the drones into inactive states. Clint called from above. 3 more at the red container. I see them. Taking shots. His arrows flew, hitting drone sensors in quick sequence. On the ground, Steve led his group down a narrow street. Watch corners. Assume they are around every bend. Peter's spider sense buzzed. He raised a hand. Left side, up high. Wanda lifted her gaze. She raised a hand, red energy forming around her palm. A drone deployed from a window. Before it fired, she gripped it with her power and pulled it down to the ground, then flung it aside. Steve gave a short nod. Good. On the west side, STRIKE moved through an alley. A drone popped up from a dumpster. Rumlow signaled with his hand. 2 men took quick shots and dropped it. Their microphones caught their comments. Clean, one said. Too easy, another replied. Rumlow said, stay sharp. They built this to test us all. He believed that part. Overhead, Tony flipped through different sensor modes. He saw the training drones. He also saw the extra devices. We have more than drones down there. Natasha responded quietly. We know. On a rooftop, a small black device recorded not just the simulated fire but also power surges when Wanda used her abilities and fine detail on Peter's web line trajectories. I sent a slight wave of Reishi through it. Its calibration slipped. It recorded, but the readings twisted just enough to be unreliable. Another hidden sensor tried to read the electromagnetic signature of Tony's armor when he increased output. I dampened its reception, lowering the clarity. In his distant control room, Pierce watched graphs that did not match his expectations. Who did their calibration? He asked the technician near him. The man looked nervous. Readings show interference, sir. Possibly from the environment. Pierce's eyes narrowed. Possibly. Back in the field, the two teams moved closer to the central warehouse. Fury's voice came over the line. You are approaching target zone. Hostiles are heavier here. Rumlow said, we take the west entrance. Avengers, you take east and south. Meet in the middle. Steve agreed. Understood. Watch crossfire. Tony flew higher. I will handle anything on the roofs and outside. Banner watched from his vantage point. He did not want to be needed here. Wanda walked beside Steve. Her hands were not glowing, but her focus was sharp. Pietro ranged ahead, then back. Peter stuck to the wall of a building, moving horizontally. I see 3 drones guarding a side door, he reported. 2 on the ground, 1 high. Disable them, Steve said. Quietly if you can. Peter smiled to himself. On it. He fired 3 webs in quick succession, binding the guns of the drones. Then he dove, kicked one in the head, swung, and yanked the one above down. He tied them all in a web cluster and left them hanging. Nice work, Clint said from his rooftop vantage point. Peter grinned, even though no one could see it through the mask. Thanks. Strike reached their assigned entrance. Rumlow gave quick hand signs. 2 men stacked at the door. One checked the frame. Another prepared to breach. They were efficient. Tony's voice came quietly to Steve. They are running this like a real OP. Steve answered, good. That gives us a clear read on how they move. Natasha added softly, and how they expect us to move. On the rooftop above the central warehouse, a cluster of drones activated at once, simulating heavy fire. Tony's HUD flashed multiple targets. Top is hot, he said. I will clear. He let the armor's weapons fire in controlled bursts, taking out the group in a precise pattern. Pierce watched those readings with interest, but part of the output curve blurred under my pressure, keeping his full understanding of Tony's limits incomplete. Inside the warehouse, more drones awaited. Some staged as hostiles. Some as civilians. Fury spoke over the line. Remember the parameters. Do not shoot the ones marked as non-combatants. Sensors will track any hits. Copy, Steve said. They breached. Strike went in from one side, Avengers from the other. The space was filled with wooden crates, metal scaffolding, and suspended lights. Drones fired training rounds. They hit shields, railings, the floor. Steve moved forward with his shield up. Left. Natasha rolled to the side, firing non-lethal rounds at drone sensors. Clint, from a high window, hit others with training arrows. Wanda extended a red field in front of her, catching a cluster of projectiles and dropping them. Pietro moved in streaks, tapping drones and disabling their sensors manually. Peter swung between beams, landing on a crate and webbing a drone that had flanked Strike. You missed one. One of Rumlow's men grunted, we had him. Sure you did, Peter said lightly. Rumlow called out, maintain formation. Do not let them get between us and the hostages. Simulated hostages appeared as human-shaped training dummies with sensors attached. Their locations were marked on Steve's and Rumlow's pads. Steve gestured to Wanda. Cover them. She nodded and moved to position, wrapping a subtle field around the hostages to deflect any stray fire. It was less than she could do, but enough to appear impressive. Rumlow's attention flicked to her for a second. His internal mic recorded a note. Maximov, strong defense ability. Range moderate. Control improving. His suit sent that data up the chain. Myrishi filtered it before it reached Pierce. By the time it showed on his screen, the values were inconsistent. The exercise continued for several minutes. Both sides moved, called out, responded. They took hits where the scenario demanded to avoid breaking the structure. They let some shots land. They completed the extraction of all hostages. Fury's voice came in. Scenario complete. Stand down. Drones shut off. Training rounds stopped. Steve lowered his shield. His breathing was steady. Sweat beaded at his hairline. Tony landed near him, helmet retracting. That was almost enjoyable. Clint came down from his vantage point. You just liked showing off with the roof clear. Natasha holstered her weapons. S.T.R.I.K.E held their line. They were careful not to get in our way. Rumlow walked over, helmet under his arm. You move well as a unit. So do you, Steve said. The words were honest. Rumlow nodded. That is the point of these things. Know how each other works before it gets messy. Peter pulled his mask up. So, that was it. No surprise twist. Tony gave him a look. Do not say that out loud when Fury is within hearing range. Up on the observation platform, Fury and Hill watched final readouts. Technicians began saving data. Hill checked one of the screens. Our internal logs look normal. Enough noise that Pierce will not see clean patterns. Fury nodded. Good. Let him think he got what he came for. I watched the hidden channels. In his control room, Pierce saw partial graphs. Movement paths. Time stamps. Heart rate spikes. Fire patterns. Enough to be useful. Not enough to reveal true limits. He frowned again. Still not clean, he said. The technician swallowed. We can refine the filters next time, sir. Pierce looked at the video feed of the teams standing together in the warehouse. There will be a next time. On the ground, the teams began to separate. Strike moved toward their transport. Rumlow paused near Steve. Good run, Rumlow said. We should do this more often. Steve gave a short nod. Training is always useful. Rumlow glanced briefly at Wanda and Pietro. Your new additions are strong. They will be an asset if you can keep them under control. Pietro's eyes narrowed slightly at that, but he did not speak. Wanda's face stayed calm, but her gaze was cold. Steve answered simply. They are learning fast. Rumlow looked at Peter. The kid too. Peter raised a hand slightly. Hi. Rumlow gave a faint smile. Watch yourself out there. Peter nodded, unsure if it was a compliment or a warning. Strike boarded their vehicle and left. Tony watched them go. They creep anyone else out. Clint shrugged. They are efficient. That is their job. Natasha's eyes stayed on the retreating van. Efficient does not mean safe. Steve looked up toward the observation platform. Fury and Hill were already heading for the stairs. Banner joined the group. No one went out of their lane. That is something. Wanda released the last of her energy from around the hostages, fingers relaxing. They treated us like pieces on a board, she said quietly. They treat everyone like pieces, Natasha said. You just see it more clearly now. Pietro crossed his arms. Next time, I would rather be the one watching them. You were, Tony said. We all were. Peter stretched his arms. So, we go home now. Steve nodded. We debrief first. Then yes. I followed them back to the tower, leaving the empty training ground behind. Later, in his office, Pierce reviewed all the collected files. He watched the videos. He studied the maps. He made notes. They moved as a unit. They communicated quickly. They adapted. His sensors gave him enough to know they were more dangerous now than they had been in New York. He did not see the pieces he wanted most. The full extent of Wanda's power. The deeper layers of Tony's armor. The true ceiling of Peter's reflexes. The limits of Steve's enhanced form. The complete shape of my influence. He narrowed his eyes at another glitch on the energy band. You again, he said quietly. He saved the data anyway. He would continue to adjust. That was his nature. I kept the memory of the exercise as well. I now saw how Strike moved in the field. I saw Rumlow's habits. I saw where Pierce tried to reach and where he failed. Both sides had learned. Chapter 20 Cutting off the branches. Morning settled over Stark Tower with a dull sky and steady wind. The building's upper levels were busy early. In a secure room 1 floor below the main labs, a new display wall showed global maps instead of stock tickers. Red markers pulsed in a few scattered regions. Lines ran between them and a central node labeled only with a number. I stood near the back wall, unseen to the cameras, watching the threads of Reishi that ran beneath those icons. Each red point sat where Hydra had pushed its presence into the world. Their energy felt stale and stubborn. Nick Fury stood at the head of the table, one hand resting on the edge, the other holding a folder he had not bothered to open. Maria Hill stood beside a console nearby, tablet ready. Tony sat with his hands wrapped around a mug. Steve sat straight-backed, attentive. Natasha rested one forearm on the table, relaxed and ready. Clint leaned back a little in his chair. Banner sat with fingers laced together, expression focused. Wanda and Pietro sat side by side, Wanda still and composed, Pietro restless, one foot tapping slowly against the floor. Peter sat near the end, notebook closed, eyes moving between the screens and the others. Fury spoke. We are done just reacting to Hydra's moves. Today we hit back. Tony raised his mug slightly. Good morning to you too. Hill tapped the tablet. The map zoomed in. Interrogation and data we pulled from their captured tech gave us several likely sites. Yhwach's input narrowed it to facilities that actually matter. Steve looked at the map. What are we dealing with? Hill brought up 3 main markers. These. Site Alpha, a research facility hidden under an old factory in Eastern Europe. Site Beta, a weapons depot and training yard in North Africa. Site Gamma, a data relay hub disguised as a logistics company server farm in the U.S. Fury added, we are not hitting all 3 at once. We do 2 today, 1 soon after, depending on what Pierce's people notice. Banner asked, you are sure these are tied to the directive and not just standard cells? They share energy and traffic patterns with the convoy you fought, Hill said. Same signatures, same coded instructions. Same authorization path. I nodded once. They are connected. The Reishi around them carries Pierce's pattern. Wanda's eyes tightened for a second at the mention of another Hydra stronghold. Pietro's shoulders went stiff. Tony set the mug down. Which ones today? Fury turned back to the map. Alpha and Gamma. The research site and the relay hub. Research because I am tired of Hydra experimenting on people. Relay because it feeds data to anyone watching for your energy signatures. Peter muttered, so, the Stalker Network. Put simply, Fury said. Steve asked, teams. Fury answered without looking at any notes. Alpha gets Rogers, Romanoff, Barton, Wanda, Pietro. Direct ground assault with controlled entry. Gamma gets Stark, Banner, Parker, and Hill's support team. That one needs more tech focus and less open fire. Tony glanced at Peter. Field trip. Peter swallowed once. Right. Natasha watched Wanda and Pietro. You two all right with going back in against Hydra Labs? Wanda held her gaze. We are. Pietro said, they ran when they came for us last time. They will not run far enough. Fury's tone stayed level. You keep your heads clear in there. Hydra Labs are messy. We want their files and equipment destroyed or seized, not another incident on the report. Clint nodded. Understood. Steve looked at Fury. How much can we move without tipping Pierce that we are targeting his branch instead of random cells? Fury replied, we run this under a standard Hydra sweep label in the system. On paper, this came from tracing Sokovia and New York, nothing more. That fits what Pierce expects. Hill added, we keep comms short and precise. No mention of the directive, no mention of his name. Tony sighed quietly. We really are doing this with one arm tied. You still hit harder than anyone else I have, Fury said. You move in 1 hour. Gear up. This does not hit the larger network. Only the people in this room and a handful of trusted support know the full target list. Peter raised his hand a little. Question. Do I get a code name call sign thing for this or do I just answer to Kid? Tony said, you answer to do not get shot. Clint smirked at that. Long call sign. Steve allowed a small, short breath through his nose. We will figure that out later. For now, everyone knows who you are and what you can do. Fury looked around the table. Any real concerns? Banner shook his head slowly. Keep stress low on gamma output at the hub and I will be fine. Wanda glanced at Pietro again. We are ready. Steve stood. Then we will be on the Quinjet in 45. The team began to break up, each heading to prepare. I remained, watching the map, tracing the 3 red markers in my mind. Hydra had pushed those branches out. Today, 2 would fall. 40 minutes later, 1 Quinjet cut through the air toward Eastern Europe. Inside, the team buckled in and checked gear. Steve sat near the ramp, suit on, shield clipped to a mount beside him. Natasha sat across from him, checking the clips on her pistols and the charge on her batons. Clint adjusted his quiver and checked each arrow by habit. Wanda sat next to Natasha, hands folded in her lap, eyes focused on nothing in particular. Pietro sat near the wall, foot bouncing faster now that they moved, helmet resting on his knee. The hum of the jet filled the space. Steve looked at Wanda. Hill says this site matches the energy from your old base. That does not mean it is identical. Wanda nodded slowly. It will not be the same. That does not change what they did. Pietro said quietly, we know that this time going in, not waking up in a cell. Clint leaned forward slightly. If anything feels off, you say it. I do not care if it is just a hunch. Hydra Labs always have something tucked away. Natasha's voice was even. And if you see tech that looks familiar, do not touch it without telling one of us. I am not a child, Pietro said sharply. No, Natasha replied. You are someone Hydra studied. That means they design things around you. That makes you a source of information, not a blunt instrument. Pietro held her gaze, then looked away with a small exhale. Fine. Steve glanced at the cockpit. How far out? The pilot answered over the intercom. 5 minutes to the drop zone. Steve stood and unclipped his shield, strapping it to his arm. We know the plan. We come in off radar, drop outside the perimeter, move in on foot. No external support unless Fury calls it in. We keep this tight. Clint checked his bowstring tension. What about our unseen friend? I let my voice carry into the cabin. I will be there. Peter was not with them. This team had enough moving parts already. Wanda looked toward the space where my voice seemed strongest. If they have people inside, you will see them. Yes, I said. Hydra's experiments leave marks I can track. Pietro muttered, good. The Quinjet descended. The ramp light turned red, then green. Steve said, move. They came down into cold air and rough ground. A thin layer of snow clung to the broken concrete and dead grass. Ahead, an old factory sat quiet, windows dark, metal walls rusting. To normal eyes it looked abandoned. To me, the reishi around it swirled in unnatural patterns. Below the factory floor, a network of corridors and rooms pulsed with restrained energy. Machines hummed, shielded from satellite scans, not from my sight. Steve raised his hand. The team stopped at the edge of a low rise that overlooked the outer fence. Clint pulled binoculars, glassing the area. I see standard watch posts, 2 visible patrols, cameras at the corners. No obvious heavy weapons on the surface. That means they are hiding something underneath. Natasha watched the movements carefully. They are relaxed. They do not expect company. They are wrong, Steve said. Barton, you take the southern tower first on my signal. Romanov, you and Wanda clear the entry path. Pietro, you run interference if someone tries to hit the alarm. I will push through the front once the guard posts are down. Wanda nodded. Understood. Pietro smirked faintly. Finally. Clint lifted his bow, arrow notched. On you, Cap. Steve waited for a quiet moment in the patrol pattern, then said, now. Clint's first arrow flew and hit the outer tower guard in the chest, a non-lethal pulse that dropped him. A second arrow took out a camera. A third hit another guard on the opposite roof. Natasha moved low along the fence, cutters in hand. She made a clean gap. Wanda followed her, keeping her energy quiet. Pietro waited near the front gate, invisible to the normal eye when still. A guard turned toward the door, starting to reach for the alarm panel. Pietro blurred. In an instant he disarmed the man, dropped him with a controlled strike, and returned to position. Steve moved in, shield up. They advanced toward the main doors with speed but no rush, every step measured. Hydra did not have time to organize a response before they were inside. The factory floor smelled of oil and dust. Old machines sat in rows. A few were active, likely to give an impression of legitimate work if anyone visited. Steve scanned the room once. Pietro. Pietro brought himself fully into view. Yes. You and Wanda watch our rear. Barton, upper vantage. Natasha with me, Steve said. They moved toward the far wall where my perception showed the strongest energy not tied to surface equipment. I stepped forward, appearing near a support column. My presence did not trigger any alarm. Cameras could not record me. Steve did not flinch now when he saw me. You see an entrance? Yes, I said. There. I pointed to an unremarkable section of metal. To everyone else it looked like part of the wall. To me, the Rishi pooled around invisible seams. Natasha ran her gloved hand along the surface. She stopped, feeling a slight change. Hidden panel. Wanda lifted her hand. A soft red aura formed under her fingers as she pushed, probing the mechanisms. There. She grasped at an unseen handle with her power and pulled. The metal panel shifted, revealing a hidden door. An alarm began to whine somewhere deeper. Clint dropped another guard before the man could reach a full shout. "Subtlety is done," Steve said. "We go down before they burn the place." They descended a narrow, steep stairwell. Lights flickered on as motion sensors triggered. Below, Hydra activated defense protocols. Drones popped out from recesses along the corridor ceiling, small but armed with live rounds. Wanda threw up a shield in front of the group, bullets flattening against red force. Pietro rushed forward, weaving around the shots, smashing drones into the walls as he ran past. Clint provided cover from the stairs, arrows punching through drones that survived the first rush. Natasha moved at Steve's side, pistol fire sharp and precise at any exposed guard. Steve pressed forward. "We reach the control room first," he said. "If they have any automated systems, we shut them down." I let parts of the ceiling distort. Some bullets lost their path and struck empty walls. No one commented. They were too busy moving. 2 guards tried to block the corridor ahead. Steve's shield hit one, Natasha's shot dropped the other to his knees. Wanda's eyes flicked to a closed door they passed. She felt a presence inside. "There are people in that one." "Mark it," Steve said. "We clear the route, then we go back." Hydra tried to cut power to the lower level to slow them. The lights flickered and dimmed. I called the Rishi around the wiring, letting currents stabilize for a while longer. The corridor stayed lit. They reached a reinforced door with a panel beside it. Behind it, I felt banks of machines, data drives, devices that pulsed with Hydra's stolen knowledge. Natasha stepped up, pulling tools from a pouch. "Give me 20 seconds. Wanda kept the field up across the hall. Pietro paced, impatient but contained. Clint's voice came over the COMM. "Upper floor is clear. No one coming down yet, but they know something is wrong." Natasha worked quickly. The lock clicked. The door slid open. Inside, screens showed data streams, energy charts, and notes on enhanced subjects. Some were flagged with Sokovia Project. Others bore new labels. Wanda's eyes hardened at the sight of the language. They kept records. Natasha moved to the main console. "We copy what we can, then jam everything." Steve stepped inside, looking over the displays. "Can you get anything useful fast?" Natasha plugged a small drive in. "I can strip a chunk of their database in a few minutes. Past that, we go to destruction." Hydra's internal system detected the intrusion and began a purge. Files deleted themselves in rapid lines. I reached into the network of Rishi running through the electronics. I slowed some nodes, freezing processes long enough for her device to grab more. Other segments I allowed to burn. Natasha saw extra folders appear in her capture list. She did not question it, but she noticed. "I am getting more than expected." "Pack it," Steve said. "We take what we can." Outside the control room, a heavier team of Hydra soldiers assembled with riot shields and rifles. They moved into the hallway in a coordinated line. Pietro's jaw tightened. "They are bringing more." Wanda said, "I feel them." Steve raised his shield as first shots rang against the metal. "We hold them here until we finish." Clint aimed down the corridor from his position at the top of the stairs. "I have the angle. Give me clear heads, I will drop their front line." Wanda narrowed the field to create a smaller, denser wall while leaving gaps where Clint's arrows could pass. He used those lanes, knocking helmets and weapons away. Pietro accelerated and darted between the Hydra line, snatching magazines and slapping rifles aside, breaking formation. In the control room, Natasha watched the progress bar on her device. Almost done. Almost is not done, Steve said through clenched teeth as another volley hit his shield. It is now, she said a moment later, yanking the drive free. She tapped several keys, starting an overload cascade on the local system. Screens flashed, then went black. She grabbed a small explosive charge, armed it, and set it under the primary tower. Time to leave. Wanda pulled the field backward, covering the team as they retreated toward the stairwell. Pietro ran ahead and cleared the way, dropping any Hydra soldier who tried to flank them. They reached the upper floor as the first dull booms shook the lower level. The factory walls trembled. Dust drifted down. Clint said, "We are done here." Steve led them back out into the cold air. The Quinjet awaited beyond the perimeter. They boarded quickly. The ramp closed. As they lifted off, the factory's roof buckled in one section, then another. Fire and smoke rose, then settled. Wanda watched out the small window. Her face stayed steady, but her hand tightened on the seat strap. Pietro sat beside her, shoulders tense. Steve looked across the cabin at them. That is one less place they can use. Wanda nodded once. Good. Natasha checked the drive in her hand. We will see what they were hiding when we get back. I let my focus shift away, leaving the collapsing structure behind. While they flew home, Tony, Banner, Peter, and Hill approached Site Gamma in another Quinjet. This one came in low over an industrial park near a port. The target looked like an ordinary data center, bland building, fenced parking lot, air conditioning units on the roof. Hill stood at the front of the cabin, pointing to a schematic. The front is a cover. The outer rooms house normal servers. The inner core is Hydras, tied to other nodes off books. We cut that and we blind some of Pierce's reach. Tony glanced at the schematic. Entrance point. We use the front door, Hill said. We have a warrant on paper, signed by people who think this is about financial fraud. That covers cameras and local law enforcement if anything spills. Peter shifted in his seat. So we start polite and then go loud if needed. Exactly, Hill said. We do this clean. Minimal visible damage. The fewer questions, the better. Banner adjusted his glasses. You sure you want me here? Hydra likes power spikes, Hill said. If they try to dump energy through that core, I want you close. Tony stood, suit already on except for the helmet. All right. Let us knock on their door. They landed a short distance away and arrived at the building in an unmarked SUV. Hill flashed credentials at the front desk. Two men in suits greeted them with strained smiles. Can we help you? Hill's tone was professional. S.H.I.E.L.D. audit. We have reason to believe this facility's parent company is involved in unauthorized data transfers. We will need access to your server rooms. One of the men swallowed. We have been told to contact our legal department before allowing any inspections. Tony stepped up beside Hill. You can do that after we are done. Banner stayed behind them, hands in his pockets, trying to look like an ordinary analyst. Peter carried a case that actually contained his mask and web shooters. While Hill pushed the standard procedure, I searched below the visible floors. Hydra's core sat under the main server hall, shielded, cables running through carefully hidden conduits. Machines there hummed with a different tone. One of the Hydra plants behind the desks reached under the counter, fingers brushing a concealed switch. I tightened the reishi around the wiring. The signal misfired. No alert reached the lower level. He frowned slightly, then tried again. Still nothing. Hill's eyes flicked to his movement. Is there a problem? He forced a strained expression. Just calling my supervisor. She watched him longer than anyone else in the room noticed. You can tell them SHIELD is here under direct council oversight. Tony muttered quietly, partial truth. After a few more exchanges, Hill pushed past any resistance. We are done wasting time. Stark, Banner, you are with me. Peter, get ready. Peter nodded. Right. They moved through the security door into the main server hall. Rows of racks hummed. Lights blinked in steady patterns. Tony's helmet closed. Friday, map everything. Find the non-standard lines. The AI replied in his ear. Mapping now. There is an unexplained energy draw below this floor, sir. Hill pointed toward a maintenance hatch. There. That is not on the building plans. They moved to it. Tony cut the lock with a small repulsor burst. The hatch opened, revealing a ladder down into a dim space. Tony looked at Peter. Mask. Peter slipped the mask over his head, attaching web shooters to his wrists. Banner exhaled slowly. If they have anything heavy wired in, we pull back and recalibrate. Hill nodded. No heroics inside the core. We are here to cut links, not to stand in the middle of a meltdown. They descended. The hidden level was compact. A cluster of high-end servers sat at the center, surrounded by cooling units and a ring of consoles. Hydra technicians in plain clothes turned as the group appeared. One of them dropped a hand toward a console switch. Tony fired a small, targeted blast that shattered the switch housing without hitting the man. Hands where I can see them, he said. Peter swung to a beam and hung upside down, watching for anyone trying to escape. Banner hung back near the ladder, eyes scanning equipment. Hill held up her badge and a warrant sheet. This facility is under SHIELD control. Stand away from the consoles. The Hydra techs hesitated. A few raised their hands. One bolted toward a side door. Peter's spider sense pulsed. He fired a web and yanked the man off his feet, pinning him to the wall. Nope. Hill moved past them and stepped to the main console. How long to pull their roots, Stark? Tony stepped up beside her, connecting a device to the system. Depends how messy they coded this. Friday. Hydra encryption is present, the AI answered. I can bypass local locks and copy the routing tables in under 2 minutes. Do it, Tony said. On the screens, lines of code and addresses scrolled. Some led to known SHIELD endpoints. Others to hidden nodes. Banner watched energy readings on a small scanner. I am seeing a spike building at the secondary power unit. Hydra's built-in failsafe tried to trigger a burn of the core. I felt the surge. I drew the Reishi around the capacitors, slowing the increase enough for Tony to see. He glanced at his HUD. They are trying to cook their own data. Hill pointed. Cut it. Tony fired a short blast at the side unit. Panels blew, sparks flying, but the main servers stayed intact. Banner flinched slightly at the pop and smoke, then relaxed when nothing else flared. Peter crawled along the ceiling, placing small web patches over cameras. You said minimal damage. I am trying to keep that word in mind. Tony muttered, I am counting this as minimal. Friday beeped softly. Routing table copy complete, sir. Hydra-specific links isolated. Hill nodded. Wipe the rest. Tony tapped a few commands. On it. Hydra loses their feed. Normal company traffic stays up so no one asks why their accounting division fell over. Hydra's hidden network tried one more purge, but its path ran through circuits I had already disrupted. The command died mid-jump. Within minutes, the core's unique traffic collapsed to nothing. Hill turned to the pin technicians. You are coming with us. You talk, you get to stay in quiet cells. You keep pretending you are accountants, you go to less pleasant places. One of them swallowed hard. We were told this was for security analysis. Tony looked at him. You should pick better recruiters. They escorted the men up, keeping the hidden level off any internal cameras. On the surface, the building's operations looked unchanged. From far away, Pierce watched some of his relay points blink out. The map on his screen lost a node. Then another. The Hydra-only channel at Site Gamma went dark. He stared at the display. Fury is not just swatting at random, he said quietly. The technician nearby shifted nervously. The public logs show a standard investigation, sir. On paper this is about data fraud. On paper, Pierce said. He adjusted a different screen, looking for fresh energy readings from the site. They were faint. Those that existed carried interference. His jaw tightened. He is cutting my lines. I felt his displeasure through the reishi that clung to his office. It did not change our course. By evening, both Quinjets were back at Stark Tower. In a debrief room, the teams gathered again. Fury stood at the front, Hill beside him, a new set of files on the screen. Natasha plugged the drive from Site Alpha into the tower's isolated system. We pulled more than I expected before the overload. Hill brought up a list of files. Many had redacted names and numbers, but patterns were evident. Experiment logs. Shipment records. Internal reports on enhanced individuals, including notes on Wanda and Pietro. Other names were obscured by code numbers. Wanda's face tightened when she saw one of the headings. That was our designation. Pietro scowled. They kept using it. Hill said, now those files are ours. We can see where they sent your data. Where else they tried similar work. Banner scanned the screen. These link to other labs. Smaller ones. Strucker's influence shows up in code phrases. Steve nodded. We can line them up and clear them, one by one. Hill switched to a summary from Site Gamma. Stark's pull from the relay hub gives us routing for Hydra's private network. Some of the addresses match known SHIELD infrastructure. Others go to black channels we have never seen. Tony crossed his arms. You now have a map of where Pierce has been listening. Fury's eye moved from one set of data to the other. We hit 2 of his limbs today, and we did it without giving him a clean picture of how. Steve asked, any blowback yet? Not yet, Hill said. Pierce requested a brief status summary on the data center incident. Nothing unusual in wording. He is testing how much we tell him. Tony said, so we give him enough to look cooperative and not enough to show we know exactly what he is doing. Exactly, Fury said. Peter sat forward. So today we actually slowed them down. Yes, I said. They all looked toward the sound of my voice. I stood beside the screen now, fully visible. Steve asked, how much did we hurt them? Enough that Pierce felt it, I said. Not enough that he will stop. He will tighten his grip where he can and test your responses again. Natasha nodded. Then we stay ahead of his tests. Pietro leaned back, arms crossed, expression still tight but a little lighter than before. Their lab is gone. That is enough for today. Wanda's voice was quiet but steady. They cannot use those rooms again. Tony looked at Peter. You did well down there. Clean web work. Peter rubbed the back of his neck through the mask, which now hung around his shoulders. I mostly stuck people to walls and watched you hack everything. That is part of the job, Tony said. Stick, watch, learn. Banner allowed a small smile. And you did not trigger any structural collapses. That is a victory where hacking is concerned. Fury closed the folder. You all did what I needed. You hit hard, kept the fallout low, and stayed inside the lines we set. We keep doing that, and we chip away at Hydra's reach. Clint stretched his shoulders. When is the next round? Soon, Fury said. We will not give Pierce long to rearrange his pieces. Hill dimmed the screens. For tonight, you stand down. Rest. Review what you learned. Tomorrow we start sorting through these files in detail. People began to stand and drift toward the exits. Steve picked up his shield and headed for the training room. Natasha and Clint walked together, talking in low voices about strike patterns. Banner went back toward his lab. Tony and Peter argued quietly about web fluid compositions as they left. Wanda and Pietro stayed seated a moment longer. Wanda looked at the blank screen. There are other labs. Yes, I said. Pietro glanced at me. We will find them. Yes, I repeated. They rose together and left the room. I remained where I was, watching the empty chairs and the now dark screen. Hydra's branches had begun to fall. The root still hid behind council walls. That required patience and precision. Today's work had been necessary. It had also been only a step. Chapter 21 The Directives Core. Night settled over Stark Tower without much sound. The city below was still busy, but the secure research level felt contained. In a windowless room near the center of the tower, 4 terminals faced a large central screen. The walls were plain. The table in the middle held only devices and a few cups. No decoration. Natasha sat at one terminal, posture relaxed but straight, fingers moving over the keyboard with steady rhythm. Her eyes stayed focused, but a small tightness at the corners showed her concentration. Banner sat at the next station, glasses slightly lower on his nose, several windows open on his screen. He occasionally adjusted the frames with one hand while scrolling with the other. Tony was at the station across from them, in a chair that he had already adjusted twice. A half-empty mug sat next to his keyboard. He leaned forward when something caught his attention, leaned back when he thought. Hill stood at the last terminal at first, checking that the isolated system was still fully offline from every other network. Once she confirmed it, she sat down and pulled the keyboard closer. I stood near the back of the room, close to the wall, silent. My presence bent the Reishi in the air, but none of the devices reacted. This system belonged to them. The patterns within the drives belonged to me as well, because Hydra had touched my seeds. On the central screen, the words Site Alpha Archive and Site Gamma Root tables appeared as 2 main branches. Natasha opened the first branch. A tree of folders filled the screen. Hydra had no problem with long names, Tony said quietly. Natasha's lips moved in the faintest hint of a smile, then she focused. We sort before we complain. Top-level folders, subject index, experiment logs, operational directives, resource flows, and a locked one just labeled Prime. Hill looked up. Prime. Natasha hovered the cursor over it. Heavily encrypted. Different key than the rest. Banner spoke. That will be your part, Tony. Tony raised his hands once, then lowered them over his keyboard. I was starting to feel left out. He began copying the Prime folder to his own terminal within the isolated network. Give me time. They layered this. Hill tapped a few commands on her station and opened Subject Index. The list that appeared held lines of code numbers and short descriptors. Many of the names were masked by designations. Banner leaned toward the main screen. Subjects labeled by location and project. Sokovia entries, some older flags, scattered global markers. Wanda and Pietro's designations appeared near the top. SUBJSK02A and SUBJSK02B. Under each, simple notes. Status, acquired. Status, unstable. Status, lost. Natasha's jaw tightened slightly when she read lost. Hill scrolled. There are more. SUBJ New York 01, enhanced through Stark incident. That is you, Tony. Tony did not stop typing. Nice to know they were keeping score. SUBJBK01, Hill continued. Teen male, New York, spider exposure vector, enhanced pattern intersects new energy signature. That one is Peter. Banner let out a slow breath. So they had him on file that quickly? Natasha asked, timeline. Hill opened the entry. Initial flag 2 weeks after the spider incident. Updated twice. Last note says seeded, priority medium until full pattern emerges. I watched that line. Pierce had noted Peter as a seed, not yet complete. That matched my own sense. The energy in Peter's body had taken shape but still grew. Natasha said, so anyone marked with seeded is tied to him. Hill nodded. It appears so. She scrolled further down. There were other lines. SUBJJBG1, Gamma event in Johannesburg. SUBJLTPL, latent pyrokinetic in Lagos. Several more with only region codes and simple descriptors. Many had no names. Only the word seeded or candidate next to them. Banner frowned. Johannesburg Gamma incident. That is not me. No, Hill said. Different event. Predates New York. Probably tied to some early Gamma research we never got full files on. Banner rubbed his forehead. He has been tracking Gamma anomalies for longer than I thought. Natasha asked, do you see any connections between these and SHIELD files? Hill moved to her own station and pulled up a cross-reference window, pulling from the Gamma site routes Tony had taken. Some of these subjects pass through SHIELD observation logs. Medical incidents, unusual field reports, background checks. Others never hit our system. That suggests Hydra had its own channels. Tony glanced up for a moment. So Pierce used both SHIELD and separate assets to find anyone with weird energy signatures. Yes, I said. He used whichever path gave him speed. They did not startle at my voice now. They simply adjusted. Natasha opened the experiment logs folder next. This one will not be pleasant. Hill kept her voice steady. We need the details. Inside, subfolders listed project names. Some referenced Sokovia directly. SK primary, SK secondary, SK failed. Others had different tags. Banner focused on the technical summaries. Forced adaptation attempts. Energy exposure tests. Genetic stress mapping. All based around that same energy pattern that matches your seeds. He looked at me. He is trying to turn your power into something synthetic. He cannot. He tries, I said. He will not succeed. Hill said, he does not need full success to be dangerous. Partial results hurt people. Natasha opened one Sokovia log. The text was dry. Dates, procedure notes, outcomes. Wanda's designation appeared repeatedly, marked as primary stable subject. Petro's as kinetic derivative. Natasha read silently until her jaw set. She closed the file without comment and moved to a different one. Hill changed the view back to the top level. We can go through the experiment logs in detail later. Right now, the priority is anything that links to ongoing operations and larger plans. Natasha nodded. Operational directives then. She opened that folder. It contained documents labeled with internal Hydra terms. Directive field. Directive capture. Directive Eraser. Directive Prime Link. Natasha clicked Directive Field. The text that appeared described how base commanders should respond when seed signatures appeared in their region. Most of it described what they had already seen: relay to central, send teams, avoid prolonged engagement. Hill read over her shoulder. Standard Hydra procedure once they know what they are chasing. Directive Capture, Natasha said, opening the next file. That one was tighter. It described priority targets, doubled power subjects, high visibility enhanced in major cities, and anyone who combined seed energy with pre-existing abilities. Peter's designation was listed under Potential Later Capture, Monitor through NYC nodes. Wanda and Petros were under Active Capture Complete, then lost due to external interference. Tony said, that external interference would be us. Yes, I said. Directive Eraser, Natasha said, opening the third. This one defined when Hydra should kill rather than capture. Subjects who could not be transported, subjects under heavy public scrutiny, subjects already close to other major power centers. Tony's designation appeared here. Steve's. Banner's. Thor's was referenced through a code name. Banner read that line and exhaled slowly. They see some of us as tools and the rest as problems to be removed. He'll read further. Note: full erasure procedures require authorization from Shepard level for high-profile targets. No local commander may act without that clearance. Natasha asked, do we have any actual messages from that level in here, or just references? That is what the Prime folder probably holds, Tony said. And whatever sits in Directive Prime Link. Natasha opened that file. It was short, compared to the others. A list of instruction codes and routing paths. It mentioned Prime Node as the origin point for final orders. It included several mentions of hand. It also included one line tying all of that to a higher access code used in S.H.I.E.L.DS legitimate systems. He'll read that line out loud. Prime Node access map to Council level key A Pierce 01. Tony stopped typing for a second. They did not even bother to hide that at this layer. Banner adjusted his glasses. So any order flagged as Directive Prime Triple goes straight through Pierce's personal clearance. Yes, I said. He used his position in your structure to protect his operations. Natasha's eyes narrowed. We now have a direct reference tying his Council clearance code to Hydra directive access. That is proof. Hill straightened slightly in her chair. This is more than the word of a prisoner. Tony nodded once. If you print that line, you can wave it in front of the Council. Fury's voice came from the doorway. And start a war inside the building before we are ready. He stepped inside, coat draped over one arm instead of worn. His expression was serious but not rushed. He closed the door behind him and walked toward the table. Hill sent me the initial line. I wanted to see the rest. Hill brought up the Directive Prime Link file again and highlighted the line in question. Fury read it, lips pressed together. He said quietly, Hydra coded Pierce's clearance in plain view to them because they never thought we would see this folder. Natasha answered, they never thought we would take the lab without losing the drives. Fury looked at me briefly. Or without help. I met his gaze. You needed this proof. He nodded once. We cannot waive it yet. But it gives us a solid base to build from. Tony tapped a few more keys. Speaking of solid bases, I am finally through the outer layer for Prime. They nested this pretty deep. Banner moved his chair slightly closer to Tony's screen. Natasha stood and moved behind him to watch. Hill shifted the central view to show Tony's desktop mirror in a window. The Prime folder opened. Inside were fewer files, but each one carried more authority. Prime orders, Prime contingencies, Prime assets, and Prime notes. Fury's attention sharpened. Start with Prime orders. Tony opened it. The file contained a list of directives, each one with a timestamp and an authorization tag. Many of them had the tag A Pierce 01 next to Hand Shepherd and Directive Prime. Natasha read the most recent entries. Order: consolidate remaining Sokovia data into Alpha Branch Labs. Order: reroute enhanced subject tracking through Gamma Relay. Order: authorize convoy retrieval of Maximoff subjects and related seed anomalies. That one is the convoy that tried to take Wanda, Pietro, and Peter. Hill scrolled further back. Order: relocate Hydra research personnel from compromised European sites to S.H.I.E.L.D monitored safe structures. Order: expand secondary contact with Strucker and allied operators. Banner pointed at that line. That one ties him to Strucker directly. Fury's hand tightened slightly on the back of Tony's chair. We take screenshots. We print. We store offline. This is the backbone of the case. Natasha asked, do we risk copying everything? Fury thought a moment. We take enough to prove the pattern, not enough to show him how much we have. If he realizes we dug all the way to Prime, he will adjust. For now, we let him think we only hit the branch facilities. Hill nodded. We can strip a subset and hide it in physical form. No digital trace outside this box. Tony said, I will make a local copy for us to work with. We will keep it here, cut from everything else. Fury agreed. Do it. Tony started the copy process inside the isolated environment. Hill opened Prime Assets. This file contained a shorter list. It referenced high-value Hydra targets and specific enhanced individuals Pierce considered most important. Wanda and Pietro's designations were here again, listed as primary seed stabilizers. Tony's as technological force multiplier, hostile control recommended. Steve's as symbolic threat, Banner's as gamma event, erasure required if capture impossible. There were also other lines. SUBJWS-01, Deep Freeze Asset, Soviet Legacy, Conditioned. Status, held by Allied Program. Note, potential use in long-term containment scenarios. Natasha's eyes sharpened at that designation. WS. Fury watched her. He knew what she thought. We leave that one for now. It ties to other ghosts. Hill moved on. There is one more segment down here. SUBJ Chu Core. No location. Status, unreachable. Note, central anomaly tied to seed origin. Observation only. Tony glanced at me briefly. That would be you. Yes, I said. Fury said, he wrote you down without knowing how to touch you. He tried, I said. He fails. Natasha opened Prime Contingencies. This file was longer than the others. It outlined scenarios in which Pierce's aligned Hydra network lost major assets. Several sections referenced SHIELD systems directly. Banner read aloud. In the event of repeated disruption of directive branches by enhanced subjects, scale response upward. Options: leverage STRIKE teams for controlled provocations, expand council pressure on Avengers' presence, prepare long-term solution using existing global defense projects. Hill scrolled to see more. Here. Global defense projects. The text showed references to remote engagement platforms, satellite link targeting, and predictive threat mapping. No names, but it described the groundwork for something later. It tied that framework to Pierce's office and certain SHIELD R&D divisions. Tony exhaled slowly through his nose. He is planning to build something that can hit you from far away while pretending it is about world protection. Fury said, again. Natasha pointed to another segment. Here. If enhanced subjects with seed pattern cannot be controlled or removed through direct means, contingency net is to be considered. Net requires full use of remote engagement platform yet to be constructed. Advisory: delay net until public trust in external threats reaches necessary threshold. Banner frowned. He is waiting for the right moment to justify it. Fury looked at the words for a long moment. This is not for now. But it is his long game. That matters. It tells us how far he intends to go if we let him. Hill said, for our immediate concern, this section confirms he sees the Avengers and seed-marked individuals as a problem to be dealt with through SHIELD assets later. Natasha nodded. That means today's labs and relays were just one layer. His real plan uses the whole structure. Tony tapped the screen lightly. And this is how he expects to clean up if we keep being annoying. Fury looked at me. You see why I did not want to move on him too early. Yes, I said. He uses delay to build wider tools. You use delay to gather his own words. Now you have them. Hill sat back slightly. We should break this file into segments and secure them separately. No single loss should give away everything we know. Fury agreed. Do it. Print hard copies, store them in different physical locks. One set here in the tower, one with me, one in a place he cannot reach. Natasha asked, where? Fury's mouth curved in the faintest hint of a smile. I have a few holes left he does not know about. Hill started the print sequence on a non-networked device. Pages began to slide out, filled with Hydra's own text. Banner opened a new window. I want to run simple pattern analysis on the subject index while she handles that. I can group seed-marked individuals by region and time. That might show us who is most at risk right now. Fury nodded. Good. We prioritize anyone the directive was preparing to move on soon. Banner typed, filtering quickly. Within a few minutes, a smaller list appeared on the central screen. These ones, he said. Subjects with recent activity in the last 60 days. Johannesburg Gamma Case. Lagos Pyrokinetic. A telekinetic in eastern Canada flagged as minor but stable. 2 subjects in East Asia with unclear abilities. Several entries marked pending capture window. Hill marked each one. We can cross-check these with our own incident reports and any rumors that slipped through. Natasha said, these people are exposed. Hydra knows about them. Pierce considers them pieces he has not moved yet. Fury said, we will move first where we can. Quietly. We cannot grab them all at once without showing our hand, but we can start. Tony leaned back in his chair. So we are building a list of people we need to either shield or recruit before Hydra reaches them. Yes, I said. Those who carry my seeds are mine to secure. Fury looked at me. You cannot be everywhere. I do not need to be, I said. You reach them in your way. I reinforce where necessary. Banner rubbed the bridge of his nose. It is still a lot. Hill's eyes moved down the list. We focus on the ones Hydra has already assigned specific capture teams to. Those have directive numbers. The others are just marked for observation. Natasha said, we start with those. We intervene before those teams move. We make it look like bad luck, not a pattern. Fury nodded. We will plan those runs tomorrow. For now, we secure what we learned. Tony's copy of the Prime folder finished. He disconnected his drive from the isolated system. This stays in the room next door in a safe that does not talk to anything. We only plug it back in when we work on it, with the air gap in place. Hill gathered the printed pages into stacks. Natasha separated them into 3 piles, each containing parts of the orders, contingencies, and asset lists. She slipped them into plain folders without labels. Fury picked up one stack. I will take this with me. Hill, bring another to a secondary lock point. Stark, you keep the third under whatever paranoid setup you use for your worst projects. Tony nodded. I will put it under the stuff I did not even tell Pepper about. Banner saved his analysis of the subject list to the isolated system's internal drive. This one does not leave this machine. We can print it once we agree on a priority order. Hill shut down her terminal's connection to the Hydra archive view. We have enough for today. Fury looked around the room. You all did what I needed. This is not clean work, but it puts us in a better position. Natasha pushed her chair back and stood. Her expression was composed, but there was a tightness in her shoulders. We will need to go through the experiment logs eventually. There might be more hidden commands in them. We will, Fury said. When we are ready to carry what is in there. Banner removed his glasses and cleaned them with a cloth. His face showed tiredness, but his voice stayed steady. For now we know more than we did yesterday. That matters. Tony stretched his arms, joints cracking slightly. We should sleep at some point. Even paranoid geniuses need rest. Hill gathered the remaining papers and powered down her station. We will rotate teams on data review. No one person will carry all of it. Fury looked at me one more time. You have what you need from this. For now, I said. Pierce reveals his long path. You see it. That changes his advantage. Fury nodded once. Then we move with that in mind. He opened the door. The others began to file out, one by one. Tony paused on his way into the hallway. Hey, he said, looking roughly in my direction. Next time we go into one of those labs, try not to let them have this much time to write notes. I answered, they will not have as much time left. He gave a short sound that could have been a tired laugh and left. The room grew quiet. The machines cooled. The central screen went dark. I stayed a while longer, feeling the faint trace of Hydra's presence trapped in the drives. Their words had been taken from them. That was a necessary step. Outside this room, the larger structure still stood. Pierce still sat in his office, still moved people, still believed himself untouchable. He now had fewer places to hide what he had done. Chapter 22 First on the board. The secure room on the research level came online again in the morning. Lights turned on in a steady sequence. Screens warmed. The air was cool and still. The subject list banner had pulled the previous night glowed on the central display. Names were missing, replaced by designations, regions, and short descriptions. One column held a single word in several rows. Pending. I stood near the back wall, hands folded behind my back, eyes on the list. The Rishi trails behind each line spread across the world in thin threads. Some were faint. Some carried more weight. All connected to my power in different ways. The door opened. Fury entered first, coat on, eye steady. Hill followed, tablet in hand. Steve came next in civilian clothes, posture straight. Natasha moved in behind him, relaxed step, alert gaze. Wanda and Pietro were last, Wanda quiet, Pietro restless. Fury closed the door. The room sealed. Let us start, he said. Hill brought up a narrower view of the list. These are the high-priority cases. Subjects Hydra has tagged for capture in the near term, not just observation. We filter by pending capture and cross-reference against recent traffic in the directive logs we saw. 3 rows remained. Steve stepped closer to read. SUBJJBG2, Hill said. Gamma adjacent incident in Johannesburg. Subject, adult male, mid-30s. Status, unstable, under local medical care. Hydra notes, condition risky, capture only under controlled setting. Banner looked at that line with a trace of unease. Gamma again. Hill continued. SUBJLGP1. Lagos region. Subject, pyrokinetic, mid-20s, unregistered, rumored local criminal connections. Hydra notes, candidate for weaponization, field capture team scheduled. Natasha's eyes lingered on that one for a second. Hill moved to the last line. SUBJECK1. Eastern Canada. Subject, telekinetic, late teens, lives with family, low event profile. Hydra notes, seated, minor but stable, capture team in planning stage, low local law enforcement presence. Steve said, they want easy targets first. Yes, I said. They move on those who do not draw attention. Pietro frowned. This K1, the telekinetic. They will go after her family as leverage. Hill nodded. That is likely. Fury folded his arms. We are not ready to jump into every one of these yet. We start with a case where we can move fast, keep the footprint small, and make it look like ordinary SHIELD work, not a direct response to their list. Steve looked at the screen. Johannesburg and Lagos are bigger. More variables. The telekinetic in Canada is more contained. Natasha nodded. Small town, cold region, low media density. Easiest to stage as a regular incident. Harder for Pierce to link it directly to the prime files we pulled. Hill tapped into more details. A small window popped up. Hydra's own note says capture in 4 to 6 week window, depending on subject activity. They are not moving on her today. Which means we have time, Steve said. Fury shook his head. We have some time. That does not mean we wait until they are already on her doorstep. We move before their schedule locks in. Pietro leaned forward. We go now. Wanda placed a hand lightly on his arm. We listen first. Fury turned to me. What do you see from your side? I focused on the line SUBJECK1 and followed the Rishi trail. It wound north, across the map, to a small town near a cold shoreline. Houses, a school, a few shops, snow piled along roads. In one house, a young woman sat at a kitchen table, a mug in front of her, notebook open. Small objects on the counter shifted slightly when her attention slipped. There is a town, I said. Population small. She lives with her parents. Her power slips out in small ways. They worry about her but do not understand the cause. Wanda listened closely. Does she know what she is? No, I said. She sees it as stress, as accidents. Hydra has eyes on local reports. That is how they flagged her. Hill checked a secondary feed. Local police logs mention strange disturbances at one residence. Nothing detailed. That is enough for Hydra's pattern scans. Steve asked, do you see any Hydra assets nearby yet? I tracked further. Distant Rishi marks sat at a mid-size city a few hours away. A Hydra seed in a security company. Another in a logistics firm. None inside the town yet. They prepare through remote eyes, I said. They have not moved a capture team into place. Not yet. Fury nodded. We stay ahead of that. We go in on our own cover. We identify the girl, assess her power, and separate her from any path Hydra can exploit. Natasha asked, cover. Hill brought up another screen. There was an ice storm in that region last week. Power lines damaged, property loss. SHIELD has a standing pretext for infrastructure risk assessment in remote communities. We use that. Officially we are checking if unusual events have any connection to past incidents. Tony was not in the room yet. This mission did not require him as much as others. It needed subtlety more than spectacle. Steve said, who goes? Fury answered. We keep the team small. Rogers, Romanoff, Wanda for her telekinetic experience, and Yhwach, since the subject is one of his seeds. Barton stays in reserve if we need eyes outside. We leave Stark and Banner in the tower working on the files, and we do not bring Peter into this. He is too visible as an enhanced minor in a small town. Pietro frowned. And me? Fury looked at him. You are valuable, but speed in a quiet town draws eyes. For this run, one Maximoff is enough. Pietro's jaw tightened. I do not like leaving Wanda alone in the field with Hydra on the board. Wanda shook her head. I will not be alone. Steve, Natasha, and he will be there. She glanced in my direction. I said, you will not be alone. Pietro exhaled slowly. If you call and say you need me, I will be there. I do not care how quiet the town is. Fury accepted that. Fine. But you do not move until someone on the ground calls you in. Understood. Pietro nodded once. Understood. Hill drew up a mission outline. You go in as SHIELD investigators responding to infrastructure anomalies and strange reports. You ask questions in the town, you talk to local police. You find a way to speak to the girl without alarming her family. You decide with him. She nodded toward me. How much you tell her? Steve asked, do we take her out outright? Fury said, we prefer voluntary relocation. We can offer her and her family a move under a relocation program on paper. If that fails and Hydra is close behind, we extract her and set her parents up with a story and protection. But we try the gentler route first. Natasha said, if we relocate her, Pierce will see the subject file flip to lost in his system. He will know someone interfered. Hill replied, he will suspect it, yes. But his own notes already allow for subject moved due to external factors. We make it look like standard collateral damage from our usual work. Steve nodded. We do not overplay it. We make it look routine. Fury looked at me again. Can you tell if Hydra is watching when we get there? Yes, I said. If they move any capture team into the town, I will feel their energy. If they send remote drones or sensors keyed to my pattern, I will see them. He said, then we have enough. You leave in an hour. Dress for cold. Wanda's lips pressed together faintly. I will get ready. Pietro touched her shoulder briefly, then stepped aside to let her pass him on the way to the door. They all left the room except Hill and me. She watched the closed door for a moment, then looked at me. If this goes wrong, we will have both Hydra and Pierce looking at that town. It will not, I said. She nodded once, accepting that answer more as intent than guarantee, and went back to her work. The Quinjet cut through grey clouds, heading northeast. Snow layered the landscape below. Inside, the cabin was quiet. Steve wore a dark jacket over a simple shirt, uniform hidden beneath. Natasha wore her usual field suit under a long coat. Wanda had a winter coat over simple clothes, her red jacket visible underneath. She sat opposite Steve, hands folded, fingers occasionally moving as if feeling for something. I occupied space near the rear ramp, visible to them, my cloak still, my gaze on the floor as if I studied something there. Steve looked at Wanda. You sure you are all right with this? She nodded. She is like us in one way. Someone noticed her and put her on a list. If we do nothing, they come. Natasha said, you remember how that felt? Wanda's expression flickered for a second. Yes. Steve watched her closely. If it feels too close, say so. We adjust. We do not push past what you can carry. Wanda gave a small breath. I will be fine. I want to be there when we tell her something. Natasha glanced at me. How much do we tell her? We tell her Hydra is looking, I said. We do not tell her how much of her future they tried to write. Steve nodded. We do not mention Pierce. We do not mention the directive logs. We say we saw reports and want to help. Natasha leaned back slightly. We let her think this is an ordinary SHIELD contact. If she trusts us, we offer options. If she is scared, we slow down. I watched their faces. The missions in New York, Sokovia, and other places had sharpened them, but they still carried space for smaller concerns. The pilot's voice came over the internal speaker. We are 10 minutes out. Landing on a cleared road a few kilometers south as planned. Steve stood and tightened his jacket. We move in on foot. No reason to fly a jet over a town this size. Natasha checked her COMM earpiece. Local police frequency. Hill's voice came through. Channeled through us. We monitor all calls in and out while you are there. Your cover IDs are live. Local chief knows SHIELD might stop by because of the storm. He does not know about the subject. Do not give him more than he needs. Understood, Natasha said. Wanda fastened her coat. Is she home now? Yes, I said. She is at the kitchen table, writing something. Her parents are both at home. Her father is repairing something in the garage. Her mother is in the living room. The town moves slowly. Steve asked, any Hydra energy near? None inside the town, I said. 2 watchers in the city to the south. They have not moved. Natasha nodded. We keep it that way. The Quinjet set down on a quiet stretch of snow-packed road between trees. The ramp dropped. Cold air rushed in. Steve stepped out first, boots crunching on ice. Natasha followed, shoulders relaxed but ready. Wanda came next, shivering once at the air and pulling her coat tighter. I stepped out last, my feet not leaving marks. The jet lifted and moved away, staying on standby but out of sight. The town lay ahead, a cluster of houses, a small main street, plowed roads, thin traffic. Smoke rose from chimneys. Clouds hung low. They walked the last distance, no rush, simply 3 people moving toward their assigned place. As they reached the town limits sign, Steve adjusted his pace. We go to the local station first. It maintains the cover. Natasha agreed. We check their reports. See how they describe her house. That tells us how to approach. Wanda said nothing. Her eyes scanned the snowbanks, the houses, the sky. She could feel the small fluctuations in the air where the subject's power had slipped, even from this distance. We reached the small police station. A flag outside moved slightly in the wind. Inside, light from fluorescent bulbs showed a front desk, a few chairs, a closed office door. A man in uniform behind the desk looked up as they entered. He was older, with lines on his face from years in this place. His badge read Chief T. Harris. Steve approached, letting his coat fall open enough that his SHIELD ID badge showed at his belt. Natasha did the same. Chief Harris. Steve said. The man nodded. That is me. You from the agency? Natasha handed over her ID. Agent Romanov. This is Rogers, and this is Maximov. We are here about some of the incident reports filed after your recent storm. Harris took the ID, checked it with a practiced eye, and handed it back. We had one of your people call. Said you might come ask questions. I did not think it would be this quick. Steve said, storm damage can sometimes point to larger issues. We do not like to leave gaps. Harris gestured toward a side door. Come on back. I can pull the files. They followed him into a small office with a metal desk and 2 file cabinets. A coffee machine sat on a side table. Papers were stacked in neat piles. Harris moved behind the desk and sat. He opened a drawer and pulled out a thin folder. Most of what we had was downed lines and broken branches. Standard stuff. Natasha sat in the chair opposite him. Steve remained standing. Wanda stood slightly behind them, near the door. Harris continued. There was one family reporting some strange things, though. Lights flickering when they should not. Objects falling when nobody was near. Neighbors complained about noise. That one caught the attention of the person who called from your agency. Steve kept his tone even. We saw the notation. We wanted more detail before we closed the file. Harris shrugged. The girl there has had a rough year. Stress, maybe. They lost a relative last year. Counselor at the school mentioned she seemed restless. My deputy thinks it is all just nerves. Natasha asked, any sign of someone harassing them? Outsiders? Strange vans? New faces in town? Harris shook his head. No. We are a quiet place. You three are the most interesting thing to walk in here this month. Natasha gave a slight smile. We try not to cause trouble. He looked to Wanda. You from around here originally? No, Wanda said. Far from here. Her accent carried a little on the words. Harris took note, but did not press. Steve asked, do you mind if we go talk to the family? It should not take long. Harris nodded. You will not get much out of the father. He is practical, keeps his head down. The mother is more talkative. The girl, Maya, she keeps to herself. The name confirmed what I had seen. Maya, I said quietly. She is the subject. They heard me through the small COMM device linked to my presence. Harris gave them the address. Up on Maple Road. Last house before the trees. You cannot miss it. Steve nodded. Thank you for your time, Chief. Harris waved a hand. If there is something serious going on, you let me know. I do not like surprises. Natasha said, we do not either. They left the station. Outside, the air felt colder. Wanda looked toward the road that led up the small hill. I can feel it, she said. Her power shifts. It is uneven. Steve said, you take the lead when we talk to her. She will listen to you more than to me. Natasha walked beside them. We keep it light at first. We ask about disturbances. We do not say the word Hydra. We moved up Maple Road. Houses grew more spaced, trees more frequent. The last house sat near the edge of a tree line, 2 stories, pale paint, a small porch, a car in the driveway. I checked the surrounding Rishi again. No Hydra energy nearby. Distant threads still sat in the city to the south, unmoving. They have not sent their team yet, I said. Good, Steve said. They walked up to the door. Steve knocked. A few moments passed. Footsteps approached inside. The door opened. A woman in her 40s stood there, sweater on, hair tied back. Her eyes moved over their faces, then to the badges Steve and Natasha showed. Mrs. Desjardins? Steve asked. Yes, she said. Can I help you? Natasha spoke gently. We are from a federal agency that monitors unusual incidents after storms and other events. We got a note about some disturbances near your house. We wanted to check if everything is all right. The woman's eyes tightened slightly. We already spoke to the police. Steve nodded. We saw that. Sometimes these things connect to broader patterns. We wanted to see for ourselves. It will not take long. She looked at Wanda, who stood a little behind them. And you? Wanda said, I wanted to meet your daughter. The woman hesitated. This is about her, then. Natasha's voice stayed calm. She has been under a lot of stress. That can cause things. We have seen it before. We are here to help, not to blame. The woman looked torn for a moment, then stepped back. Come inside. They entered. The entryway was small, with a coat rack, boots lined up against the wall, a staircase leading up. A faint smell of coffee and old wood hung in the air. Please, take off your shoes, Mrs. Desjardins said automatically. Steve and Natasha did. Wanda did as well. I moved through without leaving any trace. They followed her into the living room. A man worked with tools near a heater along one wall, repairing a cover. He looked up as they entered, brow furrowing. Who are they? He asked. From the agency, his wife said. About the things. He stood, wiping his hands on a cloth. We do not need trouble. Whatever is happening, we can handle it. Steve kept his voice respectful. We are not here to cause trouble. We just want to understand what has been happening. Sometimes strange events point to damaged equipment or other risks. We would rather check and leave than miss something that could hurt you later. The man studied him, then gave a short nod. If it gets you out of here faster, ask your questions. Steve accepted that. We heard there were objects moving when they should not, lights flickering. The woman answered. Sometimes. A cup falling. A shelf shaking. The doctor said it is stress. He gave her something to help her sleep. Natasha asked, has anyone new been in town asking about her? Anyone calling the house? Offering programs, scholarships, training? The woman shook her head. No. Just that one man months ago who asked about strange things. He said he was from an insurance company. Hydra's scout, I noted. And your daughter? Wanda asked softly. Is she home? The woman looked at her. Something in Wanda's eyes, in the way she spoke, made her soften a little. Yes. She is upstairs. She took the day off from school. She said she had a headache. Wanda said, may I speak with her? The man frowned slightly. Why? Wanda answered, because I know what it is like when things move around you and you do not know why. That was the truth. He looked at her again, more closely this time. You have that too? She nodded. Yes. He hesitated, then said to his wife, let the girl try. Maybe she can say something we cannot. The woman nodded slowly. Her room is at the end of the hall upstairs. Wanda said, thank you. She went toward the stairs. I followed, leaving Steve and Natasha with the parents. Upstairs, the hall was narrow. Doors lined one side. The last door was slightly ajar. Wanda stopped in front of it and knocked lightly. Maya. A quiet voice answered. Who is it? My name is Wanda, she said. Your parents let me come up. There was a pause. You are with those agents? Yes, Wanda said. May I come in? Another pause. Then, okay. Wanda opened the door and stepped inside. The room was small, with a bed under the window, a desk near one wall, shelves with books and a few decorations. Posters hung on the walls. A notebook lay open on the bed. A girl of about 17 sat cross-legged near it, dark hair pulled back loosely, eyes tired. Her gaze moved briefly to me, then away. She could not see me, but she felt something. Wanda closed the door behind her. You are Maya. Maya nodded. Yet. Wanda walked to the desk chair and sat. Your parents are worried about you. Maya looked down at her hands. They should be worried about the house instead. It keeps breaking. A pen on the bed rolled half an inch without being touched. Wanda watched it. You did that? Maya's shoulders tensed. It just happens. How long? Wanda asked. Maya shrugged. A few months. It was little things at first. Then after the storm, it got worse. I get angry, the lights buzz. I get scared, things rattle. My mom thinks it is my nerves. My dad thinks it is bad wiring. I know it is me. She swallowed. Wanda said, you are not alone in this. Maya gave a short laugh. You do not live here. Wanda said, no. But I had something like this. People noticed. They came. They told me it was for a good reason. It was not. Maya's eyes lifted, a flicker of fear there. Is that what you are here for? To take me? No, Wanda said. We are here because someone else noticed you too. Someone much worse. Maya's fingers griped the blanket. Worse than you. Wanda allowed a small breath. We are not the bad ones. The man who sent the insurance person, the one who is watching strange things around the world, he is not from any government you would trust. He works with people who hurt others to get power. Maya's throat worked as she swallowed. How do you know? Wanda turned her hand palm up. Red energy formed around her fingers, contained and soft. The air in the room shifted. Maya stared. You? Yes, Wanda said. I can move things too. The notebook on the bed lifted a few inches, held by Wanda's power, then set back down. Maya's eyes widened. How? It does not matter right now, Wanda said. What matters is that the same people who tried to control me saw you in a file. They set plans to come for you someday. We do not want that to happen. Maya looked scared now, but also relieved that someone said what she suspected. So what do I do? Downstairs, Steve spoke quietly with the parents, keeping them occupied. Natasha listened and watched. In the city to the south, one of the Hydra watchers adjusted a schedule on his terminal, unaware of this conversation. I stood in the corner of the room, watching the seed in Maya's soul. It had grown slowly, fed by stress and fear. It could be shaped into strength. Wanda said, you have options. You can stay here and hope they never come, but their files say they plan to. You can move to a safer place, under protection from people who know how to handle this. Or you can come with us for a while, learn what you can do, and decide after. Maya's voice was small. And my parents? We would not take you without talking to them, Wanda said. They will worry. They will argue. We will answer as much as we can. Maya's eyes filled slightly, but the tears did not fall. If I stay, they could get hurt. Yes, Wanda said. If I go, they will still worry, Maya said. Yes, Wanda repeated. Maya took a long breath. I do not want them to get hurt. Wanda nodded. Neither do we. Maya looked at her. If I go with you, can I call them? Yes, Wanda said. We are not locking you away. We are trying to keep the wrong people from doing that. Maya thought. What if they do not let me go? Wanda stood up. Then we talk to them together. We tell them enough to show this is serious, not enough to scare them into something worse. Maya nodded slowly. Okay. Wanda moved toward the door. Come down with me. Maya slid off the bed, feet hitting the floor with a soft sound. She wiped her eyes once with the back of her hand and followed. Downstairs, Steve and Natasha looked up as they came into the living room. The parents turned as well. Mrs. Desjardins looked at Wanda, then at her daughter. Is everything all right? Wanda said, your daughter understands that something is different. She did not cause what is happening to punish anyone. It is not a choice she made. The father crossed his arms. Then what is it? Steve spoke carefully. Some people are born with or develop abilities that are outside what you consider normal. Your daughter is one of them. She can move things with her mind. That is real. It is not just stress. The mother's face went pale. You saw it? Wanda nodded. Yes. The father shook his head once, as if trying to push the thought away. And what, now you take her to some lab and run tests on her? No, Natasha said firmly. We have seen what happens when the wrong people do that. We are here to keep that from happening. The mother looked at Maya. Is this why things have been happening? Maya's voice shook slightly. Yes. The room was quiet for a long moment. The father finally said, if this is real, if she can do things, how long before someone else shows up? Someone who is not from your agency. Steve answered honestly. Not long enough. We know there are groups who watch for this. They use people, they do not help them. We have seen their files. They have your daughter's name in them. They plan to come at some point. The mother covered her mouth with one hand. How do you know? Natasha said, our jobs include looking at those lists. We do not want you to wake up one day and find her gone. The father's eyes moved between them, measuring. What are you offering? Steve said, we can move her under a relocation program. She would be in a secure place with others who understand what she is going through. You would be told where she is. You would speak to her. We would not erase her life. But we would make it harder for anyone else to reach her without going through us. The mother's eyes filled now. You want to take my daughter away? Wanda said, we want her safe. Maya stepped forward. Dad. Mom. They looked at her. She swallowed. I do not want you to get hurt because of me. If people come here and try to take me, you will fight them. You always do. You will get hurt. I do not want that. Her father's jaw clenched. I will not let anyone take you. She shook her head. If I go with them, I choose it. That is not the same as being taken. Her mother's shoulders shook. We raised you here. This is your home. Maya nodded. I know. I am not saying I will never come back. I do not want to stay here until someone bad makes that choice for us. Steve watched the family, expression steady. He did not press. He let them speak. The father looked at him. Where would you take her? Steve said, a secure facility we use for people at risk. It is not a prison. It is a place where she can meet others with similar abilities, learn control, and talk to people who understand security. We would not cut you out. The mother asked, what about school? Natasha answered, we have arrangements for that. Education, counseling, support. She would not be dropped in a cell. Maya looked at Wanda. Would you be there? Wanda said, sometimes. Not always. But you would not be alone. Maya nodded slowly. I want to go. I am scared, but I want to go. Her mother covered her face with both hands now. I do not want to lose you. Her father placed a hand on her shoulder, grip firm. He looked at Maya, then at Steve. His voice was hoarse but firm. If she goes, we have conditions. Steve said, tell us. We speak to her every week, the father said. At least. If you try to cut that off, we call every number we can find and you deal with that. We get progress reports. We know if she is sick. We know if she is hurt. Steve nodded. Agreed. The mother lowered her hands. And she has a way to ask to come home. Natasha said, we can arrange that. We cannot promise she can come back right away, depending on what the risk looks like. But we will not keep her there if the danger passes and she wants to leave. The father exhaled slowly. Then go. Before I change my mind. The mother nodded through tears. Come back when you can. Maya stepped forward and hugged her. Her mother held her tightly. Her father wrapped an arm around them both for a moment. Wanda watched with tight shoulders, memories of another time in another country moving behind her eyes. I saw the seed in Maya brighten slightly as her choice took shape. Fear did not lessen, but it gained direction. Steve said quietly, we will give you a contact card with a secure number. Use it for updates, not for casual calls. We do not want it traced by the wrong people. Natasha pulled a small card from a pocket. It had only a symbol and a number. She handed it to the father. This line goes through layers of protection. It will reach us. He took it and put it in his wallet. Wanda said to Maya, pack a bag. Essentials only. We will get anything else you need later. Maya nodded and went upstairs. As she left, a faint tremor ran through the house. A picture frame tilted slightly, then righted itself. Her control would take time. Down the road, the Rishi shifted. One of Hydra's watchers in the southern city looked at a local report flag, then dismissed it. There were no signs of obvious chaos. The subject's location stayed the same on his screen. He did not know she would be gone soon. We kept our movements quiet. Maya came back down minutes later with a small backpack. She hugged her parents again. Her mother straightened her collar. Her father placed a hand on her head for a second. Wanda stayed close by, a steady presence. They left the house together. Outside, the air felt colder. The sky had not changed. Steve walked ahead. Natasha walked slightly behind, eyes scanning for any onlookers. Wanda and Maya walked side by side. As they moved down the road, Maya asked Wanda in a low voice, are there a lot of people like us? Enough, Wanda said. More than there used to be. Maya nodded. Then maybe I will not feel so strange. Wanda said, you will feel different, but not alone. They reached the edge of town where the trees started. The Quinjet waited out of sight, cloaked, ready. I looked back toward the house. The parents stood at the window, watching their daughter leave with strangers who had promised something better than the shadow they feared. We had reached her before Hydra did. Her file in Hydra's system would show lost eventually. Pierce would see it and adjust. That problem was for another time. For now, Maya walked forward, the snow crunching under her boots, her shoulders tight, her eyes forward. She had made a choice before someone else made it for her. Chapter 23 The Lost Signal. Alexander Pierce's office in Washington was quiet. The blinds over the tall windows were half lowered. Sunlight came in as pale strips across the floor and the polished desk. A screen on the wall showed a rotation of muted news channels. The sound was off. On Pierce's desk, a secure terminal displayed a field of data. One section held a list of subjects under the directive's watch. Most lines showed stable status updates. One line had changed. Status, lost. SUBJECK1. Pierce watched the blinking indicator for several seconds. His hand rested still on the desk. Only his eyes moved as he read the small note attached to the status. Local disturbance level, low. External civilian damage, none. Subject relocation, unknown. Possible cause, environment, unrelated agency activity, or anomaly. He tapped a key. More details unfolded. Logs. Timestamps. Last known power fluctuations in the region. A brief note from a Hydra watcher in the nearest city. Local reports quiet. No unusual law enforcement calls. No recorded explosions, fires, or structural damage. Subject's home location now reads as normal energy signature. Pierce leaned back slightly in his chair. He looked at the ceiling for a moment, then back at the screen. There had been no fight. No mess. No recorded sudden power spike that would fit a panic event. The subject had simply moved off his board. A soft chime sounded. Someone outside his office had activated the outer console. Pierce pressed a small button. "Come in," he said. The door opened. A man in a standard SHIELD analyst suit stepped in. He carried a small tablet, walked with practiced composure, and closed the door behind him. To most of the building, he was a systems liaison named Keller. To Hydra, he was one of Pierce's quiet operators. "Sir," Keller said. "You requested immediate notification on any status changes in the Directive Subject Index." Pierce nodded at the terminal. "I am already looking at it." Keller moved closer, stopping at a respectful distance. "ECK-1 flagged as lost 20 minutes ago. The system pushed the alert through the prime layer. I came as soon as I confirmed it was not a false flag." Pierce asked, "Explain how the system reached that conclusion." Keller checked his tablet. The subject's local energy fluctuations dropped to baseline. No further anomalous readings at the registered address. "Our long-range sensors show the seed signature still active, but not within the original radius." That triggered an automatic review. Since there were no linked incident reports, the protocol marked the subject as lost, pending further human assessment. Pierce turned his chair slightly. No explosions. No fires. No police standoffs. No open use of power in public. Keller shook his head. "None that our feeds caught." Pierce watched him. "And no visible Hydra activity either." Keller nodded. "Correct. Our local observer did not deploy any capture team. They logged routine surveillance only." Pierce was quiet for a moment. He had lost subjects before. Some died from their own instability. Some were killed by local forces before Hydra could reach them. Those cases left records. Reports. News. Bodies. This one did not fit that pattern. "Bring up all SHIELD activity in that radius for the last 48 hours, Pierce said. Keller tapped his tablet. The wall screen shifted, showing a map with a circle around the small Canadian town. Several markers appeared. "Local power company work," Keller said. "Municipal road clearing. 1S.H.I.E.L.D related flag." Pierce focused. "Show me that one." The marker expanded. Text appeared. SHIELD, Infrastructure Risk Assessment Visit. Field Agents, Rogers, Romanoff, Maximoff W. Cover, Post-Storm Structural and Grid Evaluation. Duration, 4 hours in town. Notes, Standard File. No formal incident report filed. Pierce's expression hardened around the eyes. "Maximoff." "Yes, sir," Keller said. "Usage of her for field observation after Sokovia. The file is standard." Pierce read it twice. The filed summary was clean. Basic questions. No recorded fights. No official relocation notation. "What time were they in town?" he asked. Keller read the time stamps. Arrived 1000 hours. Departed 1400 hours, local time. "And when did the subject's home readings drop?" Pierce asked. Keller looked at the directive log. The last strong signature at the house was at approximately 12:30. After that, only baseline household traces remained. The subject seed signature reappeared faintly outside town around 1300, then vanished from our regional sensors as the jet left the area. That is where the system started the lost assessment. Pierce's jaw tightened. So the subject's seed moved at the same time Fury's people were there. Yes, Keller said. Did our watcher see them? Pierce asked. He reported SHIELD presence in the town as consistent with the cover story, Keller said. He had no visual on them at the residence. He stayed off their path as instructed. He transmitted a note and kept his distance. Pierce looked back at the subject line on the directive screen. Status, lost blinked at him again. Get me his full report, Pierce said. Keller sent it to the wall. A short text appeared. Simple, factual. Mentions of SHIELD vehicles, the agents at the station, nothing more. He did not see the relocation, Pierce said. No, Keller said. He believed the visit to be routine. Pierce sat still for several seconds, thinking. Fury had known about this subject. That was not surprising. SHIELD monitored unusual incidents too. Their files and his own overlapped often. The timing bothered him. Fury's people had gone into that town during the same window Hydra's system had set for evaluation. They had left with nothing written down about removing anyone. The local logs showed no panic. The house now read as normal. Someone had moved the girl before Hydra could make a first approach. Someone who knew enough to keep it quiet and controlled. Yhwach was with them, Pierce said. Keller looked at him. There is no record of that, sir. He would not leave a trace, Pierce said. Check anyway. Energy patterns. Odd sensor noise. Anything that matches previous instances of interference. Keller pulled up a quick comparison. He overlaid the town's readings with known anomalies from previous encounters. Some places showed small spikes where none should exist. There are disturbances near the subject's house at the same time as the SHIELD presence, Keller said. They do not match storm-related interference. The profile is similar to the masking we saw at the lab and relay hub. Pierce nodded once. Yhwach was there. Keller hesitated. If he acted, it is not surprising that our systems read lost. Pierce's tone stayed flat. We do not use that as an excuse. We learn from it. He turned his chair fully toward the wall screen. Bring up the other pending capture subjects again, he said. JBG-2 and LGP-1. Keller did. Johannesburg Gamma. Lagos Pyro. Pierce studied their entries. JBG-2, unstable, in a hospital that barely understood his condition. LGP-1, active in an urban zone with crime and unrest. He said, if Fury and Yhwach are ahead of us on one subject, they may move on the others. Keller nodded. We have not seen SHIELD teams in those regions yet. But the relays there took some disruption after the last raids. Our visibility is reduced. Then we correct that, Pierce said. We adjust capture windows. We shift how we move. Keller waited. Pierce gestured toward his desk terminal. Write an addendum to the directive for JBG-2 and LGP-1. Move their windows up. We do not wait for the perfect conditions. We act as soon as we can move without drawing too much attention. Keller asked, and if SHIELD gets there first? Pierce's gaze was steady. Then we adapt. We study their pattern. We see whether they always move when the directive marks a subject as pending. Keller nodded slowly. You suspect they have access to parts of the directive? I know they have some access, Pierce said. We cannot explain the timing of that small town subject otherwise. Fury does not waste a day sending his people to talk about flickering lights. Keller's expression tightened slightly. Traders at mid-level. Possibly, Pierce said. Possibly not. They took the Alpha Lab and the Gamma Relay. Data moved. Partition walls we set may not have held under interference. Keller shifted his weight, uneasy. We can alter access codes across the board. Force new logins. Rebuild some nodes. We will, Pierce said. But we do not rush those changes. Sudden shifts draw eyes. Fury is already watching. Yhwach is watching more quietly. We move careful. Keller looked at the subject lost line again. What about ECK1 now? Pierce's face did not change. We mark her as unreachable for now. We keep her file. If she resurfaces, we adjust. We do not waste resources chasing her blind when our vision is already blocked there. Keller nodded. Understood. Send a comm note to the Hydra Watcher in that region, Pierce said. No reprimand. No accusation. Tell him to stand down on that subject and focus on other anomalies. We do not want panic in the ranks. Yes, sir, Keller said. Pierce added, and do not mention Maximoff or Yhwach in that message. We do not give everyone that level of detail. Keep it on our level and the directive prime circle. Keller typed the orders into his tablet. I will implement the addenda and update the directives for JBG2 and LGP1 as you outlined. Pierce nodded. After that, send Rumlow in. Keller left the office. The door closed. I watched from where the Rishi clung to the corners of the room, unseen. Pierce did not feel what I felt. He saw numbers and lines on a screen. I saw the way the world's energy moved as he adjusted his plans. He was not careless. That made him slow to catch but also predictable in certain ways. He would not thrash. He would tighten. Minutes later, the door opened again. Brock Rumlow stepped in casual clothes, hair still damp from a training shower. He had received the summons in the STRIKE facility and had come at once. Sir, Rumlow said, closing the door behind him. Pierce gestured to the chair across from his desk. Sit. Rumlow sat. His posture was attentive but relaxed. He knew Pierce did not waste his time. Pierce turned the wall screen to show a simplified version of the subject list. JBG2. LGP1. ECK1 marked lost. Recognize those codes? Pierce asked. Rumlow scanned them. Johannesburg Gamma case. Lagos Pyro case. And the small town telekinetic you mentioned at a briefing 2 weeks ago. Good, Pierce said. One of them is gone. Rumlow looked again. ECK1. Yes, Pierce said. No incident. No bodies. No Hydra action. We had her under observation. Fury's people arrived in town under a routine pretext. After they left, her signature moved off our grid with them. Our system marked her as lost. Rumlow's eyes narrowed. So they beat us to her. They did, Pierce said. Calmly. They did not declare it. They left no formal relocation note. They are starting to move ahead of our window. Rumlow's jaw tightened. You want STRIKE to get ahead of theirs? Pierce nodded once. Yes. We will not repeat this with the others. Rumlow glanced at the codes again. You want the next capture to be fast and clean. Fast, clean, and deniable, Pierce said. Fury is already suspicious of STRIKE involvement in his affairs. If we move under a clear badge, he will push back harder. Rumlow asked, what are you thinking? Pierce leaned back slightly. Johannesburg first. The Gamma case is volatile. Many players already have half an eye on that region. Our margin there is thin. We leave that for now, unless something forces our hand. Rumlow nodded. That leaves Lagos. Yes, Pierce said. Lagos presents a different picture. The subject is local, low in profile, tied to criminal activity. Hydra can approach through front organizations without waving our flag. Rumlow said, you want us to dress like them? Exactly, Pierce said. You will not go as STRIKE. You will go as security contractors or intermediaries using a Hydra-controlled company. Your aim is to evaluate the subject in the field and remove them quietly if possible. If Fury or Yhwach decide to interfere, they will find plausible deniability, not a SHIELD logo. Rumlow took that in. We can do that. Pierce watched his face. Your team performed adequately in the joint exercise with the Avengers. You saw how they move. Rumlow nodded. They do not hold back much. They trust each other. They cover gaps without talking. Maximov's power has grown. The Speed one is still fast enough to complicate things. The kid with the webs is unpredictable. Pierce said, you will not seek direct confrontation with them in Lagos. That is not the purpose. If they appear, you withdraw. You record. You learn. Rumlow frowned. Withdraw. Yes, Pierce said. We already have one direct failure with your convoy. We do not repeat that until we have full understanding. This is information gathering with side benefits, not a showdown. Rumlow accepted that with a nod. Understood. Pierce looked at the lost tag again. In the meantime, STRIKE stays ready for more training sessions with the Avengers. Council will push for it. We will use those to refine your sense of their habits. Rumlow gave a short nod. We will be ready. Pierce added, and pay attention to any new faces Fury introduces to the team. The more seeds this Yhwach touches, the more dangerous he becomes. We want to know each one he favors. Rumlow's eyes sharpened. You still cannot get a clear read on him. Pierce responded, he interferes with our sensors. He uses energy outside our original models. But he still leaves traces. Every time he acts, our equipment registers distortions. That is enough for now. I watched Pierce say that, aware that he spoke the truth he understood. Rumlow asked, what about the small-town girl? You just let her go. Pierce's expression did not shift. We do not chase smoke. She is under their umbrella now. Until we have a way to cut into that safely, we focus on those still exposed. Rumlow nodded. I will brief my second on the Lagos cover. We will start prepping the local contacts. Pierce said, do it through the usual quiet channels. No standard SHIELD comms. I do not want any trace of this in Fury's internal nets. Yes, sir, Rumlow said. Pierce added one last detail. And if you see any sign of Maximov or Yhwach near Lagos before your operation, you inform me personally. We shift the plan. Rumlow stood. Understood. Pierce said, you can go. Rumlow left. The door closed again. The office was quiet. Pierce turned back to his desk terminal and opened the Prime Contingencies file. He reread the lines about escalating responses if enhanced subjects continued to slip from Hydra's grip. He did not change them yet. He only adjusted the parameters for JBG2 and LGP1, moving their windows, adding notes about possible external interference. His fingers moved steadily over the keys. No hurried motions. No outbursts. Every change was measured. He saved the entries. He then opened a smaller, private notes file. Only a few lines sat there. Yhwach, anomaly continues to interfere with sensor fidelity. Interference appears targeted rather than random. Current assumption, coordinated action with Fury. Required, additional data from field encounters. He added a new line. ECK1, removed from field with minimal noise. High probability subject relocated to secure site under Fury/Yhwach protection. He read the line once, then saved the file. At the edge of his awareness, the news channels on the wall continued to show ordinary stories. Politics. Business. Small disasters. He did not look at them. Later, in the hydrolinked monitoring room buried deeper in the building, Keller stood with two other analysts. One monitored Johannesburg feeds. Another watched Lagos. Screens showed city maps, traffic flows, small icons for incident reports. Lagos subject is active again, one analyst said. Small fire event last night in an alley. No casualties. Local police think it is a gas leak. Keller nodded. Market. Do not move. And Johannesburg? Keller asked. The other analyst checked. Subject remains in hospital. Gamma irregularities constant. No outside visitors beyond family and medical staff. Keller said, we have new directives. Lagos window, accelerated. We prepare teams. Johannesburg, observe, no action until further notice. The analysts nodded. They did not see the full directive. They only saw their part. Keller stepped aside, pulling up a separate screen that showed the ECK1 subject file. Status, lost. He looked at the code for the last time, then closed the window. In Stark Tower, a short distance away in the scale of thought if not geography, a different screen showed the same subject as safe, with a note relocated under protection. Training pending. Fury stood in front of that screen, along with Hill and Banner. We expected some reaction when her status flipped, Hill said. Pierce moved faster on the other two. Banner pointed at the updated pattern in the Hydra data they still watched through indirect means. He is pulling Lagos forward. Fury's mouth tightened. We knew he would. We cannot shield them all at once. But now he is a little more predictable. I stood near the corner of the room, watching both the Stark Tower screen and, through the web of Rishi, the echoes of the one in Pierce's office. Two boards. The same pieces. Different labels. I said, he will compress his moves on the others. That gives us less time and clearer signs. Fury nodded. Then we get ready for Lagos and Johannesburg before he can settle into a new rhythm. Hill added, the more we anticipate his adjustments, the more we make his directive work against him. Banner watched the lines of text with a tired expression but steady eyes. We got one person out before Hydra ever knocked. That is one more than they expected. I said, there will be more. Chapter 24 A New Peace. The Quinjet settled down on a flat strip of concrete surrounded by trees. There was no tower skyline here. No city noise. Just a fenced perimeter, a low complex of concrete and glass, and a few antenna masts. A SHIELD emblem was painted small on one building, not large enough to be seen from the air. Inside the jet, the engines powered down. The vibration under our feet faded. The girl sat strapped into a side seat, backpack on the floor between her shoes. Her hands were clenched on her knees. She watched the ramp with wide eyes. Steve stood near the hatch, already unbuckled, jacket closed. Natasha checked her cuffs and the small of her back out of habit. Wanda sat beside the girl, one hand resting lightly on the armrest between them. I stood near the rear, hands folded behind my back, watching all of them. The pilot called back, we are down. Exterior is clear. Steve pressed the ramp release. The panel lowered with a steady motion. Cold air came in, along with the smell of pine and exhaust. He looked back at the girl. Ready? She swallowed. I guess. Her voice shook a little. Wanda said quietly, you can stand. No one will rush you out. The girl nodded, unbuckled the belts with slightly clumsy fingers, and stood. Her knees trembled once, then steadied. Steve walked down the ramp first. Natasha followed, eyes already scanning the perimeter. I stepped after them. Wanda and the girl came last. On the ground, a small reception group waited. 2 SHIELD security officers in plain black jackets stood at attention. Behind them, a woman in her 30s in a simple suit held a tablet against one hip. Her hair was tied back, expression calm. She stepped forward as Steve approached. "Captain Rogers," she said. "Agent Romanov. Maximov." Her gaze moved to the girl. "And our new arrival." Steve nodded. Dr. Keller," she said. "Psychology and enhanced adjustment. I oversee intake on this site." The girl glanced at Wanda, then back at Keller. She shifted her grip on the strap of her backpack. Keller looked at her with a steady, neutral expression. "You had a long day. We will go one step at a time. No one is going to pull you apart here." The girl let out a breath she had been holding. Natasha asked, "Security level around the compound?" Keller answered without checking her tablet. "Perimeter locked. Only cleared agents, medical staff, and invited visitors. No one gets close without several checks. This place does not appear on the usual lists." Steve asked, "Any external attention since the last time you used it?" "Nothing unusual," Keller said. "No surveillance beyond our own. No interest from Pierce's office." She glanced past them for a moment, eyes seeming to pass through me without seeing. She felt something different in the air for an instant, then let it go. She was not sensitive enough to know my presence. "Let us go inside," she said. They walked toward the main entrance. Gravel crunched under boots. Wind moved a few branches. Cameras at the corners tracked the group. The girl looked up at the building. "This is where I am going to stay." "For now," Wanda said. The girl tightened her coat around herself. "It looks empty." "It is not," Wanda said. "You will see." At the door, Keller held her badge to a reader. It beeped, lock releasing. They stepped into a short entryway, then into a larger interior corridor. Inside, the building was plain. White walls, grey floor, simple lighting. Doors with keypads. No open weapons racks, no obvious cells. Keller walked at an even pace. This facility was built to house people we cannot place elsewhere safely. Some have abilities. Some know too much. Some are simply in the wrong place in the wrong war. She looked at the girl. "You are the first here under the new category." The girl frowned slightly. "New category? People Hydra has their eyes on before the rest of the world knows your name," Keller said. "People we want to keep away from them." Steve asked, "Any other residents right now?" "A few," Keller said. "None with powers like hers. 2 ex-assets with sensitive knowledge. 1 technician from a compromised Hydra sublab, now cooperating. They are under separate programs." Natasha took that in with a silent nod. We reached a heavy door with a narrower hallway beyond. Another badge scan. Another lock. Keller led them into an area with a few doors on each side. Each had a small plaque with a number, not a name. Keller stopped at one. "This will be your room." She opened it. Inside, there was a bed, a small desk, a chair, a wardrobe, and a narrow window with reinforced glass. It looked more like a dorm room than a cell. The girl stepped in and put her backpack on the bed. She looked around slowly, hands hanging at her sides. "There is a bathroom through that door," Keller said, pointing. "Meals are in the main dining area at set times. We will bring you a schedule. There is a common room down the hall." The girl nodded without speaking. Wanda asked, "Can she contact her parents from here soon?" "Yes," Keller said. "We will set up a secure call once we finish intake. No video on the first day. Just voice. We keep it steady. No sudden shocks." Steve asked, "And protocols if Hydra sniff around?" Keller answered, "We have layered identities for this place. On paper, it is a SHIELD psychological recovery center. If anyone digs deeper than they should, Fury gets an alert. No one steps inside the perimeter without triggering at least 3 separate warnings." Natasha glanced toward the roof. "External approach. Covered," Keller said. "I will show you the observation room after we settle her." Steve looked at the girl. Her shoulders were slightly hunched. She kept one hand on the backpack strap even though it was no longer on her shoulder. "We will leave you with the doctor for a bit," he said. "We will not go far." The girl looked at Wanda instead of Steve. "You will be around?" "Yes," Wanda said. "I will stay today. We will start with something small." The girl breathed out slowly. "All right." Keller said, "We will do an intake interview and a basic checkup. Nothing invasive. Simple questions, simple tests. After that, you and Wanda can have some time in one of the practice rooms." She looked at Wanda. "You can stay for the interview if she wants you there." The girl nodded. "I want her there." Keller accepted that. "Then we start in 15 minutes. Use the time to unpack a little." She stepped out, giving them a little privacy. The girl opened her backpack and began to pull out a few things: a folded sweater, a notebook, a small framed photo. Her hands shook slightly when she set the photo on the desk. It showed her with her parents in front of their house in summer, no snow, no agents at the door. Wanda watched her for a moment. "Do you need help?" The girl shook her head. "No. I can put things away." Steve said, "We will be in the corridor." He and Natasha stepped out and closed the door. In the observation room upstairs, Fury appeared on a secure screen as Steve and Natasha entered. Hill stood in the room physically, tablet in hand, looking at a set of camera feeds that showed hallways, doors, and now the girl's room from a high angle. "She is in," Fury said. "Any problems with the parents after you left?" Steve stood with his hands on the back of a chair. "No. They let her go. They are scared, but they understood." Natasha sat down, eyes on the screen showing the room below. The father pushed for conditions. He wanted regular contact. "We agreed." Hill said, "We have the call schedule drafted. We will route it through several layers. If Hydra monitors local lines, they will only see a normal connection to a generic therapy center." Fury nodded. "Good." He shifted his gaze slightly. "And him?" "He meant me. I stood near the wall, visible on the camera only as a faint distortion when I chose to allow it. For Fury and Hill, I stayed fully visible in the room. I brought them here," I said. "I will oversee her training." Hill asked, "You already sensed her power in the field. Does anything about it feel unstable?" "She is raw," I said. "Her telekinesis is tied to her emotions. It flares when she is scared or angry. It is not yet structured." Banner's voice came over a side speaker. He was patched in from the tower. "Is it closer to Wanda's pattern or something else?" "It sits between," I said. "There is a natural telekinetic curve in her energy. Underneath, there is a signature that matches my seeds in the others." Hill looked at her tablet. "Is that seed exactly like Wanda's?" "No," I said. "Similar family. Different shape." In my mind, I compared the lines. In the original world I remembered, she did not exist. There had been no subject in that town with telekinesis. There had been no parents watching their daughter leave with SHIELD. She was new. She was not part of the original world. I kept that thought to myself. Fury asked, "Can you train her without turning this place into another target?" "Yes," I said. "We keep her sessions inside controlled rooms. We do not let her flare near external walls. We do not broadcast her movements. Hydra will not see her here without your own mistakes." Hill said, "We will minimize those." Natasha watched the feed where the girl sat on her bed, placing the photo on the desk, lining up the notebook beside it, moving slowly. "How much do we tell her about us after today?" "Enough so she knows who is watching her," Fury said. "Not enough to pull her into every fight. She is not an Avenger. She is a protected asset for now." Steve's jaw tightened a little. "A person, not a file." Fury looked at him. "I know that. I am the one who signed off on bringing her in before Hydra did." Steve nodded. He understood, but he did not relax. "I said, I will handle the first training myself with Wanda present. You can watch." Fury gave a short nod. "Do it." Back in the girls' room, Keller completed the intake interview. She sat in the chair by the desk. The girl sat on the bed again, hands in her lap. Wanda sat against the wall, arms folded loosely. Keller's questions were calm and steady. "Any history of seizures?" "No," the girl said. "Any major injuries in the last year?" Keller asked. "No," the girl repeated. "Just some bruises when I fell on the ice." "Any history of mental health diagnoses?" Keller asked. The girl looked a little embarrassed. "My school counselor said I might have anxiety. That was before the storm." Keller nodded, making a note. "That tracks with what they wrote." "Sleep patterns?" "I wake up a lot," the girl said. "Sometimes the room shakes when I do." Wanda's eyes moved slightly at that. Keller asked a few more simple questions, then set the tablet aside. "We will run blood work and a basic physical later, but nothing we saw so far is unusual for someone under stress. The only unusual factor is your ability." The girl let out a soft breath. "Right." Keller stood. "Wanda will take you to one of the practice rooms. We have padded walls there. You can test what you can do without worrying about breaking furniture." The girl nodded, looking tense but also curious now. "Okay." Keller looked at Wanda. "You know the way?" Wanda nodded. "Yes." They left the room. In the hallway, the girl walked close to Wanda. "How many of these rooms are filled?" "Not many," Wanda said. "Most people do not know this place exists." The girl asked quietly, "And Hydra does not know either?" Wanda's jaw tightened slightly at the name. "Not yet." They reached a door at the end of another corridor. Wanda opened it. Inside, the practice room was rectangular, with padded floor and walls. There were a few weighted objects in a corner, blocks, balls, a metal cylinder. A camera sat high in one corner behind a protective cover. I waited inside. The girl stopped in the doorway when she saw me. She had sensed my presence before without understanding. Now she saw me clearly in a neutral setting. Her eyes widened. "You are the one they talked about?" "Yes," I said. "I am Yhwach." Her fingers tightened on her sleeve. "They said you can help with this." "I can," I said. "Come inside." She stepped into the room. Wanda closed the door behind them and moved to one side. She did not interfere, but she stayed where the girl could see her. I gestured to the open center of the room. "Stand there." The girl walked to the center and turned to face me. Her shoulders were pulled slightly forward. "Relax your hands," I said. She forced her fingers to uncurl. You know you can move things, I said. How much control do you have? She shook her head. It just happens sometimes. When I get scared or when I get angry. At home, things fell off shelves. The lights flickered. I never tried to do it on purpose. We will change that, I said. Control starts with simple tasks. I moved a hand toward the corner. One of the small rubber balls rose off the floor and floated toward us, carried by my power. I let it hang in the air between us. Look at it, I said. She focused on the ball. Reach for it without your hands, I said. Picture it moving toward you. She stared. Her brow furrowed. Nothing happened at first. Her shoulders tensed. I do not know how. You did it in your house without knowing, I said. You can do it here with guidance. I released my hold on the ball. It dropped a few inches, bounced once on the padded floor, and rolled toward her. As it moved, I watched the energy around her. At the edge of her frustration and doubt, the reishi near her stirred. A thin layer wrapped the ball. It jerked slightly, then stopped rolling. Her eyes widened. Did I do that? Yes, I said. She swallowed. It felt like something in my chest tightened and then went out. Good, I said. Remember that feeling. Do it again, but with less strain. She looked at the ball. Her breathing steadied. Her shoulders relaxed a little. Slowly, the ball lifted off the floor by a few centimeters. It wobbled, then steadied. She let out a small, surprised sound. Her eyes stayed locked on it. Wanda took a slow breath, watching. Her expression was careful, but there was a hint of a small, approving nod. The ball drifted toward the girl's hand. She extended her palm, and it hovered above, then dropped into her hand when her focus snapped. She caught it instinctively. That is better, I said. She held the ball and looked down at it. It did not shake the whole room. Because you did not let your fear drive it, I said. You aimed it. She nodded, still staring at the ball. I stepped slightly closer. Lift it again. This time, do not move it toward you. Move it around you. She focused, lifted the ball several centimeters, then circled it slowly around her body. Her movements were clumsy at first. The ball dipped once and brushed her shoulder, then regained height. She laughed quietly, just once, brief and surprised. Wanda's shoulders eased a little more. I watched deeper than they could see. Under the telekinetic motion, I saw the seed. It glowed differently from Wanda's. Her power came from external forces in this world. This girl's energy carried that plus a thread tied to me. She was new. This had not existed in the world I knew before. Stop, I said. The ball dropped back onto her palm. She closed her fingers around it, breathing a little faster now. That is enough for today, I said. Too much strain early leads to loss of control. We will build up slowly. She nodded, looking a little disappointed. I want to try more. You will, I said. Tomorrow. She looked at Wanda, as if asking if that was acceptable. Wanda said, he is right. You do not need to prove everything in 1 hour. The girl relaxed a little. Okay. I allowed a small pause, then added, there is another part to your power. She blinked. Another part? Yes, I said. Your telekinesis came with something beneath it. You will not see it yet. I do. Wanda glanced at me. What do you mean? I met her eyes. My seeds do not enter someone as a single line. They spread. Hers chose a path through the mind. It can also shape energy itself if guided. Wanda processed that. Like your marks on Tony and Bruce. Different focus, I said. Same origin. The girl looked between us. Is that bad? No, I said. It means you have more potential than a wild telekinetic. It also means Hydra wanted you much more than they told their lower offices. She gripped the ball tighter. Then I am glad I left. You should be, I said. From the camera above, Fury, Hill, Steve, Natasha, and Banner watched. Their audio channel remained muted down here, but I knew their reactions. Steve would be relieved at the simple success. Natasha would run probabilities in her head. Hill would mark down control level. Banner would compare energy curves. Fury would add another line to the quiet war he was waging. I said to the girl, we will continue with basic exercises each day. We will add discipline work later. For now, you need sleep and food. My parents, she said quietly. When can I call them? Tonight, I said. After dinner. Keller will set it up. She let out a long breath. Good. Wanda stepped closer. I will stay until then. You will not sit in that room alone your first night. The girl's shoulders lowered. Thank you. We left the practice room together. Outside, the hallway was empty. Doors closed. Cameras quiet. As we walked back, the girl held the ball in one hand. She bounced it once off the floor, then caught it without using her power. She tucked it into her pocket like something she wanted to keep. In the observation room, Banner blew out a slow breath. Her baseline is lower than Wanda's, but the structure is there. You can see the same signature beneath it when she concentrates. Hill marked something on her tablet. Hydra would have forced that growth with drugs and stress. Yes, I said. Fury said, now we do it without breaking her. Natasha watched the screen where the girl walked between Wanda and me. She handled the talk with her parents. She handled the move. She handled the first test. She is holding together. Steve said, she is still 17. Fury nodded. Which is why she is not on any strike roster. She is here to survive, not to fight for us. Tony's voice joined the channel, audio only. I am pulling the facility's internal power data. That session gave me a clean reading of her output. I will run it against Wanda's files, just to keep track of how far these seeds are changing things. I said, you will not find a match in your old databases. Tony made a small sound. I kind of figured. There was no record of her before, was there? No, I said. I looked at the screen again. She was not part of the original world, I said quietly. Fury heard that. His expression did not change much, but his hand tightened on the edge of the console. He said, we will deal with that when we have to. For now, she is here, and Hydra does not have her. That is enough for today. Chapter 25 Heat in Lagos. The change started in a Hydra room far from any SHIELD facility. Banks of monitors showed different cities. One wall carried Johannesburg. Another carried Lagos. Lines of text moved at the bottom of the screens. Rumlow stood with his arms crossed, watching the Lagos feed. On one monitor, a narrow street showed market stalls, rusted metal roofs, power lines sagging between buildings. Heat shimmered in the air. People moved through the street, talking, working, arguing. An incident log scrolled on the side. Small fire, alley near Dock Road. No casualties. Official cause, faulty generator. Another line, internal only. Energy trace consistent with LGP1. Subject present at scene. Rumlow said, he is getting bolder. Keller stood beside him, tablet in hand. The pyrokinetic has grown more active over the last week. Frequency of events increased. Local law enforcement writes them off as infrastructure failures or criminal arson. Rumlow asked, any sign of SHIELDs in the area? None so far, Keller said. No official teams. Stark satellites passed overhead, but their focus was on general weather and telecom. No specific flag on him. Rumlow nodded once. Good. Keller read off the directive update. Per Pierce's adjusted orders, capture window for LGP-1 is now open. Priority medium high. You are to deploy a small team under front company cover, evaluate him, and remove him if feasible without drawing attention. Rumlow watched the screen where a young man in a sleeveless shirt walked away from the alley, hands in his pockets. He looked like any other local resident. A freeze frame enlargement showed scorch marks on the wall that did not fit a simple electrical fire. Rumlow said, he has control enough to walk away. That makes him useful. Or dangerous. Keller said, your cover will be a private security contractor hired by a shell firm that works with local businesses. On paper you are there to investigate arson that affects a client. Your team will be small. 4 operatives. No STRIKE insignia. Local gear. Rumlow nodded. We will blend. Your mission parameters, Keller continued, are, establish direct contact with the subject, confirm his ability in person, and offer him protection and work under the front company. If he refuses and becomes a risk, you neutralize him cleanly. No public displays. If SHIELD appears, you withdraw and send full observations. Rumlow's mouth tightened. If they show up again right on time, it confirms what Pierce suspects. That they have some view into the directive schedule, Keller said. Rumlow set his jaw. We will see. He turned away from the screen. Send me the fronts, the papers, and whatever local assets we have on the ground. I want the team wheels down in Lagos soon. Keller nodded. Understood. Rumlow left the monitor room. On the wall, Lagos continued to move. People walked past the scorch marks without stopping. No one there knew they were now a point where 3 different webs overlapped. In Stark Tower, the overlap showed in a different way. On the main floor of the tower's secure operations room, several screens displayed maps. One showed Africa. Lagos was highlighted with a small marker. Another held a schematic of Stark satellites over that part of the world. A third displayed text pulled from Hydra Roots Hill had filtered through the data taken from Site Gamma. Fury stood at the head of the room, one hand on the edge of the table. Hill stood by a console, tablet in hand. Tony leaned with his hands on the back of a chair, staring at one of the screens. Steve stood with arms loosely crossed. Natasha sat against the table, ankles crossed. Banner stood near one of the secondary terminals. Wanda leaned quietly against a side wall. Pietro paced slowly near the door. Peter sat in a chair close to Tony's, mask rolled up on his head, not in full suit. I stood in the corner, eyes on the Lagos marker. Hill pointed to a line of text on the main screen. This is the Hydra internal note that flags LGP-1. Pierce moved the capture window earlier this morning. We saw the directive update pass through their network branch before the relays cut it down. Tony tapped the rim of the chair with one finger. So he is not waiting anymore. No, Hill said. He moved Lagos up. Johannesburg remains in observation for now. Fury looked at me. You watched the update? Yes, I said. He reacted to losing the Canadian subject. He will not risk another delay. Steve's jaw tightened a little. What do we know about this pyrokinetic? Hill pulled up a profile. Male, early 20s, local to Lagos. No military training on record. Several incidents over the last 6 months with fires in low-income districts. No direct fatalities, but several injuries. Local gangs have used him as muscle at times. Hydra flagged him when they saw repeated fires with abnormal heat signatures over a small radius. Tony looked at the numbers. His output is not on Thor's level, but it is still enough to kill people if he loses control. Banner nodded. These readings suggest intense heat over focused spots. If he panics, he could set a block alight. Natasha asked, Hydra approach plan. Hill answered, we see front company chatter. A private security outfit with shady contracts is preparing to send a small team. On paper they will be investigating arson. In practice they are Hydra's cover for Rumlow and S.T.R.I.K.E. Pietro stopped pacing. He is going. Fury nodded. Pierce is not using a random unit for this. He wants someone who has seen you fight, who knows how you move. Steve said, if Rumlow is there, this is not just about the pyro. It is about watching how we respond. Tony asked, is there any way to get to this guy before Rumlow even lands? Hill shook her head. Their plane is already in the air. They fly under the front company. Local immigration sees them as ordinary contractors. We are behind them by a few hours. Peter frowned. So we cannot just go down there first and grab the guy. We still can, Fury said. But it will not look like we stumbled into him. Pierce will know we are watching his schedule. I said, he suspects already. This will confirm or delay that suspicion depending on how you move. Steve looked at Fury. We cannot leave this guy in place and watch Hydra take him. Fury's eye met his. I am not suggesting that. I am saying we cannot stomp into Lagos with everything blazing and pretend we did not know Hydra was coming. Natasha said, we need a reason on paper that we are in Lagos. Something that passes council review. Tony gave a small nod. I might have one. I have a clean angle with my own name on it. Hill looked at him. Go on. Tony straightened a little. Stark Industries has infrastructure deals all over the world, including power grids and telecom. Lagos has had repeated equipment failure fires. I can claim I am going down to inspect whether lug nuts someone sold with my logo are burning neighborhoods. Everyone knows I hate bad press. That cover passes any smell test. Fury considered that. You make it about your brand. Tony nodded. Exactly. I bring a small team, I say I need security and technical support. On the books it is a Stark-led trip. Off the books, we look for LGP1, we get to him before Rumlow seals the deal, and we walk him out under a different story. Steve said, that gives you and anyone with you a clean reason to be there. Hill added, the council cannot argue with Stark investigating damage tied to his own tech. Pierce cannot block it without looking odd. It is a good cover. Banner asked, who goes with him? Fury looked around the room. We keep the team small. Stark goes because the cover needs him. Rogers for ground support and shield work. Natasha for infiltration and observation. Wanda because her power can counter or contain fire if needed. The rest stay on alert here or at other posts. Peter leaned forward. What about me? Tony glanced at him. Not this time, kid. Lagos is messy, and this guy is a walking torch. Peter looked frustrated. Exactly. A kid in a mask swinging around is easier to dismiss than Thor dropping out of the sky. Tony shook his head. You are too recognizable as Spider-Man now around New York. If you show up in Lagos alongside me it creates a pattern. I need this to look like business, not an Avengers mission. Peter sat back, unhappy but not arguing further. Fine. Pietro asked, and me? Fury answered, if Rumlow is going, we cannot bring all our speed and force into one city. We need you ready here or for other sites. If everything goes wrong and we need extraction, that is when you move. Pietro nodded once, jaw tight. You call, I move. Wanda looked at me. What will you do there? I will watch the field, I said. If the pyro loses control or Rumlow moves in too fast, I will intervene. If Hydra tries to use external assets, I will cut their lines. Steve nodded, satisfied with that. Then we go. Fury raised a hand. One more thing. How we handle the pyro matters. We cannot just knock him out and shove him into a jet. He does not know us. He will not see Hydra as worse if we look like another group with guns. Natasha said, we approach him as Stark's people. We offer him options. Protection. Work. We make it clear whoever has been using him locally is not on his side. Banner said, if we can convince him his power is a hazard without control, he may accept help. If not, we need contingencies. Wanda looked at the Lagos marker. If he has lived with this alone, he will not trust easily. But he may be tired of hiding. I said, he is restless. Hydra will offer him purpose and payment. You will offer him safety and work. He will choose based on who reaches him first and how they speak. Tony gave a short breath. Then we talk fast. Hill brought up a flight plan. We can have a Stark Industries jet ready within the hour. It will file a normal route. Lagos will see it as a standard private landing. No reason for Hydra's local contacts to panic. Fury nodded. Do it. Hill typed the commands and sent them. Fury looked at Tony, Steve, Natasha, Wanda. Gear up. Civilian clothes on top, usual suits underneath. This is not a parade. This is a visit that might turn into a fight. Tony straightened. Friday, prep the Lagos package, full satellite coverage, and whatever local intel we can buy fast. His AI responded in his ear. He walked out, already pulling his phone to message someone. Steve adjusted his stance. I will get my gear. Natasha pushed off the table and walked toward the exit without sound. I will get covers ready for ground-side contacts. Wanda's eyes stayed on the Lagos marker a moment longer, then she turned and followed. Fury watched them go, then looked at me. If Rumlow starts any games down there, I want to know the moment he shifts from recruitment to violence. You will, I said. Banner stared at the monitors. I will stay on the gamma feeds and the other subject lines. If Pierce moves Johannesburg while you are tied up in Lagos, we cannot be blind. Hill nodded. We will keep both boards open. Peter sighed and slumped back in his chair. I hate waiting. Pietro crossed his arms. You get used to it. Peter looked at him. Do you? Pietro paused for a second. No. The Stark Industries jet flew smoother than the Quinjets. It carried less weaponry and more comfort. Inside, Tony sat facing Steve across a small table. Natasha sat slightly to the side, tablet in hand, scrolling through files. Wanda sat by a window, looking out at the clouds. I stood near the back, unseen to any cameras the jet might have. The Rishi around the cabin hummed quietly. Tony spoke first. All right, ground plan. We land, we go to the hotel that my company already uses. From there, we split. Nat runs local checks through her channels. Steve and I visit the sites that have had Stark-linked fires. Wanda comes with us for that. We make noise like we are angry at cheap components. Steve nodded. If we ask enough questions in the right places, the subject or someone who knows him will notice. Natasha said, he has worked with gangs. They protect assets that bring them power. They may not give him up easily. Tony answered, that depends on how much money and pressure we put on the table. People talk when they think it will keep Stark factories from closing their roads. Wanda shifted her eyes from the window to Tony. You will throw money and get their boss's attention. That may bring Hydra's eyes sooner. Tony met her gaze. That is why we keep it just loud enough. We do not announce what we are really looking for. We talk about faulty parts and bad contracts. Meanwhile, we watch for anyone who seems too interested. Steve said, Rumlow's team will use a similar tactic. They will work through intermediaries, ask about fire incidents, offer their own kind of protection deal. Natasha nodded. We listen for that. Our cover allows us to cross paths with those fronts without being out of place. Wanda's voice stayed calm. If I sense a sudden surge, we contain the area. Steve looked at me. You are keeping an eye on Rumlow's team now? Yes, I said. Their plane is an hour ahead. They will land under their front's name and go straight to a local office. From there they will reach into the neighborhoods. Tony exhaled. So we are catching up. Yes, I said. But they move slower on the ground with a cover. They cannot simply seize him without a process. Steve asked, what do you sense from the pyro himself? I followed the line to Lagos. He sat on a metal chair outside a small building, shirt damp from heat, a cigarette between his fingers. He watched children run in the street. His eyes carried boredom and frustration. A discarded newspaper lay near his foot with a small article about one of the fires, nothing more than a local notice. He is tired, I said. He uses his power when pushed. He has not had training. He fears hurting his younger siblings more than anything. Wanda listened closely. He has siblings. Yes, I said. A younger brother and sister. They live in the same small set of rooms with him and their mother. He keeps his power outside as much as he can to avoid burning their home. Steve's jaw set. Hydra will use that. Natasha said, they will offer to keep his family safe if he works for them. They have used that line many times. Tony shook his head slightly. We can offer better than that without the part where they strap him to a table. Wanda looked down at her hands. He will not trust either side at first. I said, no. But he will listen if you talk about control. Steve asked, can you interfere with Hydra comms there the way you did in the lab and relay hub? Yes, I said. If Rumlow's team tries to call in support or trigger local Hydra assets, I can twist their signals. I cannot stop them from talking in person. Natasha said, that is enough. We can handle people. The rest you cut. Tony smirked a little. I like it when the unseen ally is on our side. He is not unseen to everyone, Wanda said quietly. Tony glanced at her, then at the air where I stood, and nodded once. Fair. The jet continued. When we landed, the air in Lagos felt heavy. Heat pressed down. The sky was hazy. The runway at the private terminal showed other jets parked, some with company logos, some plain. Tony walked down the steps first in a lightweight suit without a tie. Glasses on. Phone in hand. Steve followed in a simple shirt and jacket, looking more like security than a star. Natasha came next in local appropriate clothes, hair tied back, carrying a small bag. Wanda wore a light jacket over her red top, her expression calm. A Stark Industries representative who worked in the region met them at the base of the stairs. He was thin, in a short-sleeved shirt, with a badge on a lanyard. Mr. Stark, he said, sounding a little nervous. We were not expecting you personally. Tony clapped him lightly on the shoulder. Nobody expects me personally. That is how we keep people honest. What is your name again? Adamu, sir, he said. Adamu, Tony repeated. Good. We are going to make a tour. You have had some fires. Some people are muttering about faulty equipment. I do not like that. Adamu swallowed. Most of the official reports say it was local issues, sir. Bad wiring, stolen generators, that kind of thing. Tony looked at him. When my logo shows up near a fire, I clear it up. That is why I am here. You will take us to the worst sites. Adamu nodded quickly. Yes, sir. Steve followed them to the waiting car. Natasha and Wanda walked slightly behind, eyes on the surroundings. As they drove into the city, traffic thickened. Cars, buses, people, vendors. The streets were uneven, noise constant. The first sight was near a group of shops. The walls still showed black marks where flames had reached. Tony stepped out, hands in his pockets, surveying the damage. Steve stayed near, looking around. Natasha moved off to talk to a local official Adamu had called ahead. Wanda lingered near the burned wall, fingers barely lifted when no one watched. I traced the leftover heat pattern. It did not match a simple electrical short. The burn lines were focused, clean where they should have spread. It had been a measured flare. Locals watched from a distance, curious. Children peered from doorways. A few men stood in the shade, talking in low voices. One of them wore a shirt with a security company logo. It matched the front Hydra had tied to Rumlow's team. Natasha saw him too. She walked back toward Steve and Tony. We have contacts from the security outfit here already. Steve stood a little straighter. They are fast. Tony kept his voice light. Good. Maybe they can fix their own mess. He turned to Adamu. Introduce me. Adamu hesitated, then led him toward the men. Natasha moved to a spot where she could hear. The security man smiled when he saw Stark approach. It was a rehearsed expression. Mr. Stark, he said. It is an honor. We have been trying to get through the local distributor to discuss these incidents. Have you? Tony said. You are with. He named the front company. Tony nodded slowly. Yet. I have seen your logo on a bad report or two. You are the ones who keep saying arson while the power lines melt. The man spread his hands. We only report what we see. There have been several fires with no clear cause. We believe someone is doing this on purpose. It would help to know if your equipment is being misused. We have our own specialist looking into it. Tony glanced at Steve, then back at the man. You have a specialist. Interesting. I brought some specialists too. Maybe we should compare notes. The man hesitated for a moment. Perhaps later. We are still gathering information. Our specialist is meeting some local contacts today. I watched the man's eyes. He was lying smoothly. His specialist was Rumlow. Wanda stood near the damaged wall, feeling for any recent power. It had cooled. The pyro was not here now. She turned her head slightly, listening. In the distance, she thought she heard a brief crackle that did not belong to a generator. A small surge. Then nothing. I followed it. The pyro was in another part of the city now, near the docks, talking to someone who owed him money. Rumlow's team moved through another neighborhood, asking about fires. Lines were moving toward each other.